Hello everyone, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that mid-way constitutes the top four.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes.
It's the American Cup. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the backline, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Tiaan, what's going on? I'm lost. I'm dizzy. I don't know what to do. Dohky, what are your chances of winning this tournament? 0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Crit from the Carson does enough, but still. Mike is a one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place. Oh, very, very close. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count. Kevin somehow playing spoiler. Oh my God, the big door ceiling. Oh no! Honda stays alive.
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today. Opale is your team fight tactics. Vegas Open champion.
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
Hello, and welcome to TFT Competitive in 2024. I'm Mix, and I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Wida, and we're so excited to bring you the first Golden Spatula Cup of Remix Rumble. It doesn't feel like it should be the first. To me, it feels like it should be the third, Panda.
We've had almost a month and a half already on this patch. We've had Vegas happen as well with some great results for EMEA. New patch though, and almost entirely new set with how many changes came through. So excited to see what the players bring to the table for this tournament.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, I'm just super excited to get started on the season. You know, like, yeah, we were going to talk a little bit later, but like getting this season under the way is going to be so sick.
Yeah, and speaking of this season now, this one is just a teeny tiny bit different from all the other seasons that you are going to see in 2024 due to that big winter break that Riot took, as well as the TFT Vegas LAN. We're going to talk about that in just a little bit. We are only going to have these 2 Golden Spatula Cups as opposed to 3. What that means we'll get into in another segment, but this is our pyramid for this set.
Yeah, and pretty self-explanatory. I think nothing has changed outside of the number of tournaments. We have the open qualifiers still, the TRCs still, the snapshots on ladder, of course, still as ways to qualify to GSCs, GSCs into finals, finals into, of course, the championship event at the very end of the set, which is going to be in March in this case. Only a 3 or 4 month set this case around, so just a much smaller set, not those 6 months with mid-set like we had in the past.
Can you believe we're already this close to championship again? My mind is still trying to comprehend it, but maybe it is too smooth-brained for that. Speaking about Remix Rumble, though, we've gotten quite a lot of experience on this set already, Wida, with it being released in the end of November. How are we feeling about all the new features that came around with it?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, you could say that we got a new set of features just 2 days ago, right? Some people would say that with the way that, for example, Heartsteel, which has like been the econ trait for the entirety of the set, right? We've seen it be used to great effect on ladder and competitive. Now, getting that extra little bit of Gamba in there, right? You can kind of just say, I want to take this a little bit further than I did before, right? With that ability to go all in, I think is super exciting. And again, like headliners coming back, you know, we've had a lot of players like EU did really well in Fate's championship, right? Like I'm all for bringing that back with Chosen mechanic coming back into the game as the headliners. So yeah, you know, I'm hyped.
Well, speaking of EMEA doing well, we also did pretty well at that TFT Vegas Open, Panda. You and I, we both got the chance to go, and I know you loved it as much as I did. Tell me about how was it for you to kind of talk to the players and be there in that big arena with everybody just coming for TFT?
It was a great experience. Outside of the gameplay itself, I think the chance to be there in person, to feel the energy from the crowd, to have a live crowd like they had on the final day, Checkmate finally, I think, delivering as a format. Everything about the event worked out almost as if it was scripted, including EMEA going from only 70% of the players in day 1 to 50% in day 3, and Kevin almost having an incredible Cinderella story to win it all. So I'm just really happy with the event and hope to see much more of these in the future.
Yeah, me too. It definitely was super special and is gonna hold a place in my heart until the next one. Hopefully, at least. They already announced that there is going to be something like this again. We don't know any details yet, but stay tuned for that. I'm sure there's going to be more later down the line in this year. But coming back to this event, Open Qualifier happened last weekend. Now, Panda, you were there yourself, so I'm gonna ask Wida about this. Any players that got you really excited?
I mean, there's a lot of really big players that had to go through OQ, right? We'll talk about them all throughout the day, but for me, like, the biggest story about the 3rd day of OQ, it wasn't that David's incredible run got put to a halt, because like David's run in day 1, day 2 it was a pretty impressive run. It's also the fact that like it was a really good run, and then Yobi Dashi, like, he went 2 8s, then he took 3 firsts afterwards. Like that was just ridiculous, right? It's like you had those huge stories even within something like the Open Qualifier.
Well, speaking of huge stories, we have our competitive format explainer ready for you, and we're going to add one more thing right after that, so stay tuned. We're going to hear from you in a couple of seconds. Hey
Hey there, Rising Legends fans! For the 3rd anniversary of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know, I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased a ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update, we moved the snapshots 1 day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and Finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates.
Like I said, there is one more thing we need to add here because Panda, Day 3 has changed.
It has changed, a massive change as well. A whole extra game added on top. We'll have a Game 7 on Day 3, free value for viewers, free value for some players, but only 8 of them will make it into that final lobby. And I think for narrative, it's gonna be fantastic to have that separation and have those 8 players almost crowned as like the real consistent players of the tournament, and then finally finding the winner after that game.
Well, and already note down in your calendars that we are going to start 1 hour early on Sunday because of that. So we're roughly going to end at the same time. Thank you, Weta. I appreciate that. I hope chat is paying attention as well and writing this down, making sure that they have all the details about this weekend. Now, somebody that hopefully also wrote down that we're starting early on Day 3 is going to join us here because we have the man, the myth, the legend online, Kevin Parker. Welcome. Happy New Year. Of course, I hope you have your alarm set for the Sunday, starting early. How are you feeling about this Golden Spatula Cup?
Hi. I'm not feeling too great, honestly. I'm not a big fan of the patch so far. But I mean, I think I have a decent game plan. But yeah, it's just kind of hard, like with such a big patch and only having 2 days to practice. So I can say that I've felt more confident in past tournaments.
Maybe past tournaments, including the Vegas Open. You ended up runner-up. I think you showcase, not to Europe, but to the world, the talent that you really have for the first time in an international event. It was a little bit bittersweet at the end. It was also very exciting to play that Game 4. Overall, coming out of Vegas, what are your general feelings with how that tournament went for you?
Well, I mean, of course it went great, even though I didn't win. I mean, I scored the highest points. I saved the tournament from being over in 4 games. I didn't bot for a single game. And yeah, the event overall was just great in general. Like I got to meet so many nice people that you know I've also been following for quite a while, like Kurum or Dish Soap, for example. So it was just a great experience all around.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this a little bit Vegas theme, but it's also kind of theme for this event now. So in Vegas, obviously, you were kind of donning a lot of these like Yone reroll lines for quite a while in various stages of the tournament, if I recall correctly. And this patch right now, it seems like there's a divide between fast 8 comms and then like the lower cost rerolls here. Do you think that you're gonna find yourself on the reroll lines more today, or what's the situation here?
Yeah, I mean, I might as well say, like, if you have me in my lobby, you better not play Yone or Riven because I'm playing that every game. So, yeah.
No, we respect it. I think that's a statement you can make if you're on the live interview and pre-show. Hopefully everybody's paying attention. But there is another thing that people should pay attention to, because just a couple of hours ago, you announced that you and your partner are creating a new org for German players. High Rollers is what you call it. Love the name, by the way. Tell me a little bit more about that and what your goals are with High Rollers.
Yeah, so basically, there's just not really any orgs investing in TFT in Germany right now. Like none of the top players have had an org for like a really long time. I think only in like set 2 or 3 there were, you know, some orgs signing German players, but it's been a long time, and it was actually my girlfriend's idea. I wouldn't have done it by myself, but she convinced me. So we just thought it would be nice to form a team under which some of the top German players can perform and support each other and just bring the community closer together a bit.
One of those top German players, EMEA, officially unretiring. Very happy when I saw that announcement, both for you, Kevin, and just for the team as a whole. I think so important to have these scrim groups and these teams coming together in EMEA as well. Talking about a new change for the German TRC that we have now, the A1 Prismatic Legends. You did not have so much luck in the past with a German TRC and how that format used to go in some of the sets. In this case, you qualified to this tournament via the German TRC. How's that change been for you? Are you happy with the change overall?
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy that I didn't have to like sweat ladder super hard to make the snapshot because I was in Vegas for almost an entire week, so I kind of lost out on some time to play a solo queue. I was only able to play 2 games over there at the pre-show, and besides that, it was 6 days of no solo queue, obviously. So I like after Vegas, I lost some of my leverage that I had in terms of LP, I think. So I was kind of, following behind a bit. So yeah, I was really happy that I made it through the TRC, of course, because the snapshot was on New Year or on 1st of January. So I really did not want to, spend my New Year's Eve playing TFT to make the snapshot.
What do you mean? That's the dream come true, Kevin.
Yeah, sure.
You're not a true TFT player?
No, he is. I can assure you. I'll answer that for you. But Kevin, before we send you off onto the convergence, you know the drill. You've been here so many times. Anybody you want to shout out, anybody you want to thank, or maybe threaten to not pick Yona in your lobbies again, time's yours.
So shout out to my mom for supporting me from the very start. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, for supporting me every day and motivating me. Shout out to Dark Hydra, who I actually spent a lot of time with in Vegas, which was really nice. He's been a pretty good friend of mine as well in the community for a while. And yeah, just shout out to the German community, anyone watching and cheering for me this event, and also, not just from Germany, like just to anyone cheering for me.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Good luck out there. And we are going to see from you, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Kevin Parker. But we do have more players that we do want to highlight because we do have our qualified players from the Open qualifier. Here is the list. And there's lots and lots of amazing names in there.
Including 3 Spanish names. Very happy to see Tanpop. He's a legend from back in set 4 and 5. He retired for a bit, like EMEA, but they always come back. He's back to competing in TFT this set under the Guasones organization with Manuta and Iguana. Also Snootybu and Safo there, but overall just a lot of big names who did not do their homework with snapshots or with TRCs and instead qualified through the Open qualifier.
Yeah, I feel like just for Tambakri, I feel like he was notorious for being a mech one trick in set 3 as well.
Yes, he
all
was.
The way to the final lobby of the first official qualifier we have for a championship in EMEA, right? So a very accomplished player in that sense. For me, looking at the names here, a player like Aki, right? It's also something we need to talk about. All the way back in set 6, he was the most consistent performer in our first round of Golden Spatula Cups based on points.
Well, we do have one more person that we do want to shout out from the Open qualifier. Of course, it's our own Patches Panda. He did not know about this, but
wait, this win rate sucks. Hide the win
so
rate.
Close. During D3, you only needed a 6th place in that final game, and unfortunately, it was an 8th. But maybe we'll see you in a Golden Spatula Cup the next time. Shout out for really getting as far as you did. I think that's super impressive.
I channeled my inner Soju for the last game instead of my inner Kevin Parker, so I'll learn my lesson for the next one for sure.
You could have said inner Sasa, by the way, right? He's literally
Also
on
true.
the screen.
But you know, he's my friend, so I'm trying to not debilitate him for.
I mean,
his
Sasa was
career.
my #1 player of 2023 in EMEA, right? Like I rate Sasa very highly, despite a more than unfortunate finals in the Vegas Open.
Well, coming to actual players, we do want to highlight, we do have 3 names on our
roller
list
coaster.
that we're really excited for. And here they are, Dalusam, Lelouch, and Volta. Panda, tell me about Dalusam.
Dalusam was a beast for a long time, but he had some trouble with consistency. In this case, started off the set fairly strong, had a big dip in his LP, was very lost, and now on last patch reached 1.8k LP, which is a crazy accomplishment, the first Spanish player to do so. And then the next day on the new patch, played 5 games of disco in a row and reached 1,900 LP, which is a national record. Not quite a European record, but almost the case. It's just so hard to make it this high up. So he's one of my favorites to go very far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a feat you have to respect. Now, speaking of respect, Lelouch is a player that already has shown that he can make it all the way, having an amazing run in set 7, then kind of fell off just a little bit, but now looking really good in the Ultraliga, the Polish TRC, and hopefully he will be able to translate that back into the Rising Legends circuit. We're looking forward to see what he has in store for us.
Yeah, and I'm going to be talking about Volta here, right? Volta had an absolutely amazing run towards the back end of Runeterra Reforged, right? Qualified to the Rising Legends Finals on the absolute final mandate with all the ladder spots being shifted around by people getting GSC points, but then he took that, ran all the way with it, made it to the finals made it to the finals in the regional finals, then to the championship, final lobby there. A little bit of an unfortunate 7th, some will say, but he has been looking absolutely amazing so far this set on ladder, and I think that this set really suits his playstyle with all him like playing for these optimistic, really high cap lines.
Well, I hope so. But speaking of, we do have our meta talks ready. And of course, there is a lot. We mentioned at the top of the date, there's a big patch that just came around. And with it, there was one really important change in regards to streaks. Now, Panda, for the smooth brains like me, explain to me what that means.
It basically means that there was a bit of gold inflation. The gold has been taken out of the game. Everyone will be much poorer due to the way that gold compounds with interest in the early game. And that means that going to level 8 on 4-2 is not going to be the standard most likely for most players unless they have some kind of other econ start, econ augments, for example. And this also means that any amount of gold value that was given to you by items like Gambler's Blade, like Goldmancers, or from augments like Rich Get Richer is just that much more valuable now because there is less gold in the game. So important to keep this kind of framework in mind for all 3 days in this tournament.
Well, something else that's important to keep in mind is that with the start of Remix Rumble, they removed mid-sets. Now, however, we turned around and got a patch like this, and Murdoch actually took to Twitter to talk about this, because obviously we have the winter break here, we have the shorter patch because of the TFT Vegas Open, as well as Christmas and Riot being on that winter break. But at the same time, he also said that they're trying to add new exciting things to the games, and they're not shying away from changing major things throughout the set. And I think that's actually something that I'm really excited for, because now that we don't have a mid-set anymore, sets could feel a little bit run long-ish, and knowing that TFT and Murdoch are willing to try and keep it entertaining is definitely a good thing. However, this set, we're curious on how it plays out. What are we expecting in terms of comps for today?
Yeah, thanks you guys, because like the meta report, as if this was a card game, will look a little bit like this. 50% Akali, 50% TF, pretty much in every single lobby. You're gonna see a lot of people going for these, right? And then we have the, as we talked about with Kevin Parker, right, the quote-unquote 32-bit, 8-bit reroll composition coming through here as well as one of the stronger comps here. And as you were talking about, David, right, this TF composition is so strong. It was already very good on the previous patch, but now again, like you're so strong in level 8, you're stabilized very hard. Same thing with something like the Penta Akali at the top as well. So these are going to be like some of the more normal lines, but there is also one specific augment, David, that really opens up a very specific reroll line that will be super impressive this weekend as well.
And that is, of course, Twin Terror, just insane stats across the board, almost a comp that plays itself with how strong it is if you manage to get everything together. And a few more reroll comps on the one cost as well. Things like Yasuo might have finally some time in the spotlight. A very fun champion, was great on PBE, nerfed to the ground a tiny bit, and now maybe finally getting its resurgence.
Well, I'm personally excited to see the Hasaki, but spot recognition for that is going to be really, really important to make sure you actually have the line for it, you can actually play it. Speaking of having things, we do have a social media contest for you guys where you can win something, because it's not only about the players. We're asking you to show us how you are watching us. It's a little bit meta in here. Now, coming into this in our pre-show, production asked us to show our setups. I politely refused because I'm chaotic, not only up here, but also down at my desk. I don't know if you guys want to show your desk, Wita Panda?
I plead the fifth. I will not be showing my desk, but I will be giving our viewers tips if you want to try and, I don't know if how the point system works to win this contest, but some plants always helped. If you're bored in the breaks with the countdowns and all this stuff between games, maybe clean your desk with like a rag or some papers. That would be always good, I think.
You know, also other ways of getting like cheap points could be something like
that's it. Plushies, TFT merch, Rising Legends merch, especially.
Well,
I just realized the tech was still on. I was pulling it up. Yeah.
We are gonna see who wins that one and how that setup looks like. I'm personally really excited for it, so head on over to our Twitter page to participate. You can win some eggs. But somebody else that we do want to introduce today to welcome here on the pre-show is not only a player but also a caster from the French scene. Dohky, welcome. How are you today?
Really good, really excited. As soon as set 10 started, I wanted to have the first competition, so it's going to be spicy.
So Dohky, I wanted to ask you right away, as a fellow caster and someone that I respect a lot on their analysis and understanding of the French scene, we had some changes with the Hex League this set. Can you just very briefly explain what those changes were? Because I think they're so important for players in France that want to have a more open competition to join these tournaments like the GSC.
The old X League was like we had like 5 days into the sets, and at and the players qualified to playoff, and then there was a final, and players qualified to were sacred French champion. Now we have major tournaments, like we had Ultimate Maestro organized by Unit, and now we have Fresh Cup during the end of the month, and it's not like regular days; it's more like tournaments in the sets.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I know a lot of French players were super excited about that, but there is one more thing that happened over the winter break, so to say, and that was Double 61 and Canvas kind of sending us on a roller coaster of emotions. Really, first to notice that Carmine Corp is letting them go, and then to me, it felt like an uproar from the French scene that turned fate around. Tell me a little bit about that from like the French scene perspective.
Well, Carmine Corp just said that they ended 3 games, Smash Bros, Trackmania, and TFT, and the whole TFT community was like, it's a shame. It's a shame because we can't see Double and Kambis in any team but Carmine Corp. Their blood is blue. We can't see them in any team. So the CEOs, Kameto, Kote, and Prime just accept that it wasn't possible and just go back on their decision. It was a relief for the Carmine fans and all the TFT community.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that. I talked to Canvas just a little bit, and I'm so happy that they're staying with Casey.
Yeah, we all are, because Casey is like a huge part of the French esports in general, not only TFT, but every esport game, and we can't have, I think, a proper show without Carmine Corp.
So kind of like dragging a little bit away from like the opposite end of the spectrum here, because Canvas and Double, the most famous French players, obviously. But I kind of want to hear your take on some of the newer French blood coming into the scene, right? We've seen some newer names pop up in Ultimate Maestro, doing well on ladder. Are there any specific players out there that we might not know about that we should be aware of?
I think the most underrated French player currently is Jedusor. I expect a lot from him during this GSC because on the regional scene, he's really good. On ladder, he's really good, but he just missed this little international performance to be considered as one of the best players in Europe, I guess.
I've also seen on ladder, Dohky, there's a few more French players that were considered always good in past sets, but this time seem to have reached that next level. Experian, Tardaman is the case on ladder especially. What's your opinion on these players? Do you think there is kind of an upgrade for that A tier in France and now have just much more really good players for this set?
I think it's going to be difficult to say because there are a lot of good players, but it's a new patch. So I don't know who prepared and how much. But I think having only 2 days to prepare a patch, I would say Le Coco is really, really good at the moment. He had a really, really good 2022 year and not so good 2023. So I expect a lot this year.
When isn't Dohky good though? Like Dohky, I think that's just a given. In any set, any tournament, he's going to be a beast. One last question, Dohky. I know you've casted already some major tournaments in France, like Ultimate Maestro and the Academy tournament with Sean's. How has casting this set been? I know it's a very complex set to play, really, but casting-wise, how was your experience with it?
I'm really looking forward to cast more because I had like a really, really players run during the early set because I was preparing for Vegas because I can't cast over there. So now I'm really, really interested to cast, especially here in EMEA and also this weekend in NA because I love every scene and I'm really looking forward to cast all these competitions.
Awesome, great to hear.
We're also looking forward to that. But before we let you go and do just that, anybody you want to shout out, anybody you want to thank, basically stage is yours.
I think every viewer that watches me, that watches the French players, because I'm only here to make the players shine, not only myself, but only the players. I'm here to tell stories, not mine, but theirs. So thanks to the viewers to allow me to do that.
Beautiful phrasing. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And we'll see you out there. Hopefully, maybe watch the French scene. I personally do that a lot. My French is terrible, but it's just so fun to watch them, their energy. You'll understand what's going on, I promise you. So try that out. And if you are looking for different language, we do have a list of co-streamers here at Rising Legends, of people that are trying to bring you the competition in native languages. And we do want to make one more special shout out today, top of show, because our long-term friend and partner in co-streaming, Brazilla, actually got engaged today. So congratulations from everyone here at Rising Legends. We're so happy for you. Yeah,
I met him in Malaga. He's a great guy, so really happy for him personally. And he's also a beast on ladder casting. I think he's just a great person to have in our community.
Yeah, I agree. Awesome, so awesome. Super happy for him, of course. And I also saw a Saika in there. She's been casting Polish League recently, Ultra Liga, now also a co-streamer. Super excited. And with that, I think somebody else is excited to finally get on the show. We have Morgan and Counterfeit ready, trying to get onto this desk, and we will allow that. Here they are for game number 1.
Are you ready?
No. Anyways, I'm Morgan, and this is... I don't remember this guy's name. Is he like Peter? Yeah, this is Peter. And we're right here with the Golden Spatula Cup 1 of TFT Set 10. Now, Peter, when you're done transforming into Mega Gnar, because I think you just got your headliner update right there, speak to me about this lovely set.
Well, absolutely. As you know, as I said on the desk, this is an absolutely amazing tournament we've got coming up. I think because we've only got the 2 GSCs this set, we've had to shove absolutely everybody we've ever heard of in TFT into this one event. We've got so many regional champions, we've got world champion joining in, GSC champions by the bucket load. It's going to be a hell of a show.
It is going to be a hell of a show, and a very important point that I want to strict on, that despite the fact that Cody just mentioned in the interview and everyone really has their eye on, is that this is a brand new patch, and for these Golden Spatula Cups they're going to be playing every single time on the live patch. So this one came out like 2 days ago, 3 days-ish, so that means that only the players that are mostly strict to their 1 reroll compositions are going to be suffering, but everyone that knows how to adapt, everyone that has a flex play style, this is heaven for them.
Yeah, and we know that certain players who definitely really pride themselves on being the adaptive, because, you know, of course, you've always got the 2 types of players, the ones who are best at adapting quickly, and the ones that are best at refining down to making sure you've got absolutely every play worked out to its bare percentages. You know, players like Skipeus, of course, long-term player in the scene, very confident coming into this one, being that it's a little bit more of the chaotic energy coming into today's tournament, that he's going to do well, and other players like him will as well.
Yeah, not just Skipeus that we want to speak about today. I want to say that at this time, from the MENA TRC, which is the Royal Nets Cup, we have 3 players. Of course, the famous all-returning Mujiwara, a player that has been around for quite some time now, and a name you have definitely heard, representing MENA specifically. We've kind of lost a few players, which are amazing players like Bricks, for instance. Some of them quit competitive play, but we still want to give them a shout out for all their amazing performances back there. And we also have 2 new Egyptian contestants, and not just from MENA, but from my very own home country that I'm going to be very openly biased to, yes, which are Scientistic and Egyptian Summoner. Both of these players are going to be playing in this Golden Spatula Cup, so we have 3 Egyptian players. Now I can keep up the bias with all of you guys on the desk.
Well, I mean, as well, we've got a pretty good mix of players from all over the place as well. The Greek contingent in particular standing out here, including former Golden Spatula winner Sarah Wins coming in and having a lot bigger of a representation than we would have otherwise been expecting. Also, I think as David mentioned before, we've got the Italian players coming out in force and really representing. It's lovely to be able to see so many different aspects, so many different places represented in today's tournament.
Yeah, and the fact when it comes to the tournament structure, if you paid attention to the stream in the beginning and you didn't skip some of that lovely information that the desk gave us before we got into the game, if you are that one viewer, I'm looking at you, you would have noticed that, yes, now we only have 2 Golden Spatula Cups, but despite the fact that it's one less tournament, it is more competition, it is more hype, and it is more energy, because now you got only 2 chances to be able to qualify for the finals of each set. So personally, I think that despite the fact that it's only 2 Golden Spatula Cups, that's more competition when you think about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, as we were saying on the desk beforehand, it really compresses things. Of course, we will be going back to the 3 Golden Spatula Cups for future seasons, but for Remix Rumble, it is very much more compressed. I think that maybe there've been, with the 3 Golden Spatula Cups, you have a little bit more room to maneuver. You can say, I can still get in off of GSC points, general performance points, by just turning up and doing decently in all the tournaments. I think there's a lot more compressed room here to say, you need to get your points in a lot sooner and get those consistently high performances.
Yeah, and if you're not really that much hyped up about, okay, all that competition and esports and not that sweaty kind of stuff that we're speaking about here, we do know that set 3.5 is going to be coming back in the next season. And of course, it's already live on the PBE, I think, for most of the players and most of the influencers, those who have been lucky enough to have the access and try these lovely Blade Masters. So, Peter, I want to ask you about this. What do you think about 3.5 returning, but with a twist? It's the same augments from set 10, it's the same itemization, so there's not going to be that little lovely Blade Master Yi with a rapid fire cannon, but it's with a twist.
I mean, I haven't had a chance to play it out myself, but it makes all the sense in the world. It's been TFT's motto for a long time, which is make a really good set and then throw it in the bin and start over the next set again immediately afterwards. When while we haven't got the same kind of thing here with this mid-set change, I don't want to bring us back to what we've got going on here today, particularly with the current set, because we've got the 3.5 set there. I'm sure some of our players will be distracted by it because that's a tremendous amount of fun. But I wanted to bring up with you some of the concerns we've got going on for today. Here in set 10, it was mentioned on the desk. The change to the win streak approach to the game, draining a lot of the money out of the game. Morgan, we talked about adaptivity. How do you think our players will be able to make the most today as we look at our first lobby?
I think the ones that got hurt the most by the fact that the win streaking and loss streaking now is harder, that you have to keep it into 6 or 5. I mean, going from 5 to 6 win or loss streak to be able to get that lovely 6 goal going into PvE rounds is no longer possible, despite the fact whether you win or lose the entirety of stage 1. So those who are open forting, you will be suffering a little bit, because open forting was a meta for quite some time. Now, you need to understand that lost streakers did kind of suffer from that, but if you get a good lost streak augment like what doesn't kill ya, rich get richer, still open forting is a thing. And speaking of the players, Peter, I see a lot of stars ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, this is an absolutely jam-packed song. We got so many big names coming through here. Of course, some familiars, someone's looking to establish themselves even further. Of course, we did have Jejisaw being mentioned in the pre-show. Zyko is, of course, known in our previous competitions for being able to make great use of the multicasters and really crowd out a lot of other players from doing it. We did hear on David's Don't Talk If You Don't Know show, I believe it was Kenobi mentioning that Zyko is not just a player who is very, very good at refining down how to use competitions, but has actually got a lot of range as well. So we'll see that tested here in this first game. Again, we are cutting away half of our players here on day one, so we need to see our players really getting towards those solid top 4s.
Yeah, and if you remember, like 2 minutes ago, I spoke about one specific player out of the 3 Egyptian or MENA representatives in this tournament. We have one of them in this lobby, and that is going to be Scientistic, aka Safe, a player that has been really famous in Egypt for his amazing TFT performance. And he did have some quite, let's say, competitive experience before he quit and came back to the game after set 3. It was the last set that he played competitively in, and he managed to be one of the top 64 contestants when it came to the world qualifications. But then he quit the game and he came back and he is now ready to smash it. So, Scientistic, my eyes are on you, brother. I am going to keep up the hype. Yes, I'm going to be biased. Yes, and Peter, you can't stop me, no matter what you do.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, for some of our players who are less established on the international scene, this will be a chance here to, because there's a lot of people playing, there's 128 people playing, so we can only show the smallest amount of games across the day. So as a player coming to this one, this is your chance to really show off on the big stage, to get that spotlight. And even if you don't necessarily make it through to day number 3, you put on an astonishing game here, and maybe you'll stick in people's minds.
Yeah, now, one thing I also want to speak about is the canon meta changes. We've seen a lot of stuff change from this match to the previous one. But before that, let us speak about the portals ahead of us. Also, portals got changed a little bit before this patch came out. And now we have new portals that are kind of interesting. Wandering Trainers, to me, is one of the most creative. Despite the fact that it kind of relies on RNG factor a little bit, if you get that portal, it gives each and everybody a dummy with 3 randomly equipped unremovable emblems. So it kind of makes it for some fun early. Never mind. 10 kills. We're not gonna see these.
I was astonished, Morgan. I was astonished with some multiple players going for that, because you're right.
Same.
That is really throwing it to the wind and saying, you know what, I'm feeling lucky today, and I'm feeling flexible. I can make any comp work, and there'll be some games where you end up with absolutely nothing worthwhile at all, but still, item payout means that our players will be rewarded for slamming those items with a little bit more gold, so perhaps they'll make up for that loss streak and win streak gold being reduced a little bit.
Yeah, and this is such a very good point that you just mentioned. It is not just a good portal for these win streaking so they can slam these items, gain more gold to be able to level up and go and keep on their win streak, but it's also good to reach up the what are they called? Thresholds, like at 20 gold, 30 gold. Yeah, thresholds for the extra interest. So whether you're losing or winning, item payout is really such a good portal that can augment both of your playstyles. The only thing is that people who are loss streaking are kind of gonna be a little bit punished more by it. Because if you're loss streaking, you're essentially waiting for a spatula, you're looking for an emblem to slam. But if you slam these items in the early, you might suffer a little bit. However, it's a good portal for both playstyles.
I'll be very curious to see how our players, if they do decide to go for that a little bit early on and try and push their economy in that way. Spending a little bit of time here with Zaku, we see a solid start here. The Heartsteel being picked up. So if we're talking about ways to push Recon, Havali and, wow, so both of them managing to find the early Heartsteel Cassante. Thank you very much to our observers for highlighting that. So it means we've already, from the beginning of the game, got some separation here as to how much economy each of our players will be starting off with.
Yeah, Heartsteel received such a decent change a patch ago, and if you don't know about this, now you can keep going with more loss streak and higher stakes, and it is literally called Raise the Stakes. And if you lose 8 turns in a row, you also get double the amount of hearts that you have with an extra 80 bonus hearts when you cash out. But if you win 1 round, you lose 50% of your current hearts. So it's a bit risky.
I'm really curious to see if any of our players go for that, just because it's so incredibly risky. We have seen more of a move towards there being, sort of one player in a lobby who's going to be trying to move into a heavy loss streaking angle, and perhaps if you can get away with that and take that lane, nobody else challenges you for it, you can get away going for that massive cash out.
Yeah, but if they do happen to face each other, it's going to be quite unlucky for both of them. And the thing with Heartsteel is it isn't a composition that you have to keep the units in, and you don't want to sacrifice your headliner to make extra gold or whatever, but you need to keep in mind that someone like Havali, which is currently the rank 1 global player by the way on the Turkish server, with a whooping amount of 2,150 LP. That's a lot of TFT. That's just so much TFT in it.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy. It's like I think this tournament's going to be really, really rarefied. One thing I do want to jump out here, though, as we check in with Safo, representing Spain here, is we wondered if we might see a little bit of Yasuo being played. We do know that it tends to be a pretty narrow line to get into, and I'm not sure that's a long-term prospect for Safo rather than just a placeholder.
Yeah, I mean, Yasuo did kind of get both a buff and a nerf at the same exact time, because the way you look at it, he now gets a half amount AD bonus for each unit he kills, but he gets more HP, which kind of helps him to be able to survive in the early stages of the game, but he lost 5% Omnivamp in his headliner status, so it's a bit of a trade. It's a bit of a trade. You did lose some Omnivamp, but you got more HP, so that can keep him up, rack more and more kills, a little bit tankier, because when you get that true damage headliner, you know that your composition kind of lacks a frontline. And he's one of these units that needs to really keep on going for a lot of time to be able to work. But with the recent changes, look at Havali's board. That Ionic Spark now is such a safe item to slam, because now it gives bonus HP as well.
Yeah, I do love that change recently coming in. Of course, you know, there's a ton of changes which we'll try and filter in as many as we can during the course of these casts, because there's a lot to go through. One thing I like as well, along with that Ionic Spark for Havali, pick up the Gambler's Blade as well, to be able to, you know, push as much gold into his economy as possible and make sure that he will really step ahead of that econ curve.
Yeah, Scientists are going in for that vampirism, which might be one of two directions you can take with this composition, really. It is either that you're going for that lovely, lovely Jax, which has kind of fell off a little bit despite the fact that it's been really dominant for so many parts of the set, or you could go for something like Yone with the Crowd Divers or the Riven Reroll. Either way, you have to rely on one or two main carry units, and they get to make use of that Omnivamp and extra health. But again, it is an augment that becomes active really, really late into the game stages of the game.
Oh, so this is interesting. I was wondering if we were going to get to see this at all. We are going to be seeing Punk coming through in this game. So you've got the extended play augment coming through, newly buffed as of this particular patch. We're going to get a little bit more gold coming in, as well as some item rewards once we get those up to 3-star. So I like the choice to go for that. Presumably that was picked up very, very early on in the game, but it does mean that we've now got one player at least really tied to one particular route rather than having any flexibility at all.
Oh, no spad though. No spad. That is a bad news for country players. And if you are unaware, in this last patch, now the Jazz emblem is no longer craftable with the Negatron alongside the Spatula, because now it gives you a country emblem. 7 countries now easily achievable with a headliner and a single Spatula, but it is still a composition that heavily relies on you having all of your composition 3-starred. Now, this kinda gets... what's the word for this? Made up for, maybe? If you're able to get the 7 country in, because the effect of that Hecarim is just so strong.
Yeah, I'm really
compensated. Compensated. I forgot how to speak English.
I'm interested to see how country plays at the moment, because it's not exactly, it hasn't really been so popular in some of the other tournaments being played, but now we've got the access to the country emblems. You're saying the country 7 being much more accessible than it would have been previously. I would not at all mind seeing at least the players with strong enough starts going for it, even if what Sacred Norris has got going on isn't necessarily what you'd expect.
There's a lot of flexibility you could be going on with this. And by the way, something that is worth mentioning here, Sacred Norris, if you look at him, most players will be looking to one of two ways. It's either you win streaking with the Gambler's Blade and you're stacking up that extra gold in order to be able to cash out some good threshold with the itemization that you have later on. But at the same point, you need to know that Twisted Fate also received the buff. The amount of attack speed needed for one bonus card is now down from 40% to 20%. And this is why Disco has been dominant and become really, really good recently. So, Gambler's Bard is kind of an item holder, pretty much obviously for the Twisted Fate that is later on to come. And with the Archangels, that TF is going to be dominant, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been a conversation around, you know, the Karthus and the Twisted Fate being the big front runners that are oftentimes being multi-way contested. But I do like this from Norris' side of things, be able to build up a pretty strong board while keeping the economy in place. One more round to keep hold of this streak. Because remember that everything's been delayed by a single round, so it wouldn't be quite as much money for Sacred Norris. But we know that win streaking is a little bit more resilient than loss streaking, because you're not losing HP, and you're also getting that round gold win as well.
I'm a little bit worried about the history and the future of these Hearthsteel players, because we were told by our lovely spectator administration team, which is a huge shout out to them, that we have 4 players playing Hearthsteel in this lobby. Now, one of them must have surely had his loss streak grieved, and I think that is Havali. And if you look at him now, he has a win. So I'm a little bit worried about Havali's situation right now. So if you could take a look at his board, now that would be such a good moment.
We can at least take a little look and see how people are doing gold-wise. We can see, look, across the board, we noticed that several players have been going towards the Gambler's Blade, and towards the heart seal as well. So there's a little bit more gold. And remember, of course, we're on the item payout as well. So certainly if our players did slam in some early items or have gotten that extra bit of gold. Sacred Narrative Vixen, looking pretty decent. Tiaan, down towards the bottom though, and Jejusaur, they're both rocking a good amount of gold in the bank.
Yeah, we also got 3 cash outs, none of them raised, and there is still one player that still gets the choice next round, and I think that might be Tiaan, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see if he's going to raise the stakes or not. Now, look at him. You can see that Zyko has a whooping amount of 70 gold right now. And that is, of course, all thanks to his augment choice, which was the Sleight of Hand. Now, he's been able to fully open forward, if I'm not mistaken. But he was on a 2-loss streak right now, and he somehow also got a lot of gold from these Scrugs, and all thanks to the item payout. You can now see the players slamming all of these items to make sure that they get as much gold from the portal as he can. And just as you mentioned early, you don't want to save items at all on that bench with item payout being your portal.
Yeah, Jejusaur making good use of the lost streak to get the money in the bank to be able to re-roll these punks going forward. They will be very, very strong, of course, as well. Already managed to get the Jinx up to 3 stars, so that's one item being paid out as well. I think we're starting to get towards the point where I don't know if it's going to take the win this round. It's going to be very, very tight, and I think this is honestly perfect for Jejusaur. Can start turning the corner, get some rerolls in, get some extra level up units, and use that economy along with the item payout to start pushing himself further forwards.
Oh, several augments though. Cybernetic Bulk kind of got nerfed a little bit. It now went down from 2 to 2 to only a 200 health. That is not such a huge nerf. It was mainly intended for the a lot of HP that really kept scaling up with these bruisers. However, it's still such a good augment regardless. 22 HP is not going to make such a big difference if you're playing any composition. But for 6 bruisers, it was really a lot of amount. Because with the 6 bruisers going in and all that max HP that also ends up scaling with Cybernetic Bulk, it was such a huge nerf to them. But for every other composition, it is still a good one. And there you go. Now you can see Scientistic late game specialist.
This is really interesting, because Scientistic picking up the true damage for at least for the time being. You mentioned vampirism before as a way to really make use of the early losses. We've had quite a few different players. In fact, we've got an actually very distinct separation on our scoreboard right now. Our top 4 and our bottom 4 players, HP-wise, there's a big drop-off.
Yeah, you can look at Ward's board as well. He has that Morello Mimic slammed in with the Nashor's Tooth and the Gambler's Blade, which is a combo that you might be seeing often, with Morello Mimic being placed now on carries rather than frontline units like Mordekaiser and Amumu and these units that can actually spread their abilities, because now it also gives some attack speed, 15% if I'm not mistaken. So it does really well as a combo alongside Nashor's Tooth, alongside Gambler's Blade, to be able to generate as much gold as you can. And since it's item payout, you want to slam your items as early as you can. Now, Scientistic with the Rage Blade Infinity Edge, I kind of find it hard to... What comp could you be going for with this? Because this is definitely not a Scenery roll itemization. Okay, but Rage Blade Infinity Edge. What comp could you go for with this?
I mean, we've got the idea from a late game specialist that we are going very late on this one. I know that one of the things that I think caught people off guard was how Jhin has really fallen off in terms of popularity and effectiveness, but I do wonder if maybe we might be looking at a very, very late game situation where we could be having perhaps, looking more towards the rapid fire side of things instead.
Rapid fire could be an option, especially for the fact that Ramping Rhythm also got a buff recently, and now they start with 4 stacks going on it. But Rage Blade Infinity Edge. Also, I think Lucian also got a small amount of a buff. And Apricot now does such a good job at specifically applying the amount of attack speed scaling, because there was a small issue with his attack speed scaling. And his AD got a 5% buff, and his base AD also got an additional buff now. The carousel, looking at these items, Peter, it's a second carousel with no spatula in sight yet.
Yeah, that's going to really limit some of the options. I think it's not unreasonable for some of our players who have played a lot more, bleeding out style, particularly Zyko and Tiaan down towards the bottom, who have expected to have seen at least one spatula between the two of them, but it's really limited their options, and I start to worry for those two towards the bottom that they won't be able to turn it around.
Look at that Dazzler Bard now. He is definitely looking to get it in, especially with Dazzlers now. And again, small buff, especially with Twisted Fate now, getting it very, very early if you're second Norris. He got a Disco TF, And he also got in that Blitzcrank a little bit early, and with cybernetic implants, that's a lot of mana being generated. And now Gargoyles is also such a decent buff as 100 bonus HP. It does a lot. If you think about it, it's only 100 HP. No, it also scaled with the Dragon's Claw getting more and more HP. And look at it, Havali just raised the stakes. So that is the best full utilization of Hostile we have ahead of us. I love it from Havali.
So just a reminder for anyone who hasn't played so much the current patch, it will mean that all of the stacks are getting doubled up. As you see there, that's a big step forward. But any win will mean an immediate forced cash out and losing a chunk of those acquired hearts already. So it's a very high risk situation. It's fascinating to see Havali at this point when he's got a lot of gold in the bank already. He's not in a precarious situation at all. So I think he feels like he can afford to take a risk like this.
Yeah, because of Tiny Titans as well. It made him be able to tank so many more losses. And all the Heartsteel players that were in the lobby, all of them cashed out. So he knows that he's not going to be grieved or playing against anyone that might be wanting to lose the loss streak. Now, if Havali is able to get in a Yoni, which is going to get very, very soon since he's close to level 7 with almost 50 gold, and his spot is amazing with about 54 gold. He also pre-leveled, so that level 7, and he already has 2 sets on the board. If you look at it, that could be a 5 Heartsteel cash out with Raise the Stakes. It could be over 300 hearts after the walls.
And that's a lot of power. But what we are seeing from the other side of things with Tiaan is one of the competitions we were expecting to see. Kevin, of course, marks his territory with the Riven composition, but he's not in this game. Tiaan's the one to run this Riven line down. We know that 8-bit has been pushed in this patch, and Riven was one of the units that wasn't, nerfed alongside that buff.
That's a very early level 7 Lucian that he just got in right now with 1%, by the way. Now, that itemization on the Lucian might not really be the best, but I think if you're able to move in the items, Lucian with Gambler's Blade and these items, I assure you is going to be generating a lot of gold, specifically now when he's very close for 4 rapid fires. So even if he wants to keep the items on that Aphelios and look for a Yone for the 5 Heartsteel coming in, it's a lot of gold generated. And now, the third set of augments. If it's a Prismatic, this lobby is going to take such a huge turn, specifically punishing players playing for the lost streak, such as Havali, if he's not able to get something that pumps up the economy even more. Now we see Cubics on, rolling right now, I think, for the Riven composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good so far. We don't have the headliner quite as of yet, but we've actually run through a lot of money getting here. The Cubics, it's a kind of a little bit of a dodgy situation. You're in a lost streak, rolling down and not really hitting too much of anything, whereas players like Psycho, we can see here, have already got a pretty good setup online. We've got the beginnings of a very scary looking pentacle ball coming together.
Yeah, that is going to mean Karthus, and he does have 2 BFs down there. He needs 1 tier to make a Spear of Shojin. Wait, never mind, he actually has it on the Zed as well, so that is a very good composition for Zed. I mean, for Karthus, sorry. And keep in mind that he also has 2 BFs, so that could essentially translate into a double Bloodthirster. Maybe one of them going with a Mordekaiser on the Akali. It's going to be another golden set of augments, and I think big grab bag here is going to be such a good option, or Martyr, since you're already jumping on 7 pentakills. Yeah, it could be such a very good option.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're working with some units which are going to really want to get towards the end of the round and stay alive for as long as possible. So I like it from Psycho's side of things. Is low on HP. We are starting to see those HP differentials collapse. Sacred Norris, though, is still up at the very top with a mighty 93 HP and win streak. Everybody else, though, is starting to close in. Psycho and Tiaan getting very close together. Sappho barely below, and everybody else around the 50 or 60 HP mark.
Ooh, look at Havali, though. Naturally rolling here, maybe looking to put in 5 Heartsteel, but he gets a Disco TF headliner in a lobby that is contested by so many Twisted Fate players, and he also gets a Twisted Fate 2 with the Gambler's Blade going in. But now, decides to give the Gambler's Blade on the Lucian, since the value from that item is not going to be really high because he used up all of his money, and he's raised the stakes, but I think he might have grieved himself because that is going to be a round where he wins. And winning here is such a terrible place to be in if you were Havali. It was just the last round right before the cash out and right before he raised the stakes. But I think he rushed it a little bit, and now he's going to be losing half the amount of these hearts. He's going to be a little bit heartbroken, pun intended. And that's quite unlucky for Havali.
That's really interesting, because Havali wasn't really in peril of getting knocked out or anything. He only had a lot of HP left to play with, so I mean, it is a very new mechanic. We'll have to see. Ultimately, he did end up getting the 100 heart cash out, so it's not absolutely nothing, but yes, it's a lot less than it could have been. For players like Sappho and Tiaan, though, towards the bottom, I think they're wishing they could get cash outs like that because they need to make do with what they've got right now. And what they've got right now isn't looking amazing. We've got at least a version of that same board from Sappho, but it's on a massive loss streak.
I think he got a little bit excited. Slamming these items was such a very unexpected move coming in from Opale, to be fair. And he did see the enemy's composition and slammed regardless. Now you look at Zyko's board, which we have kind of an interesting setup. We spoke about headliners so much at the beginning of this stream. And if you look at it now, we see a lovely mix of a pentakill KDA. Because when you were on Zyko's spot, he didn't have the luxury to look in for the pentakill headliner, whether it was Viego or Karthus, which is a unit that you could be looking for in this board, or even the Executioner Kali going in with the 4 Executioners, especially after their recent buff. Because this is a composition that can also be going with pentakill. But he got a 5 KDA instead, decided to completely ignore that Viego and go in with a 5 KDA, 5 pentakill. That is not a normal composition. That is not a composition that you're going to see every day.
No, I think it's just our players acknowledging that they need to play what they can access because things are getting very, very tight. Again, today is really all about getting in the top 4s. And getting knocked out in 8th in your first game is a really, really tough spot to come back from. It's possible, but you're fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the day.
Yeah, looking at it now, you can still see that there's not been a single spatula. I don't know how Zyko got his pentakill, but it was probably just a tome, a spatula that he got from Wolves immediately. And now he's in a very good spot. He also has a Viego too, completely ignoring the Karthus again. And the only thing that I might be worried about a little bit is Sappho's situation. He's at 15 HP. He got Healing Orb, Spot, he got Partial Ascension, and I'm not sure what his third augment was. But if we could take a look at his board, I think that his position currently is not the best.
Now, Sappho has taken a whole bunch of combat augments, but it still hasn't been enough to turn the tides for him. I think we've just got too many players who are putting together 2 strong boards. I'm checking with Tiaan again. You can see that, again, we've got some good item carriers being put in place by some of these comps, but I think Zyko, even without the Karthus in place, has still put together a substitute composition that's still strong enough to put together a solid win streak and drag him out of a potential bottom 4 and start really contesting for top 4.
Have you seen that RE damage? I think that attack speed coming in from Murillo is a little bit illegal, if you would allow me to say. He also gets a headline on Mordekaiser now, but is feeling pretty safe with that composition. And all thanks to Havali, taking all of these Blitzcranks out of the pool with his headliner, Sappho has not been able to find a single Blitzcrank at this point. He did get a 0 item Ziggs, but that is not 5 Disco. That is not a Sentinel frontline with Blitzcrank coming in.
Now, I think this is something we're going to be seeing across the whole of today as we see on the other side. Oh, a Blitzcrank, you want to for them? Let me show you exactly what your composition could look like on a different day. Yes, I think Sappho just ring-robbed of a lot of the units that would otherwise bring this comp together in a more serious way. And to be knocked out by the very composition you were trying to put together yourself is really the final insult.
Yeah, and look at the automation that he has on that Blitzcrank. It looks like he has Pandoras, but when you look at it, no, he just got some good BIS. The fact that now Gargoyle gives more HP, and the fact that Ionic also has a base amount of 200 HP, that's 300 bonus HP coming in from these items. Warmog's giving him an extra amount, and Disco healing for a maximum HP. Frontline coming in from Havali's board, it's kind of disgusting. That's the only thing I can say, really. And just as you said, going out by the same comp they decided to build yourself was kind of unlucky.
So checking back in with Jegisaw for a second, we see the Punk is brewing away towards the mid-table, but we have got the more immediate concern here of Tiaan and the competitions that I would have expected to have been doing a little bit better than it's ended up being doing. We've got ourselves some way towards hitting up the 3-star, but we're not, I think, anywhere near as close as you would like, especially when we're moving towards the 8-bit direction more. I think Tiaan's going to just start throwing money at the competition, praying that we get a few more coming through. We've got the upgrade to at least get in Caitlyn, but we do not have our edgelords that we're looking for.
No! That's over 50 gold and not a single Revan, but then he gets 2 of them in a single shop, and now he's just down 1 Revan. He has descended and is still down 1 more. Despite the fact of rolling 50 gold, he gets 2 of them in 1 shop, and he doesn't really have the capability to look in for another one. Now, using the autumn payouts, to make some more gold, to perhaps try to buy a little bit more time. I don't think that this composition is looking good at all, but if he gets one more round, that can be such a good luxury that allows him to look for an additional round for that Riven, and he is able to get a win against Havali. Currently the strongest board in this lobby, but all thanks to Edgelord having access to the backline. If he gets that Riven, everything will change. Just one more.
It looks like might be a bit too much of an ask. I think it's very fortunate. We're going to have to start throwing everything in here and just start selling things off, because you know the runway is running out here. At least you can put, you've got the Caitlyn to substitute out, but you're going to need to have another good round. Keep your eyes closely on where this Riven passed through the round. Edgelord makes it a little bit harder to predict, but if he doesn't hit a vulnerable target and get stuck on a frontliner, then this could be over very quickly.
Yeah, that is quite unlucky, and that is... That's a TFT moment for you right there, Peter. But look at his fight. It's now going to be Edgelords against Edgelords, and that looks quite interesting when it comes to the fact that they both have no backline anyways.
Oh, I suppose that's the other problem you might run into, is you run into a version of your composition, or at least an adjacent version, that's just stronger. Riven versus the Yone there. It turns out the Yone will be that little bit stronger. We have our second elimination, and we've got Scientific and Sacred Norris both below 20 HP.
And now Kubikson obviously has to cash out. Gets to have that Yone 3 now with him getting Tiaan out. All these Yones are back to the pool. And he's still looking to maybe look for 4 crowd divers, which could be such a very strong addition to this board. Or maybe add 2 more Edgelords, because I don't think they have the luxury to have another Heartsteel cash out, right? Right, I think this is the time where you get to dump the Heartsteel. No? Okay, no.
I think the advice I got given on it was, it's always one less cash out than I think you can get away with. And I think that's a well adhered to here, but I mean, Kubixon's getting away with it for the time being. Scientific is up to level 9. We noticed before we had the late game engagement from the way the organs been set up. We've got our friend Jin in the mix, who has been a little bit less popular, as we mentioned before. I don't know if it's quite got enough grunt to be able to get through. No, Yone is too strong. Scientific is being teed up for to be perhaps out in 6th place.
Yeah, Fast 9 was his win condition, and he had to get to look for that maybe 5. I mean, 4 big shots with that Jin headliner they might have been looking for, and then goes another Pentakill emblem. Someone has to deny that from Zyko, or he's able to get 7 Pentakills in, by the way, with that Akali. And there you go, it's denied by Scientific. Despite the fact that he doesn't need that Pentakill emblem, he's like, you know what? If I'm going down anyways, I'm taking everyone with me.
Oh boy, looking up at the top of the scoreboard though, Havali and Zyko, they're both looking really good. Up to 40 HP, Zyko as well on the win streak. We've actually ended up in such a situation where we've got the back, we had the Ari coming in as kind of a substitute Karthus for a while. I think we've actually got enough itemization to be able to build 2 backline carries. Maybe we're going to switch out for something else. We've got the chance to bring in a second 2-star Ari after selling the first one. We've got the items for it.
He's got the items for it, but he's not being able to put 5 KDA in now. He needs the Super Fan for the item to keep going on the Akali. And now with the recent changes to the Karthus, despite the fact that he hits 4 units only, the damage has received a buff. So it allows for a better combo of him and Akali being able to execute units in the backline a little bit quicker. And now it is Scientific against Second Norris. One of them is going to be going out. Scientific, luckily, has a very strong backline, and that Twisted Fate is still 1-star. I don't think that Sona 2 is going to be your win condition, especially when she's given attack speed for the 1-star Twisted Fate that has already been deleted. Second Norris also goes down with a twist. That's a 114 less damage for his HP, because you know what happened? He surrendered.
Oh boy, I mean, we get to see some of the differences in the matchups here as well. When you've got the Twisted Fate board, you really are trying to just chew through everything. If you've got the Karthus, you've got immediate access to those backline units, like, a 1-star Jin, and you can just delete them off the bat. With Twisted Fate, you're going to have a much, much harder time, because this front line is looking very, very good, even if the backline is a little bit anemic.
Yeah, I don't think that this fight is looking too good, Peter. Scientific has the best items for Jack, Quicksilver, and Rabadons. Nothing is going to stop him from jumping, but can he keep that Jin safe?
I mean, there's just no way of doing it, is it? We'll see. At least avoids getting hit by the first ultimate, but second one's going to be shortly coming, and with that, just all of your damage goes away. At least Scientific has managed to hold on to, presumably will become a top 5 finish, but we see why Karthus is so popular right now.
Yeah, not just Karthus. You're playing with a composition that heavily relies on backline for damage. And you know who loves backlines? Akali. And you know who follows up on this backline damage a little bit too effective? Karthus. So Scientific got presumably against the worst composition he could go into. A composition that has a free backline access with Akali ignoring the entire front line, paving the way for Karthus, who also happens to do the same exact thing, ignore the entire board and just look at the targets to finish what Akali started. And there goes Scientific in a 5th. And now we're down to our top 4 players.
So checking with Jeju, so we haven't had a chance to talk too much about the Punk board for a little while, but we've got such a good setup here. The return on investment is fantastic for Punk, considering that it's not only just got buff, but you get much quicker access to it with your reduced cost rerolls. We're into the top 4 with a lot of rolls. You mentioned, of course, the spatulas from before, which really let this board go off hugely. So Jeju is a little bit capped on how strong this board can get. He's out of cash, and I think he's just going to have to try and make the best he can. A battle with Kubixen for that top 3.
Yeah, and by the way, despite the fact the Punks have been really getting played recently with Executioner board that goes with Twin Terror, I think that extended play receiving that minor buff in this lobby with 2 gold when you 3-starred a Punk champion, when you 2-star them, it is actually such a very good buff that you get. Because that extra component that you get with the extended play and that 2 gold you get when you 2-star every unit has been able to buy him so much time. Havali's board now, not looking too good because again, the same issue that everyone has faced against Kubixon's board, that free backline access that these edgelords have access to. Is now looking in for the final cast, and again, Punk also suffers from the same exact thing. If the Jinx is dead, and if the Vix is dead, your composition has no damage. Yes, Twitch is really strong, but I think in the Twin Terror build, he's much stronger.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you can access it, you're always at the mercy of whether the Augments decide to comply, and it just didn't happen this time round. I think all of our players, with the exception of Zyko, of course, are battening down the hatches, knowing this next round could end them. Havali, in the most favored position, gets the 2-star Ziggs in, which is not too shabby at all. The Sona in the front line, the back line, we've got the Alawi to distract the aggro as well. I think Havali's in a good spot.
Yeah, 7 edgelords against not your sole favorite composition, the Punks. And again, remember what we said a little bit, Peter? Crowd Divers going back for the backline, and 7 edgelords is not looking good at all for Judasaur. Again, this unit doesn't care at all about how so many executioners you got, and he doesn't care about that 3-star Pantheon. Because edgelords with all that attack speed, soon as anybody drops him with 50 HP, they're stacking Omnivamp, going in for the Yone. Even if he dies, he's gonna be stunning the Vex, giving enough time for the set to go in and finish Judasaur out. And now Havali has one more round to look in for that Blitz 3 or just call it off.
I mean, it's so strange given how many people were battling for those Blitzcranks to get to the point in the game where they're just there for a potential 3-star as well. Zyko, though, definitely positioning himself as the final boss of this lobby. The Karthus board, this is absolutely nuts. I do like, at least again, that Havali has got the distraction of the tentacles here to try and buy a little bit more time to get going. You know, we've got the Gambler's Play, we've got the Ginsus as well for the Sona, but I think unless we get that upgrade, and I think we're out of time, then I don't see a win coming in.
Yeah, another Yone board, by the way. Look at it. I think this might be a little better position for him, because that Karthus is not looking too safe, Peter.
Oh, it's always so tight towards the end. We have immediately Yone moves in, but he's attacking. I'm going to say the wrong unit. He just Kevin Parkered his way through the back line. And just like that, just like it was in Vegas, he's the one left standing at the tail end of it. That is a threat being leveled at the rest of the lobbies. Havali goes out in 3rd place. We're left 1-on-1. This carousel could change everything, as Jeju saw from the sidelines. We'll look on sadly at the Punk emblem rotating around.
Yeah, Kubixon's board is doing absolutely massive against the Pentakill because, again, we spoke about so many times how the Pentakill and how the Executioner Akali followed up by the Karthus casting the rights makes it easy to destroy backline units. But you know who doesn't suffer against that? A composition that fully relies on your frontline dying. A composition that is made up full of frontline units, edgelords, that have free backline access with the edgelords going in. So I think that Kubixon could win this lobby easily because he essentially counters Zyko's board.
We shall see. The positioning is going to make a huge difference here. We've got multiple red buffs in the mix to try and mix things up. You can see switching from side to side. This could be the final round.
It could be. It begins now with the Yone going in on the left line. And I think that's not the best positioning you want to put your Karthus in, because again, he still has free access to him. Again, this unit is not looking too good now, but look at the healing he has coming in from the hand of Justice alongside the Titan's Resolve and attacking Omnivamp. Karthus gets to live, but Akali cannot really give him any additional damage. And just as I said, there is nothing you can do against that comp. You just gotta keep Karthus alive for as much as you can and burst Yone before he can lick his wounds back up to full health.
I mean, this is the kind of, the triangle that we're building up here, is that the Pentakill board does an incredible job of doing spread out damage across multiple units, but when we've got so much power concentrated, like in this case, with the Yone, ultimately you don't have anything that's going to take down a unit that's that strong, especially once you scale up. He's not just scaling off of the, off of his ability, he's also got his items as well. But if he gets to the end of a round, he is just unstoppable.
Yeah, and his augments really do make up for it. He has that golden Inspiring Epitaph alongside with healing orbs. Each and every unit that this unit kills keeps him alive for quite some long time. And the healing coming out from him is just way too nice. No matter where you put that Karthus, it's gonna be stunned from the crowd divers, giving him some more time for the unit to go in and stun them. We have not seen that Karthus been able to cast twice in a single time, but again, it's looking a little bit better this time with the Akali killing him, getting him very close to low HP. But hell no, baby! Crowd divers giving him more and more damage over the time, and healing orbs is going to be keeping that Yone unkillable. He just is unstoppable.
I think we, coming into this one for quite a long time in the game, we were worried that Kibixon was going to be taking a relatively early exit, just wasn't able to find exactly what we're looking for, but I mean, everything seems to be working out pretty darn well so far. I love that we've also got, little sneaky itemization in there from the Kale in the corner to throw a little bit more healing reduction. I think for Zyko, the big thing in this drop for the Dragons is just trying to find anything that might swing this matchup.
Yeah, the thing with this composition, you need something to burst it. And that is not what Pentakills can do unless it's a backline unit that you can look for. Now, you get a Golden Spatula, so that is so much damage coming in from the Akali. Maybe giving her a little bit more time to scale. And just as you said, you need a lot of anti-healing, and this is something that his composition lacks. Morellinamikin coming in for the Yorick is gonna be applying it with the ghouls to the entire board, so it should be better now with the 5 KDA and the anti-healing and the Yorick too, perhaps buying more time if placed correctly. Peter, that's the final fight.
Alright, let's go around again as we're just being kept bated breath. Alright, there we go, we got baited onto the other board. Keep your eye on whether or not that Karthus gets aggressed onto early on. As you mentioned, the healing reduction is in place, but the Yone is wading through the middle of the battlefield, getting right onto the Karthus, and just like that, it's like it never existed, but it gets burst towards the end. Kibixon goes down and gets dropped. Zykoon pulls out the win. Kibixon has to settle for second place.
That's an anti-healing diff, and that's a Yorick 2 diff, buying a lot of time from that Yone, despite the fact that he went on the Karthus and the targeting really served him well. He's not been able to cast that ability a little bit more than he wanted, so he can stack up the Omnivamp and again maximize out on the healing orbs value. Keep in mind that Yorick's ghouls kinda grieve healing orbs because each and every ghoul that he die doesn't trigger the healing orbs value. It only triggers on the actual units. It doesn't trigger on the summons. So it bought in a lot of time with these ghouls getting in too tanky. It was a Yorick 2 and a Morellinamikin going on him diff. That anti-healing, all the difference.
I like as well the validation we've got coming in from Zyko, of course, noted as coming through in our previous championship and being incredibly good with a single composition. This time, being able to ride right on the meta again and show exactly how much you can refine down. We will have ourselves a short break, of course. We've got 6 games going through today. That was merely our first, so stay tuned. We'll be back with our analyst desk and then game 2.
Hello, I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemaids. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, he's very good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis, we have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think tournament is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk after that amazing start in our first Golden Spatula Cup in Remix Rumble. Now, top of the show, we were talking a little bit about the comps that we are expecting out of today. We did see the ribbon, we did see the disco, but I feel like we saw a little less Karthus than we originally anticipated. Vida, talk to me why that was the case.
Yeah, Psycho got that early Pentacle emblem right that really just kept the scope for the fact that he was going to go down, and Root also found a pretty early Akali headliner as well, right? Just kind of showcasing for everyone that wants to go down that route that no matter what they're going to be trying to build here, it's going to be less ultimate than whatever they were like Psycho was going to be able to cook up over the course of that game.
And it's going to be the case with literally all the meta comps that are very, very contested. We saw with Ari Sentinel's last patch, in this case with Disco as well. One player, high rolling, has just a great stage 4 roll down. That is Havali, of course, was on Heartsteel. A little oopsie with the cash outs once he raised the stakes, but still found a Disco Blitz in headliner and had the TF2 almost for free. And that meant that Safo did not find a single Blitz. He went 8th in the process. Sacred Norris, similar story, could not find an upgrade for either the TF or the Blitz, ended up 6th.
Yeah, and speaking of finding things, you know, there was one unit that just eluded a player completely despite not even being played by the contester. I'm of course talking about that Riven. Tiaan not able to find that very last copy of the Riven to make that Riven 3 32-bit dream come alive. On the other side, we did see Kubixen with that Yone, but he wasn't even running the Riven, so truly a little bit of bad rolls on the side of Tiaan.
Yeah, but a little bit of an unfortunate situation going on for him. I know he wasn't feeling too good about the patch as well yesterday when I spoke to him, but also staying with Kubixen, right? Our reigning GSC champion won GSC free back in Runeterra Reforged, and also Psycho was second place at the Fates Championship when we had the Chosen mechanic, very similar to Headliners, right? Him just showcasing his ability coming off, starting the season with a big bang.
A very cool final fight between Kubixen and Zyko as well. I was interested with Kubixen. He was playing the 7 Edgelord version. I think the 4 Crowd Diver might have been stronger overall in the late game, but I don't know if it's on his roll and he just did not see a single Kiana, and that just was not possible throughout this game. In the end, back and forth throughout those last few fights, Zyko managed to take it. The Yone could not burst down the entire team and ramp up in time, but I think a very good first game to really showcase the meta right now. A lot of the key meta comps and reroll comps were played in this game 1.
Yeah, and I feel like also the fact that we had gold, silver, gold, not too big of a portal. It's something we haven't been talking too much about yet. With this new patch, there are a few new portals that are quite impactful. We saw a glimpse of that in the portal choices at the beginning there with the Wandering Trainer. Thankfully, I think I speak for everyone, not coming around this time here, but it could be something we see later down the line, and that is going to impact games quite a lot.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk quickly. It's like we saw the extended play come through from Jeju here, right? A player that we saw highlighted at the top of the show by Dohky as one of the strongest players in the region here. And very finally, actually, he didn't have 3 items on his Jinx for quite a while. Decided to go opt in for items on Twitch onto Vex. And Vex specifically is what you're going to see a ton of this weekend. Her stats are absolutely incredible when you look at her average placements. The amount of CC, the amount of damage that she brings to the mix is insane for a lot of these reroll lines.
I love Jeju playing Punk. I'm a big Punk believer since the beginning of the set. I know a lot of big brain, high LP players just think it's a linear reroll comp that sucks. It's only for beginners. Not the case. I love Jeju playing it for top 4, which is what you will realistically get most of the time. And with the itemization, he had an IE in the mid game. Punk, you really want to play very high tempo and preserving a ton of HP, slamming items. Not ideal on Jinx, and I think that's why he kind of duo carried Jinx and then came back to her later with the Runons. Overall, I think he played really well. Return on investment, goated augment for this comp. It does exactly what the comp wanted to do in the late game to not bleed out too early. And I think some players who have an open mind will be playing some Punk throughout this weekend.
Like there's a little bit of personal report in that statement there, Panda. But speaking of a little bit of the bigger picture here, of course, this was the first game of several. We cannot put too much emphasis on that because now it is going to be important for the players that plays at the lower end, kind of turn it around. But there is 5 more games for them to do just that. At the end of the day, there will be a big cut off, a big elimination, and that is what we're looking for. Of course, just a quick reminder, points are the same as they always have been for Rising Legends. We're going 1 to 8, 8 to 1, and we will be seeing the same sizes of cutoffs throughout the weekend, and we will be looking at our standings in just a little bit. We're just waiting for the lobbies to finish here, make sure everybody's on time. A little bit of a hiccup as we started our first game today, but I am really excited to see what everybody came out as.
Talking about points, I think it's important to mention the fact that making it to day 2 also gets you GSC points was not the case back in set 8 and set 9. That change came through, so really important to accumulate those points to make it to day 2, not just for the chance of winning the whole thing and then make it day 3, but just to get that consistency going in terms of GSC points, hopefully qualifying you as a player among those top 16 that make it directly to finals off of GSC points alone.
Yeah, we saw last right, like how tight those points got towards the end, and this time around we only have the 2 GSCs for this cycle, right? So fewer points overall here. One singular strong performance puts you in a much better position than it has been the case for at least the previous set.
Yeah, it's a really big point that we will definitely pick up again once we actually get there, as we will be dishing out those points later in the tournament. Now, we have been talking a lot about comms, right? We have been talking a lot about how emblems kind of now are back. I think they were already pretty big for Vegas. Then after Vegas, they fell off just a little bit. Now it feels like every single comp, every time you get an emblem, it's like, oh, yeah, that's what we're doing. Ready, vertical pentakill. Is that just me, or is that what we're going with?
I think mostly with the new portals, there are much more, many more games where you're going to have a spatula start. It's going to be more likely. Whereas the beginning of the set, after set 9, and how impressive tomes and spatulas and vertical traits were, I think there was a huge shift in kind of the concept that Riot wanted to have for this set. That's maybe changed a little bit. I think the spatulas are quite transformative and they're quite fun. Things like, for example, Emo Spat on someone like Sona, someone like Thresh in the late game is really fun. So it's going to be fun to see how players adapt to a spatula portal where they have to make use of a spatula. They can't just play, Disco TF. They have to find ways to fit this in the meta comps. That's going to be the cool way to look at it, I think.
Yeah, right. But those
You're
that's also
me. You don't want the Wandering Trainer, but you do want the Spatula Portal fess up.
Oh, Makes. I have a list here of players. If you even step on the Wandering Trainer portal, you're going down on the list, and this list will grow throughout the set. I will have you kind of shadow banned when it comes to me, caster blessing you, etc. So watch out, players.
I mean, your caster blesses have been cursed, so I feel like that's just a
I had
bug.
a turnaround last set, Makes. Let's remember, okay?
I'm so sad right now that I'm using like my white notebook today instead of the black one, because I also have my black book with me, right? Just writing down player names there, David. But,
I'm trying to curse the players, not do more than that, Weeda. Please. I'm trying to stay in legality.
Yeah. No.
We have a few people in chat already admitting to that Wandering Trainer. I don't know, Kesman. I thought Panda liked you until now, but maybe that one is going to turn around. We are, of course, waiting for the standings after game 1 before we can go into game 2. Any comms that are a little bit out of the box that you're looking forward to see, maybe?
I haven't talked about it yet on broadcast. Shout out to Clement Chu from the Taiwanese scene. He kind of highlighted that in their tournament yesterday, Seraphine reroll became a thing. I think it's going to be a very interesting way. For someone like Safo in this game 1, you're behind on econ, you're behind on the race to get Blitz and TF going. You might be contested. It's unlikely you hit. Find a plan B, and that might be Seraphine reroll if you find a lot of copies naturally. It's a counter to disco, so in a lobby where you see 3 or 4 players angling disco from the beginning of the game, you might have a way to kind of shoot down that clump with Seraphine's ults, and it could be a viable reroll throughout this tournament. I hope we see it at least once on broadcast. I think it would be great to have these off-meta options.
Well, I had another idea, but we are going to go to our standings and keep those secrets for later in the day. Sorry, Weeda, but talk to me about the standings. We're, of course, looking at our 64, so all of the players that placed in the higher echelon of the first game.
Yeah, we see here EMEA coming back, starting off with a 4th place finish here, right? Dark Hider in the mix as well. Keep in mind that we do have 128 players today, so if your favorite player isn't showcased here, it's not because they didn't qualify, it's just because they're not in the top 64 as of right now. Orc also in there, right? Like a lot of like really high profile names on this page specifically.
Yeah, we saw Solvi Lelouch as well. Time Pop coming in with a 3rd place. Of course, only 1 game, 5 games to go still. A lot can change, but these players overall starting with a good start. They might have a good meta read or just had a high roll game. You know, it happens sometimes in TFT. But I think the mental aspect of doing well in this game 1 is so important in a new patch like this one.
And you can't see him right now, but I can. Our colleague Counterfeit is actually shuffling in our green room because we can see a British player in that upper echelon of standing. Stormy coming through in that placement here, but of course we're moving on. We're seeing a broad distribution. Happy personally to see Sabroyson in this list. He took a little bit off of playing as much as he did in previous sets in the last one, but we were talking about him top of show, Lakoko running it through.
Wait, not just Lakoko, count the number of French flags that on this page. France
I want to do something here now. I want to get this out of the way. Right? Because when I asked the question for Dohky, I was expecting to like bring some a little bit lower profile than JJ, in my opinion, to the table, and that player was Rebanav, as a player that I am looking out for this entire set, actually, or like just the entirety of this year, as a player that gonna perform well, kind of gonna rise above the crop of the rest of the second row of French players we might not know too well. Him starting off with a 1st place here, absolutely amazing to see that.
And one quick story from Spain as well. PowerMasacre, a very, let's say, unknown player, new wave coming in the end of last set, start of this set, qualified with TRC, showcasing that this qualification round is working, gets a 1st in this first game, and hopefully has a great tournament and a great set.
I agree. I do want to shout out, the lone wolf Dach player in that list there, Wega, also coming through with a 1st place is something I'm excited about. But of course, I'm also excited about our French players just once again showing total domination on the field. We do have our in-game casters ready for game number 2. So here are Counterfeit and Morgan to take you through it.
Thank you so much. Our first game was absolutely off the charts. Morgan, we kind of got a lot of what we expected in there. I think, as I mentioned, and as David was being a big believer there, we did get a few more bits and pieces which were perhaps a little bit different, with the punk being played, but ultimately, it kind of worked out how we would have expected going in.
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that I wanted to see a little bit more with the Spatulas, the only one we got with the KDA emblem coming in later at stage 6 from the carousel, and the Pentakill emblem that was slammed on the Akali a little bit early from Zyko's board. Otherwise, actually, he's the only one who had 2 Spatulas in. Interesting when you think about it. 2 emblems, I mean. So this game, I want to see more of the crazy stuff. Wandering Trainer would have been so good if it was picked. Sorry, the camera shake, but I got a little bit too excited about Wandering Trainers, and then I was let down when it was ignored.
I think honestly, it's worth shaking a camera over. I'm still shook that our players are willing to just throw the game into the blender like that. It's like playing, for everybody, it's just going to be completely wild. But we have got ourselves a wild lobby coming up. So we've got some very familiar names in here if you're a long-term Rising Legends fan. As we noted coming into today, we are in the wildlands of TFT. We've got a very substantial patch change coming in. And of course, we mentioned at the beginning of the show, Skipeus being one of those players who will be in this upcoming lobby, a real mad scientist type character who is very confident of being able to adapt and overcome.
Yeah, the only name that I might be looking in for this lobby alongside Skipeus might be Zebrostin, because he's one of the most amazing players that ever participated in Golden Spatula Cups or tournaments in general. A player that I hope pronounced his name right is definitely exciting when you watch his playstyle. Now, not really leaning on the lost streak, but leaning on doing more of the more unexpected stuff, like for example how Zyko was able to win with that headliner KDA Akali that he slammed in as soon as he got. There's not something such as a 5 KDA, 5 Pentakill composition, okay? That was a mutant composition that Zyko came up with, and it worked out because of the emblem and the items that he had perfectly slammed in for the Akali. So I want to see more of the flexibility and more of the adaptation according to what you get.
Well, I mean, as you're saying, I think just having access to those emblems really does open up the door for our players to get a little bit more creative. To touch back to what David was saying on the desk before as well, we have still got plenty of compositions that are still live in the kind of the general meta, which you haven't get to see. I do hope we get to see that Seraphine comp coming through, because if you saw in our previous lobby, Disco is apparently still not dead, and we're going to be likely seeing multiple people trying it, even as we saw there, that we'd like to get at least one of those Disco players, or maybe, falling out just because they can't hit their units.
Yeah, Disco's in fact not dead at all, except that it was quite just unlucky in this lobby that you had people playing so many compositions that had straight up backline access, crowd divers like Pentakill and stuff. So in this particular lobby, Disco was quite dead. In this particular lobby where people like Havali, I'm looking at you, griefing up others with their Heartsteel cash outs going into that 2-star Twisted Fate when he wasn't even trying to play Disco, and that Twisted Fate that also was paired up with a Disco headliner Blitzcrank that completely denied others of playing their Disco composition. Yes, Havali, Kanacha, again, but I think Disco is extremely strong at this point. It doesn't matter for this composition what augments you have, what items you have. Twisted Fate is one of the most flexible carries when it comes to itemization. Rageblade does so well, Archangel does so well, Shojin does so well, Natural Tooth, and etc. with the recent buffs of Merlin Amaken as well, and his ability to be able to spread these cards and anti-healing and the attack speed he gets from the item. He's a carry that you can just put ultimately anything on and he'll still be pretty useful.
I think that's one of the things I really like about the, spending a little bit more time with each set across the year rather than splitting off into a mid-set as we've been doing previously, is we get to see, kind of an expansion of the potential of a set. Like you're saying there, if we've got units that can work with more items, then we've suddenly got a very different approach to the game being opened up and more flexibility as to how our players approach things. I think anything like that that gives our players more ability to skill express can only be a good thing long term.
Yeah, what I find quite weird in this lobby though, that no one really committed to Country. Despite the fact that Country is extremely strong in this set, and after the recent patches as well, it is one of these compositions that is doing really well ever since the start of the set as well. Okay, so Twisted Fate kind of went a little bit down with the patches, and now he's back again with the recent buffs. Country is a composition that has been really stable for most of the time. It's a comp that requires you to have such a massive win streak, whether you get bounty hunters or not, and you can just keep on win streaking. It works with martial progress as well. Works with anything that allows you to re-roll. But you have to have such a stable income with it, and the fact that win streaking also got nerfed a little bit, and the fact that now their entire power comes in from having 7 Country in, because the units really rely on that Hecarim going in with full power. But the units in this composition are so highly contested, you're only almost guaranteed Orchid and Samira because they're not playing any other composition. So many Vexes, so many set units, so many Amumus, so it's kind of hard to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think that if we end up in a situation where we've got ourselves a lot of single target damage needed, then we'll absolutely be coming through absolutely huge. But let's check in with our full lobby overall. So as we mentioned, Skipper's experience of Bryson, of course, returning as a former GSC champion who's been out of circulation for a little bit. Huso as well, with the cat on the shoulder, very much equipped. I think we're going to have ourselves a very solid lobby here because everybody you can see with their points, they all scored second places in their first round. So they've been swift-seeded up against each other, meaning that they're all coming into this patch, this tournament, with all guns blazing.
Okay, you do not dare choose Golden Prelude. That is so boring. Nobody wants to see Golden Augments for the entirety of the lobby, please. Okay, I understand. You're all going in here sweaty, looking for just the win, so you want to know at least and reduce the RNG factor and know that you're going to get 3. Thank God. Know that you're going to get 3 golden augments. A 3-cost champion, Peter. What does that mean?
I mean, we're talking about ways which could swing the game. We could end up with some really powerful 3-costs here. I mean, you say you wanted to see country coming in. If we do see a country headliner coming in for Kezman, that's an immediate burst of power in, because sometimes it can be a little tricky to get the country online with that burning econ early on. But yeah, for other players, we'll keep our eye out for them and see if any of the rest of them have got the ability to turn into a good comp, or if they'll just end up throwing in the bin for money.
Alright, goes to Tomkench. He might not really need such a country headliner if he's able to get a Katarina in one of the next shops. Or, if that Tomkench headliner also comes up, it'd be really good for Kezman. And the fact with 3-cost champions is that it kind of directs the playstyle you want to go with. There are 2 ways you can play this. Is either you commit with the unit that you get, and if it's a country, you can go for a reroll. If it's a set, you could look in for an early hard steal lost streak. Or you could just say, screw all of it and just sell him. Make sure you get that 10 gold mark a little bit earlier, and use that portal to just get to the 10 gold a little bit earlier. There we go. Not a single Tomkench headliner in sight, neither a Katarina.
I do take your point though that we've got the potential to find that Katarina and get the country online. For some of our other players though, Experian, of course we can see here with another one of those very, very popular Cassante Heartsteel headliners coming in from the beginning of the game. I do like these units, so we've got Big Shot potentially online very, very quickly as well. We could put together a Heartsteel board that can not only, grab a few stacks, a few bits of extra money, but also hold on to a lot of HP as well.
Yeah, these augments will decide exactly how the game goes on now. Joe Lotus could be extremely good here if you were looking to a nice win streak. Clutter Mind is also very good with Heartsteel, except for some sad news is that you're not going to be able to maintain such a good economy. Yes, you're gonna be able to get some free XP that will allow you to go 5-8 quite earlier, but you kind of end up sacrificing some of that economy? Is that a 3-star Cassante angle that I see here?
Yes, I don't know if that's good news or bad news there, because that's definitely kept us from filling up the bench there, but I like it from experience side of things. You've got the Heartsteel pretty much ready to go, the Clutter Mind to send you up the levels faster, and a good long-term proposition. But for Goshe, we've pretty much pushed ourselves into the disco angle from the beginning of the game. Keepers means we're going to benefit a lot from comping up, which of course you do very often around a disco ball.
Yep, exactly. Very good catch, Peter. With Keepers, the only composition that you could play with is Keepers. Or, KDA, if you're able to get that lovely little triangle in the middle. You know that one where the KDA just lights up these blocks in a hexagon shape? No, in a triangle shape thing. Sorry, I'm bad at mathematics. And then, that was geometry. Holy moly, I'm so bad that I don't even know the name of the subject. That triangle in the middle could also work with Keepers pretty nicely. And you need to know that it also works pretty well with the... oh, wait. Is that 50 gold at 2-2? Yep.
That is the Bryson saying, you know what? You remember me? I was pretty impactful back when I was on top of the heap. Holy crap. This is crazy. And of course, richer means that he could even score up even more gold. We talked about before that open forting isn't so much of a thing now just because you can be punished so much for it. But if the Bryson's the only one doing it, he'll still be raking in the cash.
Now, I think that when you look at it, his angle and his positioning is extremely good. That's a lot of gold coming in for the Brosen, and again, just as we said with the 3-cost champion coming in, he was able to sell it, make up 10 gold at that early stage, And this is one of the very cases that we spoke about last game, if you remember, by the way, Peter. This is a case where open forwarding is such a very good idea because you're able to make up for the lost streak getting nerfed, where you have to go for 6 lost streak with 6 gold. But all thanks to the rich get richer, doesn't even matter. You're still making a lot of gold from that interest. And now, Spirion and Gaucher, one of them is going to have to grieve the other. And that is going to be Gaucher keeping up the lost streak before the carousel rounds.
It's going to be so important. As we've noted before, gold is at a premium right now in TFT, so any way you can get hold of it, be that win streaking, loss streaking, or augments, it's going to be incredibly valuable. But I do like in TFT that, that we've got some ability to really mess with each other. I think Zabrois is the one who's the most safe, though, because you pretty much just keep this board relatively weak, try and fish to maybe kill 1 unit, and move up the economy stakes. Now, 6 interest per round. Zabrois is just throwing down the gauntlet. Kesman was not willing to throw in no units at all, because that could have been even more disastrous.
Yeah, and just if you don't know that interaction or how it works, basically, whoever has more units on the board wins, or if both of them are open forting, who wins? Well, if you decided to open fort in a lobby where there's another open forter, I have sad news for you. You are now under the mercy of RNG gods, because whoever travels loses. So there's nothing you can do about it.
Just to correct that, because this is really important, is both people will lose. They both lose their streak. They both means that they end up with coming out of it with nothing, which is why this open forting has generally not been seen so much in this patch, just because it's so incredibly risky. And why I generally thought we might actually see 2 players take that incredibly high risk and potentially both tumble out immediately.
Oh wait, so both lose streak now. Okay, professional caster, by the way. I didn't catch that.
To be fair, there's a lot going on in this patch. And this is more a case of spotting something that isn't happening rather than spotting something that is happening.
Yep, that's why they pair me up with Peter. So when I suck, he knows how to recover. Okay, to be fair, these patch notes, I swear to God, it feels like we're studying for a test. Like, I skipped primary school, maybe, yes, because I'm not so good academically, but studying never ends. This is something that now I believe my mom when she said that. I'm like, yo mom, I'm done studying, can I play? And she's like, no, studying never ends. I grew up, I'm almost 23 years of age, and now, even in esports, Riot Games comes and they're like, yo, we got a whole book for you, read. So yes, I missed that one. Thanks, Peter.
To be fair, we need to have sympathy for our players in much the same way as well, because you've got to, especially with this being effectively a mid-set change, you've got to keep everything in mind while having such a huge systemic change, like, like the lost streaks being put in. But, even if, the studying you have been doing, when you've got the same material, but now suddenly that material works a different way, your kind of instincts and the way that you choose to play can now be wrong compared to what you have to work with now.
Yeah, something also worth mentioning here is that people are going to be looking at Experience board and they're like, oh, wait, he's playing Heartsteel, so he wants to make as much economy as he can. Yes, but he has Cluttered Mind, so there are 2 good things that come out of this. One, he gets these odds for higher level shops, so essentially he's able to hit 7 Heartsteel much earlier, because we've seen so many people able to get that 1-star Ziggs at level 7 with a single % chance, and we've seen also people able to get that Lucian at level 7 with a single % chance. So him leveling essentially gets the gap closer to the maybe that 10% Echo to come in at level 6, and I mean 5% to come in at level 6. So he's able to get Heartsteel L. Yes, he is sacrificing Econ, but he's reaching level 7 and 8 extremely quickly with Cluttered Mind, and he can still raise the stakes and lose with just so many bunch of weaker units on the board.
We'll check in with Zesko, who we haven't had a chance to see yet. Representing Turkey and bringing out a very, very early push towards what presumably will become a Twisted Fate board. I do want to touch back on what you're saying, though. We've got the Cluttered Mind coming in from Xperia, we've got the Clear Mind coming in from Toon TV, so we've got a lot of extra XP, and along with Zabrois and pumping gold in, we've got a good chunk of this lobby that are moving up levels, moving up economy a lot faster than they might be otherwise.
Yeah, and Zesko is so far the only player able to keep up that hefty 5-win streak. Unlucky enough, Toon went against him. With Cluttered Mind, you're not able to get that many upgrades on his board. And also, he cannot really commit to the Olaf reroll at all because he has Clear Mind, so you cannot keep a single unit on his bench. So essentially, we're looking at this Olaf just being an item holder right now. Picking up the orbs and immediately selling whatever comes out in order to make sure you get the clear mind and econ value. It's gonna be what Toon wants to do. I think that's over 40 gold here if he sells these units for the clear mind value as well.
Yeah, putting together a pretty decent board, all things considered. Checking back in with Zabroyson, though, who has been able to actually stack up a little bit of 8-bit while going on. Yeah, up to the 70 gold. I mean, he's down at 72 HP, which honestly isn't too bad. Several other players, Gaucher and Ketsman, are both down at similar amounts of HP, but they don't have 70 gold in the bank, and they don't get 70 interest per round.
Okay, imagine with Zabroyson here, looking at this board, he had Heartsteel. Okay, imagine. That would have been so insane. 5+ streak, you raise the stakes, you keep on losing, you have rich get richer. That would have been just extremely nuts.
Well, we talked about this on cards before, where if you can get away with this kind of thing, it's fantastic. You got the Clot of Mind for sort of effectively giving you gold per round, because you're not having to spend it on XP otherwise. And to get in a second revenue source here, like the Heartsteel as well, up to 97 for a decent cash out, then you're set up for a really, really good late game.
Yeah, now the second set of augments come in, and thank God it's not golden preload. We do not know how this one is going to be. Is it going to be a golden augment? Is it going to be a prismatic? Is it going to be a silver? This really directs how the game goes on, and it's going to be prismatics, Peter.
All right, we're off to the races here, Morgan. We demanded that we get ourselves. We've only got 2 Golden Spatula Cups this season. We need to get some pretty intense games out of every single day.
Now, Spirion, he has not really the best options given here. Enzosx has been performing absolutely horrible, specifically when it's a prismatic lobby. If you choose it at first stage, it's at 4.8, second one is 4.51. And he knows that with Heartsteel boards, I think Lucky Gloves is not going to be such a bad idea. Specifically that he's going to be getting a lot of these batting gloves maybe from the cash outs, so at least making sure you get these Lucky Gloves value is really good. Look at Goshai's now. Dragon's Will recently received a lot of buffs, Peter.
Yeah, and that's going to be the choice coming in. That's a lot of tankiness on that front line, so we're going to be able to heal for max HP. I like what's coming together for Gaucher. Again, every single player in this lobby came through their first game with flying colors, so we know they've all got a pretty good grasp on what it is they're going to be playing. I don't know if this front line is quite good enough to be able to deny it. It's a bit unfortunate it's not an AP board that Gaucher went straight into with so much magic resist.
Yeah, the Dragon Claw right now did receive 2 buffs. One of them for the basic one, which gives a 10% instead of 5% attack HP. And the second one also gives the Radiant one 18% bonus HP. Now, with all of the items having some base HP added to them, like Gargoyles and Ionics, it is one of the strongest and most very good performing items right now when it comes to Radiant items. Now, put that alongside with Keepers, put it alongside that he's going to be going for Disco. He's gonna have a Blitzcrank that is essentially unkillable in the late game with these items slammed in with 5 Disco.
It's gonna be nightmarishly strong. Really, the thing we're looking out for is to see how many other people are going to be contesting, even hitting that Blitzcrank in the first place. So it looks like Zabroyson is a potential candidate. 7-round loss streak, and the 70 gold, the 7 interest pumping in every single round. I like what we've got brewing here for Zabroyson, even if his HP total leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, he gets 10 gold every single round. 7 coming in from interest, and 3 coming in from being able to keep up the loss streak. And yes, he's stacking up 8-bit, just in case when he's rolling, he might get a Caitlyn headliner that he can pivot to, which is extremely smart idea. If you don't get Heartsteel, you gotta get something that at least prepares you for the late game. Now, getting grieved by Kesman, not being able to keep up his loss streak, Zabroyson is now gonna be essentially losing 3 gold per turn because of not being able to keep up the loss streak. But it's okay. You still have the first pick order in the carousel, and there goes a spatula he might be looking at now.
Yes, Zabroyson can just walk up and swipe that one away. That's pretty amazing, especially when you keep yourself relatively open to the way you're going to be approaching it. We mentioned on the desk before, and I think you mentioned it specifically as well, just that flexibility of how you bring together your late game composition, because this set is built to be, kind of to put different comps together, to smash them into one functioning composition, no matter what you can hit.
Yeah, looking at it now, despite the fact that the nerfs happened to the True Damage emblem, I'm not sure really if it's weak or strong. We've not had enough time to be able to study the tempo of that emblem because of the blink bonus getting removed recently. What do you think, Peter? I think that it took a massive hit, but I haven't really seen it in action. Is the true damage emblem slam on backline carries like Ezra and Caitlyn still a thing?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's just a step less strong, and I think maybe because we're seeing less reliance on the Sentinels than we were previously, true damage just becomes a little bit less, immediately relevant as it would need to be, but still pretty darn strong. So Bryson, though, as mentioned, has now reached the other side of that, so still has the money in the bank, but now has no more loss streak to be able to pump that money up even further. Very much more incentivized. Let's try and start bringing this board together.
Yeah, this fight in particular shows you that Zerbrosen just decided to keep on win streaking. Might have not yet moved the items yet from the Lulu, but okay. Juice's board is just strong enough to get him out of the line. Now he just wishes if he had lost that previous round and he would have been able to make infinite money. But these loss streak nerfs are kind of massive, if you're not able to keep up with a 5 or a 6 loss streak, you're pretty much doomed. And Zerbrosen goes in fully committed to that pentakill emblem now. I like it. There's not been a single pentakill player in this lobby so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's a really good way of marking territory, but Zesco's marks his territory up at the top of the table, almost going through 2 rounds in their entirety without dropping a single round. Has slammed so many items, including the enhanced double static shiv. This is a scary looking board. One more win will push this streak through in full force.
Yeah, the double static slam might have been quite aggressive going in from Zesco, but with Unleashed Arcana coming in, that shock treatment is going to be doing him a lot of value. This Lulu just removes everyone ahead of her with every single cost. All thanks to the double shock treatment, paving it away from the Annie, and the Spellweaver's giving her more and more AP. Zesco has not lost a single round ever since this lobby has begun. Now with shock treatment on Unleashed Arcana, there could maybe be a Spellweaver angle for him. Because I think Twisted Fate is way too contested in this lobby, no?
I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? As you mentioned, Twisted Fate definitely has that flexibility of the item approach. I thought for a second we might even get to see the doubling down from Experian here, but yeah, the itemization is going to be very, very important. Zesco, of course, will keep an eye on them long term to see if that streak keeps on going, because Gaucher is pushing up the table with the keeper's board from before that disco setup. Experian, though, down towards the bottom is the Bryson and Kezman. Kezman dropping dangerously low.
Yeah, look at Experian now. I feel like he's kind of lost with his board. Where would you want to go with the blue buff and Infinity Edge? Is it going to be on a Nezreal with a hard steel? Yes, essentially, because that is the only combo that can be on such a unit. Either him or Jhin. There's not a third unit that can have these two combos, these two items as a combo and looking good. Now, Kezman, so not looking solo with his spot, not finding a single Desco headliner, whether it is TF, whether it is even a Dazzler TF with these items, which is kind of such a good combo. He now has the option to pivot with the red buff and the blue buff on this Ezreal. He has a very good item combo on him, by the way.
It's got to be a little bit tempting, but I think the time being, well, I mean, Kezman's got a big loss streak still in place, so he really needs to make sure this is the way he wants to go. He's got very little money in the bank to work with, so if he drops the loss streak, then he needs to make the rest of the game pretty much just work with whatever he's got on hand right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Kezman at all. Not getting a single headliner whether it came to any disco units. Despite the fact of having very good backline items, that Speed of Trojan is going to keep TF attacking very quickly. And also, by the way, I think that the attack speed Sona got a very small nerf. A very small nerf to her from the Ezreal attack speed form when she's at level 1. She only gives 20% attack speed per the auto and 100% when it comes to the actual cast instead of the basic attacks. It's going to be also silver augments, which gets him another Sona. Sona 2 could be a massive upgrade, but still, not even being able to put in Desco so far, because you definitely don't want to move any of these units away, possibly for a one-star Derek. He's gonna do it anyway.
Alright. I mean, you gotta take what you can get, really, at this point. It's a really rough spot for Kezman, where we've talked about at the beginning of the day, there are just certain matchups you're gonna have a really rough time into, so you're guaranteed at least one loss coming up in the near future, as Juso will actually hit the Seraphine 3, so we were promised we would see ourselves a Seraphine comp before the day was done, and we just didn't expect it to be this early.
Yeah, you speak about Seraphine compositions, And I'm gonna speak about Karthus' composition. That's a Spear of Shojin with 7 Pentacles already in and the Karthus as a headliner. The massive damage coming in for him and the attack speed bonus coming from Pentacle Champions as they rock out. And the Trinity Force giving him all the stats he needs from mana. The Spear of Shojin combo giving him some attack speed. And that Pentakill Cane that is being absolutely dodged by the Ezreal right now. Faker, what was that? But that's a single star Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, longer term, we're looking for big things there. For Experian, of course, the Cluttered Mind has brought him up in power a lot sooner. Check in with Skipeus, who I've been really talking up here as the player to bring out something a little bit more unusual in this patch, has actually decided to instead go the route most traveled. Juicer, though, of course, will try something a little bit different. I really like the ball we've got going on here. We've got some really nice items here for our Seraphine. Of course, she's super fanned as well, so she is going to hit really hard.
Yeah, I think he also reforged one of the static shifts he had, and that gave him a decolo, if I'm not mistaken, on the Echo, which is such a very good item because I remember correctly he had double static shifts slammed on a Lulu at some point. So that probably might have been a reforge. And essentially you don't need more than one static shift to trigger all the magic shred coming in. So it's a very good option. And this Seraphine is doing God's work, targeting these backline units, which is also a composition that does so well against Disco because again, she does have a straight free backline access with a one-way ticket that goes no way back. After every cast with the Nashor's Tooth, she just deleted that Twisted Fate before he could even cast once.
Okay, so if we're talking about the idea as Kez when you say, I've got some bad matchups, then you run into the Seraphine comp that's specifically designed to completely ruin your day, just as you were hoping you might pull off some sort of miracle comeback and you're sent out in 8th place. These are the kind of stories you run into though when you're moving towards the higher tables. We are in the rarefied atmosphere already of our players looking to try and make sure they guarantee themselves a spot for day 2 at least.
Yeah, and looking at the HP bars of this lobby at this state, you can tell that it's much closer than the final lobby that we had. We don't have a single one, let's say, stomping the lobby except Zesco that was on a 10-win streak, but because he had time to roll down and look for that Seraphine 3, he lost, I think that was 2 or 3 rounds before he started licking up his wounds and going back. But look beneath him in HPs, 76, 64. This lobby is much closer than a final game again, Peter.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing some of the drops coming in here, which will be very, very important with this close lobby. Skipeus just managing to get the 2-star Blitz crank in place. As Toon TV brings us out something we haven't actually got to see directly on the screen so much. We have actually got the Lucian carry set up here with a lot of attack speed. Mort teased us with the idea that you get enough attack speed on this guy and he is going to hit really hard.
Yeah, and look at him right now with that Joe Lotus going in. That 2-starred, I think Lucian is kind of illegal, but all thanks to the Recon Bob. It gave him that Lucian specifically after the buffs. Again, he's extremely strong with the red buff and the Rage Blade. That's a lot of attack speed damage coming in for him, and the scaling is just scary. Now, if this was a Jazz MF, he might have picked it because 3 and 4 Jazz recently got buffed again, so having 4 Jazz with a headliner is extremely strong as hell. Specifically that you have a 2-starred Lucian at stage 4-2. All thanks to Recon Bob.
Recon Bob, it's the way you gotta go, isn't it? When you're in such a competitive lobby, you gotta take some degree of chances, especially when you got players like Zabroyson who are threatening it down from even the mid-table. Experian, of course, is the next one up on the shopping block with Kedsman being taken out early on. There's the 2-star Ezreal coming in, and we've got a lot of Heartsteel stacks brewing there as well. We've got the potential for Experian to push this board even further.
Yeah, now look at Spirions. He just needs to survive one more round, I think, before the cash out comes in. And he's not on an angle he can push the stakes anymore. In fact, the stakes are kind of against him as he goes against one of the strongest boards in this lobby right now. Zesco with the double static, and oh, that was the one with the double static then. There were no reforges. Okay, my bad on that one. And that one.
To be fair, there's a lot of very similar looking boards in this lobby right now, so it's more than forgivable. But yeah, Zesco, with that double setup for the static, you can just see that you just can't do too much of anything. Experian will get a decent sized cash out, but this will be the end of the line from him. You're not going to be raising the stakes there because there's no more runway.
Yeah, now we want to see the cash out. Where did the orb go, huh?
Oh, we just got ourselves the Virtue of the Martyr on the target dummy, which is pretty decent. I think the main problem we've got here for Experian is we've only got the one really big front line, and that's also using the the lucky gloves. So we've got 2 good items, but not 3.
Yeah, and also with the cybernetic implants, this dummy can have so much mana, you know? That ability
That's
of
true.
being able to stand in position, generate mana for doing absolutely nothing, it's very useful.
I think these dummies should have a little taunt they get if they get enough mana. It feels like they're being let down here. They're not target dummies, really, if you're not inclined to hit them.
Hashtag dummies have lives as well.
Hashtag we were the real dummies all along.
We were the real dummies all along. That's kind of true when you look at it. But if you look at Chuzo, he has a Giant Slayer angle, he has a Natural Tooth angle coming in right now, and also some maybe more frontline coming in with a double declo, all thanks to that Negatron combo that he has. But no, decides to go for QSS for that extra attack speed maybe, and also to dodge the Lulu stun that goes in from Desco. This is such a very good item slam for this specific fight.
I mean, this is so... I just love seeing this. It's so rare in TFT to be able to see a direct anti-meta comp taking place, but the frontline isn't actually quite good enough. Even with this being a very good matchup, Juso's going to take the L, does at least have the money in the bank, but Zesco is moving back up the table, even against the comps that are supposed to be beating him.
Yeah, you would think that this fight would go in a different way because essentially Even Shroud is... No, Even Shroud, the Spectre Shroud, the one that takes mana. Shroud is extremely good against disco composition. Yeah, that one, thank you. Does really well against the disco compositions because he cannot move and pivot them from one position or one side to another quickly enough because you have to move the disco balls and everything. But all thanks to the Lulu mana being low anyways, she doesn't really suffer from the mana burn. Yes, Twisted Fate did take a lot of time to cast, but the stuns coming from the Lulu kept her keeping Seraphine out of the way completely.
Well, we see Scapeus looking into Mirror for that last round, but Experian is the one who's in even more peril than Scapeus is. We have got ourselves a good 2-carry setup. Lucian carrying a lot of the excess items. The Ezreal doing a pretty damn good job on the front line. The Blitzcrank, I was criticizing for only having the 2 items, but they are 2 very good items, and it means Experience stays alive while Scapeus will drop down to single digits, a single HP.
Yeah, now I thought that this would have been a delayed damage. Thank God it isn't. And Scapeus is now down to 1 HP, just as he said. He has to sacrifice one of these echoes to put in the items on the Zac. And Zac, by the way, received some recent buffs alongside with this EDM that he has on him as a chosen frontline unit with the Onyx Power giving him some damage and the Bruisers. His frontline just got up by a massive hit. But that TF takes a lot of time to cast. No Nashers, nothing to speed up his attack speed, so I think he lacks some damage coming from the backline. And Lucian dodges a lot, Peter. This fight is going to be hard for Scapeus.
3 attack speed items. Toon TV is going to try and show us the full potential of the Unleashed Lucian. You can see he just shrugs off the Lux Laser. The Twisted Fate is left with no frontline very, very quickly. Scapeus goes out in 7th place. Unfortunately, didn't get to really cook for anything too much here, and I think just fell victim to playing too contested of a composition.
Yeah, going in extremely strong with that unexpected Lucian. With the double Rage Blaze taking that attack speed too quickly, takes Scapeus out of the game. Now we're down to round 5 carousels. Not a single emblem that is useful for any of the people in this lobby. There's not been a single Punk player, so that one is going to be completely ignored. I think if you were in Zaporozhian's possession, you do need some frontline, and also that BT will be doing you some good time with the recent buffs it had.
Yeah, I do love seeing we've got the generic items, or the generic Omni-Vamp items getting a little bit more flexibility. As you mentioned before, I think that's generally something that's happening for the whole set is more flexibility, more items, more ways to integrate with the set. Taking us back to our HP totals, though, the Broyce and Experian, they're both down to 1 life is the main thing here. So Broyce's board is looking really, really good. We've got the Karthus online with the headliner, we've got the Akali up to 2-star, and a Bloodthirster to throw on our Viego just to spread out our damage dealers and make sure we never are left without one.
Yeah, look at this fight now. Zaporozhian does have the 7 pentakill in, but against this board, with Ezreal moving out a lot, I think is going to be such a very tricky target for Akali to target. Also, he doesn't really have the luxury to put in the pentakill emblem on the Akali, which would have been a massive upgrade to her alongside the Trinity, so she gets immediately deleted. And he does need GH Lord, so that Kayn stays in. And it doesn't even matter who's alive right now, because Karthus is going to be going downwards immediately, and the Hearts heal. Final shot coming in for the big shot. Ezreal takes him down. If he had just moved the items. Unlucky.
I think as well, just making sure you keep your, well, having the Ezreal manage to survive through that rain of fire and come out of the other side unscathed is really, really good for Experian as well. All these players up towards the top of the table, but a first place here would put them in a great position. Toon goes up to level 9, has been running roughshod over the lobby for a little while. And I think for players like Gosha and Experian, like in our first game, we've got players very much in a position of just trying to battle to get into the top 4 at all.
Now look at Experian's board now. Peter, it could be either him or Goshai going out of this lobby if they go against each other, but no! The RNG gods have not blessed him. He's now against the strongest board in the lobby, against Toon. Does he make it out?
I mean, this Lucian has been absolutely unstoppable. Given enough time to scale up for the round, and looking like he's going to be able to... He doesn't actually land all of his shots onto the Ezreal, which might be the difference maker. No, not quite enough. So, with the Experience going out, Goshe is still in play, but maybe not for much longer.
That animation just absolutely went ham with the amount of attack speed that Lucian has. Experian and Goshai, both of them actually quite unlucky enough that they faced way stronger boards. It could have went better at least for one of them if they faced against each other, but no. Both of them went against different boards, and now you can see that Zeus's board has to go one way or another for him to be able to cap it. And I think the only cap that you could go for here is to either 5 KDA or 7 Spellweavers. You cannot have both.
No, and I suppose that's the frustration thing. If we don't end up in a situation where we've got the emblems, as you mentioned before, just for that little bit of extra push. I mean, Jiso's still got a lot of money in the bank, so yeah, goes up to level 9 to try and find the last pieces to put this one together. We know Hyper Pop is very much a viable option. We've got the upgrade. We've got now up to 2 Hyper Pop for a little bit more punch. And I think really the decision here is how to proceed into the late game, knowing you've got 2 opponents who've got a lot of HP to play with. They're not going to go down easy.
Yeah, Natural Suit could be just such a good option here, going for the Lulu to give him maybe more and more casts to make use of that Static Shiv. Also, a Rage Blade could be very good, yes, with Hyper Pop to trigger more and more attacks before the Seraphine. And against a board that essentially has free backline access again, just same as Enzosx with the shock treatment, and that Lulu that is able again to put in a lot of CC alongside Juzo's board. Both of them have backline access except for their first time, all thanks to the Illaoi Bruiser going in. These tentacles give him a lot of frontline time for the Seraphine to keep him alive, and that was an Illaoi diff, if you ask me. That Illaoi bought a lot of time alongside the Echo.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. I think just providing a few more bodies in the way can make all the differences. I think we're going to be seeing... you noted before, we couldn't necessarily get everything we want, but a 2-star Ziggs is way too good to be able to pass up.
Yeah, also getting very close to that Illaoi here. Needs just one more copy, and now has the scout to look where to shroud that Lucian. It could be a massive hit if you're able to get that dummy and the shroud against the Lucian to maybe delay the first cast, because the first cast is what makes the Lucian cap out so hard. So if he's able to get the shroud, it could be very good, but he's actually against the clone. Okay, and now it's Juzo against Toon, which I think Toon should suffer because he has no backline access speeder.
Yeah, it's going to rely on the Lucian just having enough raw DPS to be able to punch through, and there's a lot of targets. Having the Ezreal being added in, fully itemized as well, I think will be the difference maker, because it does have a little bit more backline access. It's close, but Toon takes the L. I think these two are going to be grappling through the entirety of the late game.
Yeah, that is almost a very close Poppy 3 angle. If he gets it, that's a massive upgrade to his front line as well. Relying on Moshers, also looking to maybe add a Jhin for the 4 big shot upgrade, because again, if he had that one, it would have been such a massive upgrade for the Ezreal deleting the Twisted Fate just on time. Because just as you said, the only backline access he has is through that Ezreal with the itemization he has on board now. So you need one Jhin, just one Jhin, maybe a single Kai'Sa. One of these two has to solve that problem of 4 big shots.
I think just having just that little bit more damage would be fantastic. So though, from 24 HP, we know this is not the matchup this board is designed to specifically be. It's not as clumped up to allow the Seraphine to get maximum damage in. You see that both the backline carries keep themselves relatively well spaced, but there's just too much DPS in the hole. And Toon TV takes another L as Juso moves onto a win streak.
Yeah, Juso's board doing really well now. I never would have expected the Seraphine to do that good. And again, Desco, I think, might be taking an L against the clone as well. So that is going to be a double shot coming in from Juso. To most of them, 2 birds, 1 stone. And now you need just one Illaoi if you were him. Not a single Illaoi going in for that board. And that's a very close Lucian 2 going in for Tiaan as well. Infinity Edge does very well with Jewel Lotus, so he could be looking at it. And not a single Poppy. Zisco decides to go for another Static Shiv. The shock treatment.
If 2 are good, 3 are better?
That's what they call absolute shock treatment. 3 Static Shivs.
I mean, why not, right? Why not exactly? They do scale with levels, so it's not going to be an irrelevant amount of extra damage coming in. I like that we've got the 3 itemized backliners here for Juso. This is a really, really good board that's had absolutely everything put into it. It doesn't get too much stronger than this, but it might not need to.
Yeah, when you look at it, by the way, that Morel that he just added on the 2-star Ziggs is a massive upgrade. More attack speed coming in for him, and also anti-healing being applied on the entire board. And he's now against the Desco board that gets fully shrouded. Should do him such a very good upgrade. Against Desco, you do need anti-healing, and this is something that he lagged in the final fight. So essentially now with the 2-star Ziggs and with the Morel and American coming in, this fight should look way, way better for Juzo. He has everything he needs. Backline access with the Seraphine and the Ziggs, magic resistance being shredded with the static and the ability coming in from the Ziggs, anti-healing by the Morellos, frontline staying alive, and back damage coming in from the Ahri, shredding through his backline. I mean frontline. Juzo's board really is the strongest contestant in this lobby right now for the first place.
Oh, I really like it. Once we get back to looking at it again, we'll have to go through it in more detail. But Tiaan has managed to find another hit, and you mentioned before that we are on 3 big shot right now. We've got the potential for a fairly substantial push in power towards these big shot units if we can find it. Doesn't look like that's on the cards. Heartsteel is still in play. Tiaan does have a little bit of HP to play with, but I don't think too much time. The upgraded legendaries are coming in, but Zesco on a single life is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, he decided to sell both of the Poppies before this fight, looking for more traits in with the Heartsteel for maybe for the Jazz to give him more and more HP and damage for the frontline and backline units. That's Israel now does make use of it. He's able to delete his backline immediately with the 3rd cast. Essentially, his frontline also gets shredded, and there goes Zesco out of the lobby, as now it's between Tiaan and Juzo is not losing a single round anymore.
Oh, wow. All right. This has been a fascinating lobby coming in. As was noted coming into this round, overall in the tournament itself, the French competitors have been absolutely clearing up towards the top spots here. Juice, of course, a very long-term player here in Rising Legends representing Spain. It would be very meaningful to all the Spanish viewers and players to have that big win on stream.
I don't think Zeus's board needs anything to be stronger right now. He's rolling, and for what? Maybe to try and deny that Illaoi 2 from Tiaan, if I'm not mistaken. But he gets it regardless. A massive upgrade for his front line. And he's spending all he can to get a 2-star cannon. Ooh, nobody needs that anyways. Puts it on the back line. And that Lucian triangle might be gone. I think Steadfast Heart could be such a very good idea here because you do need that front line.
Yeah, frontline is the thing that Tiaan is most missing here. I think it's been relying pretty hard on those tentacles to provide a little bit of bafflement. The Shroud will be going across the middle, which I think should miss a lot of the priority targets.
In fact, didn't hit any of them except just the Illaoi. It's a very good positioning coming in here from Tiaan. But the Rabadons on the Ziggs I find quite strange. Maybe he's looking for more backline damage to shred them a little bit for the Ezreal. That could be the idea. And it actually worked out. That Lucian going in, shredding every single unit on Zeus's board. And finally, Tiaan is able to stop his unstoppable 7-win streak. And now, I think that this was a positioning diff. No?
All right, so talk me through here. What do you want to see different positionally for this final round to maybe swing it back?
You need to shove the Lucian. That's 1. And 2, you need to keep the Seraphine and the Ahri, both of them out of the corners, so that Ezreal doesn't reach them out. I think if the Lucian is shrouded, if the Ezreal is maybe also shrouded and he can delay his first cast, these Spellweaver's buffs coming in from both Seraphine and Ahri is going to be able to keep the entire front line available. But is that the case? He does get the Ezreal and the Lucian, both of them this time shrouded, Peter.
And that could be the difference maker, even a few heartbeats away. Both of these players took 2nd place in their first game, but only one of them gets to leave this game with their first place of the competition. The Yorick gets blown to pieces. The front lines trading with each other. The Lucian opens up with all the hellfire, but cannot still do it. Tiaan goes down to 1 HP. Morgan, we're going round again.
I'm about to break my table from all the hype here, okay? Because I was telling you that the positioning div would make it. The positioning div would make it with the Shroud if you get the Ezreal or the Lucian. No, he got both. And this is something you don't want to do if you attune. You do not want to put both of them on the same side. Yes, you kind of want, because the Lucian does shred everyone for the Ezreal to be able to lead them a little bit faster, but you don't want to get them double shrouded.
All right, last time was merely the warm-up. This time it's the real deal. Which one of these two, Spain or France? Juso or Toon TV will take their first burst.
Yeah, the Shroud at least this time is able to hit just the Ezreal. The Lucian is staying alive, trying to shred it through the backline damage, but there goes the Ziggs. Traveling in the backline corner, applying World Maker to everyone. There is not a single unit able to heal. This time, not both of them were shrouded. The Lucian is able to put in more damage ASAP, and it was a shroud difference that made Toon, now as he's able to dodge it, take up the win for the second round in the Golden Spatula Cup Day 1.
Oh boy. I think ultimately that does make sense. It was not the composition that the Seraphine setup was designed to beat. Yeah, we didn't have the same level of clumping that would have allowed it to go off really huge, but still, we did get to see exactly what that composition could do to everybody else who dared go into the standard Twisted Fate line, that you just got ripped to pieces.
Yeah, it was all about that lovely, lovely Shroud. I think the sole mistake is that he was like getting a little bit greedy when he wanted to put both the Lucian and the Ezreal on the front line, because Lucian essentially reduces the armor. Same thing as Ziggs does, really. Every single bomb does shred a little bit from the magic resist. Lucian does the same thing. Every shot deletes a bit from the front line, but he soon got to understand that front line is not the issue. In this composition, you need to kill either the Ahri, either the Seraphine, or the Ziggs. Every single Spellweaver cast makes both of them stronger, backline and frontline. So out of everything, these are the mechanics of TFT. The positioning. That was such a way to end it.
All right, well, congratulations to Toon for a very, very, very well played game. But we are only barely started today. 4 more games to go for just day 1 is done of the 3 total days of the Golden Spatula Cup #1 here in Remix Rumble. We're going to break. When we return, our analyst test will break down Game Mode 2 and set us up for the rest of the day.
I'm PowerMasacre. My name is Jose Antonio. I'm from Granada, Spain. I would like play in Europe. If I won in Gamergy in Spain to Wetjungler, Odessa, Guasones, Tevi, Point, I think that if I perform like that, I can win in Europe. The day the tournament in Gamergy, I just enjoy the morning. I rest. I saw the Gamergy. An hour before the game, I saw a little bit the tactic tool, but not so much. The rest is the more important the day of the competition. And the day before, I read a lot, I saw a lot, and I played a lot. Thank you for see the tournament. Regards for my family and my friends and my team. I hope you enjoy the tournament. I perform the best.
Welcome back after that short break. And there was a lot going on in this game, but first and foremost, we did see the legendaries finally rise and shine. Lucian got fixed, is now working as intended, and Six got a little buff on his ultimate. Is the power spike that we're seeing now out of these legendary boards, Panda, something we can expect in the tournament?
I think with 80 flex, that's going to be the finale, ending on these fast 9 boards once again, similar to PB in the first patch of Remix Rumble. For Lucian, not just a unit that you can now upgrade to 2-star, but you can actually itemize him and he's going to do something. So it's actually very, very good for having that range carry, AD carry in the late game, and Ziggs similarly for AP. Utility, yes, some amount of damage, but just overall a good unit to have on your late game board. So I think with enough money, with enough resources, we will be seeing more of these boards win lobbies outright.
Yeah, and we just saw it briefly on screen there. We saw Sesko pick up that heavy static shiv opener and just like really play around that Annie, and just Sesko basically like carried that tempo all the way towards that level 8, level 9 spot, try to play around that TF, but basically just finished top 3 based off the fact he has so much extra HP to work with that high tempo, really building around that Annie in the early game, still being such a powerful unit to see a ton of HP, works very well in those AP lines as we also saw from Chuso, David.
Yeah, and it just leads perfectly into something like Seraphine Reroll, into Disco TF or Carthage later on into the game. The Seraphine Reroll, happy to call it out and then just see Chuso, a Spanish player, playing it in this game too. I think it worked really well. We saw players like Kesman, for example, who were in that Disco raffle, losing the lottery, ending up 8th. But we had Chuso, for example, finding an out that isn't playing Carthage, that isn't playing TF, while still slamming things like Shojin and finding a lot of success, almost winning the game against an extremely capped board from Toon.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in passing here. We saw it there just for a second on screen from Kesman, that roll down really not going his way. But we were talking about this just a little bit, and you were saying maybe there was a chance to potentially go for a different out here rather than trying to pursue that goal that seemed to move further and further away by every roll.
Yeah, again, like we go for those roll downs here. Sometimes you have a very clear line of thinking. I think that there was a final option for him to kind of pick up an Ezreal big shot headliner, but I had to sell off so much of what he was trying to accomplish that it would really potentially like set him back a bit. But maybe it was something he could have done to stabilize for a turn and try to reassess. But I think also something we didn't really touch on, right, is the fact that we saw Toon get the Recombobulator. That's kind of how this Lucian 2 started to arrive very all into the game, and that just allowed Toon to fully accelerate as well.
One more thing to mention, players that had what seemed like very, very strong starts. Royston had 40 gold at 2-1. Rich Got Richer had 70 gold a few rounds later. Was not able to even top 4, was not able to build a stable and strong enough Pendico board to actually make the top 4. Similarly for Experian, had 5 Heartsteel very early on into the game, was not able to translate that into a top 4 as well.
Yeah, I was really surprised, to be honest with you, to see that Akali 2, that Karthus 2, specifically from Subroyson, and just that board going 6th is not really what I had in my book, keeping on the trend from game 1 just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it also came down to the way that his items ended up panning out, right? He got that very early cane that some of those items maybe would have been able to be a little bit more utilized in some of the other carries, right? He ended up in a situation where he had Morello as well as Red Buff, and Red Buff is such a good item on Akali. It's probably her best item just in general. But again, when you have something like the Infinity Force, the Overwhelming Force, it's even related to Infinity Force, right? Like coming through. Generally speaking, you kind of want to put them, like you want to split them either 1-1 on Akali Viego or put 2 of them on the same unit. Karthus is, generally speaking, not the one to hold those Infinity Forces, but he did not have the necessary AP items to really spread those out in a more traditional manner.
Yeah, definitely not the most fortunate situation there, but there's more games to come. And to see how everything is shaking out right now, we're going to take a look at our standings and check out those top 64 players at the bottom there. Muji with 2, I would say, decent placements. Getting that 4th and that 5th is still in the middle of the field, and the further we move through these, we are going to see higher placements. Dalasum and Lusher with a 7th into a 1st. That's a good trend you will try to hold on to, but of course for some of the other players it's working the other way around.
And of course, today, reminder, half of the players make it to day 2. So that's really the goal. Just stay consistent, stay above that 64 position throughout the entirety of the day. Players that are here in the top 20s, top 30s, are doing good for themselves, are doing well, and they have a chance to, if they keep the same pace going, qualify to day 2.
Yeah, and we're gonna get the next slide in just a second. We saw Leah right there, but look at the top of the standings right there. Rebanav coming through goes 1-1. I mean, it's a bit of a French domination at the top of the standings just in general, right? Opale also going 1-1. Like, right, and Opale was a player we talked a lot about last set. It's one of those players to really look out for, but it does seem like he's really coming into his own so far to start off. GSC won here in Remix Rumble.
Double 61 also in that top end. Great to see him performing so well. And a lot of young players, Travis, Kubix, and Chuso, all back-to-back near that top 10. So really great to see these players performing at a very high level despite their young age. They've been doing it for so long. They almost feel like veterans in the scene.
I mean, Double for sure is a veteran. He won the World Championship with 16, in case you don't know. So at TFT, having young and old players is actually something I cherish a lot, but something I also cherish is when games start, and that will happen in just a couple of minutes. We're going to head to a break before that, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, one and all, to Rising Legends, to Remix Rumble, to the Golden Spatula Cup #1, and to the beginning of game number 3. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Weta. Guys, we'll be going forward to our next game pretty darn soon, but I know you were able to expand a little bit on the analyst test, but looking forward for the rest of the day, starting with you, David, what do you want to be seeing from our players in the 4 games yet to come?
We're missing a lot of rerolls still that I think are viable in the meta. Country reroll, I think, has not been played on the broadcast games at all yet. I think it's one of the most viable rerolls, especially now with the country emblem being added. Similarly for Yasuo reroll, I think it's a fun one to play and to watch. It was in PB back then. I think the same now, so hoping to see it in this next game.
Yeah, and we did see, I was watching one of the other off-stream lobbies quickly. Aaliyah did take a first place with it was only a 5 countries and no spat in the mix, but like a 5-country roll in one of the other off-screen lobbies here, right? So a composition that definitely is leaving its mark across the composition so far. We just haven't seen it on stream, as you're pointing out.
All right, let's take a quick look at who we've got online here. Of course, some familiar faces in there as well. Of course, Stormy B, very familiar with Lelouch, of course, former regional champion as well. David, anyone that you want to particularly highlight coming into round number 3?
Well, I think there's some biases with this lobby being picked, considering this is the first game I'm casting. A good friend and one of the veterans in the Spanish scene, Stormy in this lobby, and Tampop as well. I mentioned him top of show. I think he's a player that has been a little bit retired the last few sets, but was a beast back in set 3, 4, and 5 before Rising Legends started. This is maybe his first attempt at making a big name for himself in the Rising Legends circuit, and he's doing well right now. He's 12 points. He's staying, consistent. That's roughly 2/3 in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I think that when you look at something like Tampa, right, you think about him, you think about Neo too, as like kind of the pioneers and within like EMEA, Spanish TFT in general, the 2 players that really left their mark in competition earlier on here. Someone like Dohky Spada as well, another player that we've seen over the course of a couple of GSCs now, kind of have that ability to do deep runs. And then Enzosx for me is a very interesting player to keep an eye out for, because on the final day of the Ultimate Maestro, which basically uses like the same format as GSC to a certain extent, came in and like was by far the favorite to take home the entire tournament before the last 2 games happened, ended up finishing 3rd. But he's a player that really needs to keep an eye out for, because much like Rebanav, he's part of that new school French scene coming out here, something I'm super excited to watch out for.
So something I really wanted to pick up on going into this next game, which was was a big part of our previous game, was David, you raised particularly that we had our Heartsteel players, we had our gold heavy players who ultimately didn't end up finishing out that well. Do you think overall that's going to be a dangerous strategy for our players to go down to try and force more econ into their play?
We're getting
I think it shouldn't be, just because how much more valuable econ is. I think Heartsteel is at a premium, but it is, I think, harder to stabilize on an 80 flex board, which is what Heartsteel kind of naturally leads into. On this patch, it was harder last patch as well to play 80 flex over something like RA Sentinel, which is more linear. And this patch, same thing with Discos. I think it's a very linear comp and can do very well. But it takes more skill, I think, to really know your outs with 80 flex in this current meta.
Oh, it's the one guy, David. You were talking about the spatula carousel, the spatula like portal as well. Just a quick second ago, right? But now the spats are fully coming into the mix here now. So something like KDA, Country we're talking about, right? The big change to this patch is that Country is now a makeable emblem. So maybe now it's time we see that Country reroll coming through.
Got online as well here for Lelouch on the bench. One of the stronger openers, stronger units in stage 2 altogether. If a cloak drops here, he already has 3 country online, which is one of the just biggest buffs. It's kind of an early unit coming in with a Hecarim, and just so stable in stage 2 to preserve HP or to win streak.
I mean, it's got to be very tempting. I'm curious to see how many of our players decide to hold their options when it comes to these spatulas versus commit in. We did see in our previous games, of course, that once you've chosen your line, certainly with the disco side of things, it was pretty difficult to do. I have to imagine these early drops are going to make a huge difference as to which lines our players are willing to consider.
Even loose streaking early is an option if you want to try and have, test your luck on an early spatula in the stage 2 carousel. That's a Tactician's Crown right away. And then when you're not forced to play around an emblem at all. You're just playing an extra unit, and you have a huge advantage going to stage 3.
Was it here at Tampa going through the motions here, selling off that Annie Chosen that he picked up just a little while ago. Meanwhile, Scarambus has that headliner instead. Also has the opportunity to make a couple interesting emblems here, right? 8-bit emblem is slammable as well. So with the setup he has here, right, half of a Titan Resolve, half of a BTO QSS, you can even go down that route, right? Again, I'm interested to see how early these players will be making their commitments to these emblems, because if you can get around being contested, it will be a huge benefit.
Well, Lucius got the country online, as we get to see what he's thinking augment-wise into the game. Of course, we have been talking about ways of replacing the lost street gold. Patient study certainly would be a way to get moving up those levels a little bit quicker.
One more thing to mention with the spatulas is that at this level of play, players are scouting, players understand what item slams and what kind of spots lead to certain comps and don't want to usually play a comp contested, like ribbon reroll, for example. So slamming certain spats early is a way of indicating to the rest of the lobby, hey, I'm dead set on playing this. If you want to contest, we're going to hold hands. Great, you can do that. But most of the cases, it will be respected in lobbies of this caliber. So as you mentioned, Weeda, interesting to see at what point players start committing and what they commit to.
Yeah, especially also at this level, right? We're talking about this with player scouting, etc. When you look at Lelouch's position here, gets that early Urgot, has the early IE on the bench as well, right? No one in their right mind will keep their eyes locked in on going for that country reroll here, because they just know that pretty much no matter how much they get thrown at them, Lelouch's spot will just be better the second it gets just a singular cloak.
And it's going to be a lot less high priorities than some of the other components to get online. So looking pretty good right now. We take in with Sparta, who's looking pretty decent himself. So not seeing the slammed emblems wholesale as of yet, but a good early board being propped up by the newly buffed Olaf.
If we want to talk about some of the spats that we could be seeing that could be very transformative, I think Pentakill Emblem is the obvious one. We've seen it already in the first 2 games, and obviously reaching Pentakill 10 is one of the crazy verticals that are very strong and almost insta-wins in this set. As you mentioned, Weeda Country is a big one. Riven 8-bit is a huge cap if you're able to hit 6 8-bit, which requires the Riven to be 8-bit in your headliner, which is not always the case, but those are really the big ones, and players can create boards that have a much higher cap than usual games because of this early spatula.
Yeah, and also like into the spot here for Digger Spada, right? Trying to play heavy tempo around this sleight of hand, gets that Pinnacle emblem as well. Like he has the early kill, has that Olaf as well. Olaf is such a good item holder in the early game because he's just so disposable, right? Like yes, even if you're playing a Pentacle line, for a lot of it, Olaf will not be on your board. So just a great item holder, can make use of tank items, AD items, brute items. He can make use of everything here. So just great tempo play coming through from Digger Spada. And also, David, you're a big proponent of kill reroll at the start of the set. Where do you feel it lands right now, like in this like pretty reroll heavy meta?
Wait, I'm gonna delete that tweet. Let's forget I ever said kill reroll was good. I was just baiting the competition. You know, I was playing on the Wild Rumble ladder race. I had to make sure that my fellow EMEA players were inting on ladder. That was the only reason, Weeda.
So the way I see it, right, David, is that you're trying to work towards like your NA earlier life, right? So you're trying to like make EU West weaker because you can still go and claim NA when like they again start thinking that they're the best region in the world.
I'm not gonna lay out my plans, Weeda, but you might be onto something.
Well, there we go. You've heard it here first on broadcast. There are plots and plans going in. We're very deep into the weeds. Let's just check a quick little bit about what our players are up to, though. Scrambaz so has slammed down the 8-bit emblem, so we know we've got the potential to even, if this goes long enough, to see that game-ending 8-bit cash out.
This is really kind of, again, what I mentioned earlier in the game about trying to send a message to every other player. You have an open cloak, you have 8-bit already online, slowly stacking that up. You're going to try and hard force Ribbon. This is the right play, maybe not. You might get unlucky in your second augment, despite this first one being very good. But it sends a signal to every other player in this lobby, hey, I'm playing Ribbon reroll. If you want to contest, you can do that, but it might not be a good idea.
Yeah, and it's not just the open cloak, right, Dave? Like, it's also the open chain vessel. Pretty much, no matter what's going to be presented here on the first few carousels, on the creep rounds, you do have pretty much a lot of the components that you can kind of just start going for, get those items in there. Like something like a Titan's going to be able to go for that. You can even hold off of making something like the Quicksilver in case you end up picking up something like the Indomitable Will, for example, right? So many options here and so many priorities. The free cost glove is such a huge hit for Scarampus here.
Not too shabby at all. Do want to take note as we come out of our first carousel. Digger Spada up there, undefeated. Lelouch did pick up the early patient study, and the country dropping down from an undefeated win streak. Scrambers, of course, along with Bansack, sharing the bottom spot for HP for the time being.
Quickly going over some of the slammed spatulas already. Digger Sparta and Snooty Boo have a pentakill emblem already slammed, so they're very clear the direction they're going in. On GLC is going with a Heartsteel emblem. So it's going to be very interesting when he gets the 5 Heartsteel in and how much he's able to make use of that, because we saw Experian last game. 5 Heartsteel very early, still only ended up 5th place.
And that's actually a line that we didn't really talk too much about when we started discussing the initial early spats, right? Because it's a pretty significant investment that doesn't really necessarily end up on your late game board most of the time either way, right? Because it's such a high risk play, and you have to kind of center around Ezreal to a certain extent right now. And Ezreal, while he still does a lot of damage, he's kind of been brought down just a little bit from that last patch in terms of like how the stats have lined up after like the past 2 days.
Well, something I want to pull out here.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say there's also an opening with, Edgelord boards with Kane and Yone into the late game just to have that extra amount of cash out. But I agree. I think Edgelord's the more obvious choice usually.
Something interesting coming up for Tampop here is, while we have seen the 8-bit emblem being slammed by Scrambez, Tampop has the 8-bit units online right now, even if it doesn't necessarily have it already. I know we've talked before about how running the contested lines can potentially be very, very dangerous. What do you guys feel about this potentially being an 8-bit contested lobby?
Speaking about dangerous, Peter, I'm gonna echo that around that right now because look at Gong just like heavily. He's just like walking around the board.
Boy.
Mistakes.
Yeah, and this is something as well right now. It's an added dimension to the game now with that being in the mix. And you even has Bensac in his matchup pool, right? So there's a risk that someone that's below you in HP right now actually is in a much like you could just end your streak here, but hits Ishtar Hakami, who is a player we haven't spoken too much about so far, but we will get into him later.
And this will be similar to what we saw from Piltover last set, where you have to lose now. If you don't lose, it is a big deal once again. It wasn't the case for Hearthstone most of the set, so we'll see how Gon is able to make his board weaker and weaker depending on who he's scouting in his matchup pool.
This seems incredibly risky because Bensac has sold up and gone for a Heartsteel setup of his own as well, so it's really just down to the RNG as to whether or not they end up facing up against each other. So they both take losses in the previous round. Well, Golden Spatula's reigning up at the top, still undefeated. There's a lot to lose for both Gong and Bensac in the coming rounds.
Very strong setup here from Studi, perfectly navigating that Pinnacle early game. Not with the, I think, more typical Olaf headliner instead. It is going to be the Lilia, but she has the Pinnacle emblem. Overall, with Sunfire working really well, and the Kale holding it on for Karthus. So I think as long as his win streak continues, as long as he stays with his high tempo, he's going to have a very smooth transition into that Karthus board later into stage 4.
Take a quick look at our gold totals. We can see that most of the gold towards the very top and the bottom of the board, as much as we expected to see our streaks be less influential. Golden Spatula and Snitty Boo both running decent win and loss, decent win streaks, while Gong and Bensac at the bottom both running the loss streaks as well. We're surely going to see at least some of these streaks being broken in the rounds to come, maybe even this round here.
Curious if Edgelord Hakami has the hidden tech in mind with his item slams and his augment pickup. He has Remember Your Roots. He has items that could be going on Seraphine. He has a KDA emblem as well, which is a huge spike. This could just be, of course, an Ahri board later on with either Ahri and a melee unit or Ahri and a Kali even with a vertical KDA. But Remember Your Roots is just very, very strong with a KDA vertical overall.
Yeah, there's so much overlap on those lines, right? Because again, also even then you will have the Spell Weavers coming in. There's just sure off that board as well. It's just such a powerful augment. We haven't really seen a lot of play around in general because you kind of just need to be aware of the lines. I think that we've kind of moved past the whole Seraphine being like the hidden tech. Like I was talking to some players yesterday about like what's the play for this weekend, what do you expect is going to be popping off, and like some of them were like this and this is not really, and like there was like a consensus about like Seraphine being really good. Some people making the claim that it's even better than Twisted Fate, just because like you hit so much earlier, you can play so much more tempo, you're way less reliant on like having enough gold to go 8 and rolling down and finding those Chosens.
We're coming into our second augment. It will be silver across the board. Edgelord is going to be able to pick up that vampirism. We'll check in a second as to what we've looked at overall, because our players still getting those last pieces in place. Notable from our previous round, all of our streaking players have remained live with their win streaks and loss streaks of the previous round.
And there we see it, as we were anticipating in the very early stages of that stage 2. Country emblem has been crafted for Lelouch. He was posturing this angle. He was, as you mentioned, Wida, trying to send that message to the rest of the lobby, and it looks like he will be uncontested on this country reroll for this game 3.
Yeah, and he has a very interesting combination of augment, right? Vampirism, despite a little bit of a nerf, is still such a powerful augment here, and when you combine that with that patient study here, Lelouch really doesn't mind taking some losses, right? Because he saves gold, gets to that level 7 much sooner, can start rolling for the Samira headliner with that country being the focus, and now with the new headliner rules, he can actually just like skip an executioner Samira and then always guarantee the country one. That will be the next Samira he sees.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. The item, we've already got the Infinity Edge locked in place up against Tampop, who has officially committed into the 8-bit line, so we know they will be contested and it will be slowing each other down. We check back in with Gon, of course, who has taken the road less traveled. Bensac has apparently not yet been the opponent. because this loss streak is still in place. One more round, and Gon's going to get the huge double down cash out. If he goes up against Bensac now, it could all fall apart.
One quick note on the country board, because country emblems are going to be much more, if everybody played much more, there's going to be more opportunities to play with this spat overall. You do want to put this on a unit that has been upgraded, ideally. It seems like it doesn't do anything, but the Hecarim scales off of the star level of your country units, so it will be relevant in this case.
There should be no way. Yeah, I feel like without any items on this Caitlyn here, there's absolutely no risk of winning this fight at all here. Trying to get at least one unit kill in there, just get a few extra would be quite nice, right? Because again, if he's going to go for another juice, that would be probably...
Talk to me about what this means then. So we've got the raise the stakes cash out coming in for Gon. He took the risk and managed to dodge Bensac for long enough to get it. How much of a shift in power is this going to be for him?
It really depends on what catch-up he's going to be able to get, right? Because he already has 2 duplicators on the bench, right? If he gets one more of those, gets a lot of gold here, all of a sudden, he could start looking towards a 3-star forecast as his win condition. If he gets enough gold to go level 8 and start reliably rolling for that. So much going to depend on this cash-out coming through right now, potentially, or if you want to go even further and risk another round of it, because we are still on stage 3, player damage is still quite low, and he's going to take the cash-out down.
Doesn't double down, but finds an Alawi and a Kayn very early on. And the Kayn, if he finds an Ezreal, could allow him to play 7 Heartsteel in this mid game. He's maybe fishing for it, doesn't find the Heartsteel set in this case on the roll down, but does sell it to try and find the next one, knows the headliner rules clearly.
Yeah, and do you just slam down, just make a 2-star Kayn here, make that do all the work for your build up that he can't potentially further down the road? Well, that's a super interesting question here.
It gets killed into the late game with the gold generation, so I don't hate that play at all, Guido.
No, again, we don't necessarily have we have an indication of 2 Akali players also coming into the mix with a double Pentacle Emblem, right? So getting that 2-star Ilaoi out of the way early on, just put those tentacles in the corner to block those dashes, could also just be a super big game plan, because when you get that 2-star Ilaoi, those tentacles become so difficult to kill for that Akali, buying so much more time for your backline carries.
All right, well, things working out for Gon. The loss streak is now officially over. The board is up to par, so he'll have a little bit more reason to try and push up for the 2-star legendaries. Getting Sparta up at the top, undefeated so far. One of the pentakill players, as was noted from before, Sunnyboot just below. I think Gon's still got a way to go to get back into this one, but I have to imagine Bensac in a much worse position down at 47 without that big cash out to call upon.
Diga Sparta, 130 HP and streaking in this case. A huge HP gap, of course, the huge difference in playstyles because of the spatula, because of the chance to find a Texas Crown in stage 2. A lot of players essentially open forwarding or loose streaking heavily, and other players taking advantage of that fact, trying to win streak for as long as possible.
Yeah, interesting thing as well to note here, right, with the silver ornament coming into the mix here, parting gifts on the side of Gon, right? It's something we haven't spoken too much about as well right now. An augment that actually has been looking pretty okay in stats so far on this patch, an augment that I feel like has so much potential. A lot of people are trying to do really cute stuff. They kind of treat it like I want to call it, it's not Dark Star, but you know what I mean, the one in set A, I believe, that she had items around, right? Because it's just so powerful the fact that you can just start juggling some extra tank items onto some other carries. It's kind of like a pseudo Kiana in the mechanical term, but not really, right? But it's still something you got to keep in mind here.
No, I definitely like that as well.
Will be rolling most likely for his country board at 4-1, maybe already rolling a little bit during this creep round phase, depending on the gold he has over that level 7. But it'll be very curious to see what headliner he does find if he manages to stabilize off of a country Samira or country Urgot.
All right, looking at our players overall, Diga Sparta has kept that streak going while the other streaks have fallen away. Ejizami will be pushing up from the mid-table, but a lot of gold being spent. Gold in particular, I believe
there it is.
Will be at least spending as Lelouch finds what he's looking for. We are moving towards the ultimate version of the board.
Yeah, no fresh just yet, right? Another thing you also got to keep in mind here is that with the fact that we're leaning away from the Samira being our headliner, moving into the Urgot instead here, I assume we're going to be seeing a little bit more item priority going over towards the likes of this Vex instead of the Samira further down the road, David?
Yeah, I think it could be the case. Ideally, you want to try an itemized Vex, Samira, and Amumu, in my opinion, but Could also be selling on this Urgot and then transferring to Samira later on for just a much higher cap. But we'll see what Lelouch wants to go for. I think it depends on his HP and what kind of streak he has throughout the stage 4, if he win streaks all of it or not.
So guys, talk to me about what we're looking at in terms of a world where we've got Country 7 on the cards in the near future, compared to what we would have seen from a country board in previous tournaments. How much more powerful should it be?
I think the biggest difference is you have a reason to go 8, which wasn't the case before. Now there is, a reason to go 8 to fit your entire board, basically. But it is really dependent on this last augment to streak to stage 4. I think Country, its biggest upside is finalizing your board to some extent without the 3 stars, and then streaking all of stage 4, accumulating a ton of gold, and rolling it down in stage 5 to finalize, again, a Mumu 3, Samira 3, Urgot 3, and either top 4ing or maybe even winning the game off of it.
Yeah, I agree. And again, I think that it's actually a thing that has been kind of understated, right? Oh, 7 Hearts still online. That is also, it is happening. At this point in time, I guess he wants to go for, he wants to find the echelon because he's on a pair of canes now, right? So the longer he can hold on to these duplicators, the better, right? Because he's technically speaking still win streaking. Well, that is a pentakill Akali headliner on the opposite side of the field coming out from Enzosx. So
boy.
I do think that this streak will not get traded away.
I'm so impressed that Gon's managed to hold on to a streak while still keeping 2 duplicates on the bench, as he said. I think, honestly, he's in a pretty damn good spot. The Metabolic Accelerator's been kicking in to push him up the HP stakes while keeping the gold flowing in from the Heartsteel. It is a loss, but it's going to be a lot of Heartsteel stacks as well. That 7 Heartsteel translates to a ton of extra stuff. As I thought for one moment he might even raise the stakes.
Could be an IE onto the cane. I think there hasn't been a duplicator on a cane especially yet. It's simply because you don't have items on the cane, so you're not going to get much value out of it. We'll see if with this IE that's going to be enough value to get it online. I had a similar situation yesterday where you have 2 duplicators, you have a 4 or 5 cost early. When you're playing Heartsteel, it's sometimes the correct thing to just upgrade and be able to cash out Heartsteel for longer throughout stage 4 and 5 because of that extra board strength.
Yeah, I'm talking about Bosch right here, trading that Blitzcrank in for a 2-star Misfortune instead, getting that big shot in here, just ensuring there's so much more damage coming through from this Ezreal. But again, the big kicker here as well to be a little bit more stable with a lot of people really starting to heavily invest into the boards is that lag of the Ezreal too. It is not going to be a big issue right now with a Shun, depending on the damage coming through from this Colfist. Okay.
Enough, you got us? No.
Alright. Okay, good, very good loss. We're almost 200 stacks again after just one fight, right? That seemed to fetch there, not necessarily doing a lot of work, but another carousel here and allowing as well another pair here, potentially 4 gone, I believe, right? So a lot of options to kind of find impact as Karambit just takes that away.
Very cheeky. Let's do an HP check as well, though, because while Gon has been managing to mediate things with the Metabolic Accelerator, Skarambes and Bensak are down at 20s and 30s HP in the lobby. The bottom 3 players at the moment, surely we're headed for a relatively early elimination for at least one of them.
Look at Skarambes, picks up a cloak here, has double 8-bit emblem, so it does not matter if the Riven is an edgelord in this case. You have what could be one of the highest cap boards in the game, and you've hit your Riven through the duplicators. Skarambes, all of a sudden, despite being at 36 HP, I think has a very real chance of making top 4, maybe even winning this game.
And that seems to be a running theme here, right? We also have, remember, your roots coming out on the side of Skarambes, and sure, you do have that team building as your second augment, meaning that you're kind of down a combat augment. You have Vampirism, absolutely incredible augment, and you have that Remember Your Roots, just spreading those stats out across the entire board pretty much at this point in time with that 6-8-bit you were talking about. This Riven just slicing through pretty much anything in its way right now.
I don't hate it at all, given that we are in a lobby with contested 8-bit, to make sure that you get your primary carry online. As we get a little taste of what Riven's got for us longer term, left as the last one standing, she's an absolute nightmare, and we're not even up the full 8-bit stacks as of yet.
That poor Karthus 1 just, hit twice on the forehead, insta-deleted off of the board. I think it's going to be the case for any 1-star carry still on any of these players' board in stage 4. If this Riven gets to the backline access, she'll kill it very, very quickly. So a lot of danger for anything that's not yet upgraded in your backline.
Yeah, talk to me about the matchup here for the 8-bit board then. As David mentioned, if we've got the vulnerable backline carries, generally speaking, what kind of matchups is it going to be thriving into?
I mean, the thing is, like, one of the worst matchups for this competition actually kind of got taken away, right? Ahri is no longer a thing. Ahri is just speaking really good in this, but you do have Vex to contend with now. But with that Quicksilver as well, you kind of just like alleviate a lot of your bad matchups for quite a while. So not a whole lot to be concerned about, especially when you're hitting this early on. The really big thing about the 8-bit is the continuous scaling and just the ability to flex in even more at these AD carries. As you can see, Ezreal coming into the mix. You can see the Caitlyn start to be itemized as well. So it's just a board with an absolutely insane cap.
And the chance for a grand prize, right? If we make it to the jackpot, I think it would be great to see on broadcast in a tournament of this caliber. But yeah, 8-bit, when you hit that 6, I think it's one of the craziest trait spikes in the game, especially with Riven 3 and how well she uses all these stats.
All right, Bensat getting the win off the previous round is important. He is very close to being a first elimination, has virtually no gold left in the bank. The board itself is looking good, but we don't necessarily have the upgrades across the board we would like, and very little money to get hold of them.
This is a very like Akali Karthus board, right? Like you're looking at, okay, you have one of your forecasts upgraded. Meanwhile, you have a fully itemized Viego 1. You're rocking the never mind. That's not going to be too impactful. You're rocking the true damage Akali here, not the KDA one, which means that your Karthus here would have a lot less backline threat. But the thing is as well, this is a Karthus 1. You're kind of more concerned with hitting the front line, just buying more time here. You can see this was one of the players that was contested on that 8-bit line here in Tampa. You can see he's stuck with that Riven too, David.
And this is the dangers of, deciding, hey, I'm going to slam this emblem as well. Let's hold hands, see what happens. Well, this is what could happen in some games. We saw it from Disco TF in games 1 and 2. These very contested meta comps that are powerful, but if contested, if the other player hits first, if they high roll with duplicators, whatever it is, you're going to find yourself in an almost uncoverable spot.
The edgelords are not exactly where they need to be. At least we've got a few more items coming in to make what is online the Tampop a little bit stronger, but see, the edgelords dancing around the middle of the field. They're not quite enough damage to punch through. The Akali is providing enough disruption to buy time. Tampop takes another L, going down to a 5-loss streak. Bensak trying to punch up from the bottom of the table. Tampop might end up getting squeezed out.
And Lelouch still not able to hit his key upgrades. Another cash out for Gone with a 7 Heartsteel. A Fawn comes through.
Boy.
He is now level 9 and ready to roll for a lot of 5 costs, it seems like. Ezreal also on the menu here, 5 already. Could he be going for an Ezreal 3, Wida?
Yeah, that was kind of like the original kind of game plan that I alluded to, right? The fact you're going to be looking for like which forecast we're going to be freestyling, right? And then he got that double 5 cost drop coming through from the heart. So we kind of opened up and opened wide, but we're 1 copy away. And the thing is that at 35 HP in the board, it feels really stable. You are not necessarily in a rush to send it to 0, right? So if he's able to hit this on level 8 with like, let's say 20 gold in the bank, and then can start pushing towards the level 9 with that Tactician's Crown already, like that is going to be such an impossible board to deal with for the rest of the lobby.
John's been putting together the game plan very carefully the whole way through the game. The double down was a big risk, but we see the risk being rewarded as this board is just already super strong, moving up the table swiftly and knocking a lot of HP to come.
Oh
my days! Right now.
Do you roll a tiny bit more? No. You just make it right away. The items are good. And it's going to be a huge spike. I'm going to wait until the very start. Oh, no. Just going to slam it right now and send the message to the rest of the lobby. You guys were not paying enough attention. I snuck an Ezreal 3 right under your noses.
I suppose it is a little bit unusual that we could be in this situation like this, but yeah, Gon has navigated this so incredibly well. Do look above and see the difference between Gon and Digger Sparta in terms of HP is pretty eye-watering, but this board is the board, if any, to close that distance and get the first.
And the very sad and unfortunate matchup to end Tampop's run in this game 3, facing the player he was contesting, Skarambes, who is him, but just so much better with 6 8-bit and that Riven 3 already online. For Ezreal Hakami, we saw he did not go for that Seraphine round, instead opted for the Ahri headliner instead, so the more traditional KDA vertical.
Yeah, Ezreal Hakami, a player that we saw qualify for the regional finals in Runeterra Forge, coming out of the Turkish ladder, I believe. Just a player that he didn't have the best of showcases right there, but a player that's simply building towards something in terms of like being another long line of these Turkish players that come in and like leave their mark on the EMEA competitive scene.
Counterfeit, I have a trivia question for you. Do you remember what Ezreal Hakami's name means?
I have a feeling it's something to do with Skyrim, but
it's not far. It's not far. I'll give you your +1 brownie point. It means Dragonglass from the hits
I should check the
TV
chat.
show until last season, Game of Thrones. So it was close. It was close.
It was dragon adjacent
exactly,
at least.
Exactly. You get a +1 there.
All right, I'll take it. Snooty Boo though. Up to 7 pentakill. Fortunately, the trivia has worked out more or less okay for him. I mean, we've got no upgrade on the castle, so no money to be able to get it. But the itemization is looking pretty crisp, Wheater.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is kind of a conundrum of Pentakill, right? When you're contesting, you don't necessarily have a lot of gold to hit, right? The thing is, like, what really made Pentakill, like, pop before the streak change was the fact that you went to level 8 and then you had so much gold to work with rolling it down, trying to find these headliner upgrades. And now for Snooty, I can kind of see just struggling a little bit.
And Snooty facing off against Lelouch, who has hit that Urgot 3, red buff, blue buff, all the buffs he needs to guarantee a win here over Snooty. Snooty ends up in the air. He knows the run is over for this game, Snooty, at the very least. Same way that anyone that has gone in their matchup pool, their run could be over as well with these HP totals. 14 for Lelouch. Ezra Hakami's still on 2 lives at 21. Oh, never mind. I take it back.
He was on 2 lives, right? Again, like, one,
okay,
one,
the
2
moment
lives.
I said it, I was correct. Thank you, Wida.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's 12, it's 1-2 lives. That's a math joke somewhere, right? But I mean, I see Bigger Spada is just a little bit better at 1-2-3, right? Like, he's just streaking up there, just living his best life. I think that is absolutely ridiculous, right? Like, he's pretty much like he's 80 HP ahead of the second place in the lobby. Like, that's insane.
And Fraser, unfortunate last augment.
Incredible job.
Crown guarded, only a single crown guard.
I wanted to bring up here because we noted in this lobby we saw the 2 8-bit players. Yeah, one of them fell off here. But in this lobby, we've had the pentakill being contested pretty heavily, and it still worked out really well for Diggers.
Like always, I think there is always going to be one player. We saw it in game 1 and 2 with the disco players coming out way ahead of the others, where if you stay ahead, if you manage to hit those 4 costs early on and again, take away the units from the pool, it makes it so that 2 players are almost guaranteed to go bot 4, and you go top 4 by yourself, especially when they die and you're able to get more of these copies and guarantee the 2 stars.
Yeah, right now the question also kind of just like the lobby just comes down to who's facing Gon on rotation, right? Like that freestyle Ezreal putting in a lot of work. Scram's had himself a full streak, right, at least, so to work with. And nowadays those are a lot harder to come by, right? But also Lelouch fighting his way into top 4 here with that country line. Not necessarily the ideal country build, I think it's safe to say, David.
Well, especially not with a KDA emblem on Vex. That is not in the guide that I read on Reddit a few days ago. So we'll see. We'll see if he's able to get.
You have to read between the lines, here. David. That's what they were trying to tell you.
Well, I mean, if there was the KDA pattern on the board at the very least, I would feel a little bit better. But there's just not a single other KDA unit that can fit onto this board, especially not with 7 country. TG, good, but not great. We're looking for last Samira item, and we don't really find it, unfortunately. Mana and attack speed, not the best for the Samira.
No money to be able to get up to 3-star either. At least the Blurable Vest is a little bit more frontline to... But I think at this point, Lelouch not quite hitting the way which he wants, but at least make it into the top 4. Has got Diggers in the matchup pool. Can't imagine this is going to go tremendously well.
It's also worth noting, we are our 3rd game of the day here. All the players in this lobby have done moderately well, at least so far to start the day, right? Lelouch here now is going to be at 17 points, right? He just needs 10 more points in 3 games to make it to day 2, most likely. But
win here.
Oh, wait a second.
Good positioning, dodging the Akali onto the Vex, and the Urgot just so tanky, dealing with the front line so quickly with both the blue buff and red buff. Doing so much work there with the anti-heal. So Lelouch, I think, is happy with top 4 here. Let's be real. I mean, the rest of the players in this lobby are absolutely going crazy with Pentakill, with the Ezreal 3, and with a 6-8-bit.
Just managed to dodge Gon picking up multiple upgrades, and Diggers going to level 9 as well. So, yeah, I think Lelouch very, very lucky there. Gon, though, absolutely nuts. We're up to 11 spaces on the board, which is just beyond the pale. I'm just loving what we're seeing here, that we've actually had a player take that kind of level of risk and have it pay out big.
The 8-bit high score was like 349,000, right?
Well, that's what they're going for now. We can see it on the right-hand side. Yeah. I don't know if there's enough time left in the lobby, but Digger's Spartan's got quite a lot of HP.
He does, but Scarambus is... I mean, we have to fight him 24/7 because Scarambus right now only has 17, so cannot really tank a lot of losses. We do see Lelouch going out in force we were talking about here. Diggerspada taking a loss to Gone, and we can see actually Scarambus does tag Diggerspada here, but I don't think we can pull out 90,000 damage in 2 fights, David. I think that's a little bit too much to ask for.
I believe that's the case, but I'm not going to jinx it just in case. It would be so great to see on broadcast, especially someone navigating the 6-8-bit, which is, again, very hard to do. In this case, with a spatula start, we'll be seeing it a little bit more often on this patch because it's going to be a little bit easier to find that spatula and not rely fully on just finding the 8-bit ribbon.
That's what makes the portal so interesting, that it is a community decision rather than just being fully randomized. So it does seem like our players are more willing to play that way against Diggerspada's board. We'll see if the 8-bit can hold on for a little bit longer, moving ever closer as Riven does what Riven likes to do, which is walk all the way through the backline and delete everything. It's a bunch more damage. Diggerspada goes down to sub 50 as Gon picks up another win.
Another 8-bit emblem.
8-bit, the hidden Exodia tech where the game explodes and we go on right to game 4. Surely is going to be the game plan here for Scarambus.
I've heard it possibly uninstalled some people's plans.
7th Karthus for Diggerspada as well, so maybe trying to follow in the footsteps of Gon GLC, going for his own 3-star 4 cost, and he has the gold to work with here as well. Has anyone been scouting? Has anyone been ratting out some of these Karthus from the pool? We'll find out in these next few rolls.
The thing is, like, I kind of don't like the fact that he's rolling all red, right? He's trying. I understand that he's trying to beat the curve, trying to beat Gon, being able to kind of hold on. Okay,
never mind.
He's already holding on to 2 copies of Karthus. Okay, fair enough, right? Because in reality, he has enough HP to sit and hold until the 7-1 and roll it all down right there. But meanwhile, I mean, Gon just has another Texas crown. These 6 hearts still, not 7 hearts still now, just continuously generating so many resources. It's insane.
All right, then with the jokes about the 32-bit composition, at least this is as close as we're going to be getting in this tournament. 3 different 8-bit emblems means the front line does get access very quickly. Riven just about staying alive. It's a neutral, but no! He dances away. Riven coming back for one more go around, trying to Kevin it, but it will not happen. Caitlyn comes through, and apparently it's not all about just the money.
But is it higher? Is it even? I mean, obviously it's good, right? But meanwhile, Gon just gets another tick here. Can't say enough for the crowd.
Is there a hard limit on the amount of units to be on the board?
Think again, buddy. How many are we gonna? My math is not actually able to count how many units are on the board. It's a bit higher than the 12 maximum that I tend to have.
14, right? 12 plus 2, that's 14. If we count tentacles, that's 14. Well,
that's a lot of units for Riven to get Edgelord procs off of.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, as I say, this might actually not be ideal that you've got a bunch of weaker units that can be edgelorded through, but now we've got the 2 fully itemized Karthuses on the back line. We are looking at boards that under any other circumstances would be unrecognizable.
And Diggerspada hoping that his massive HP lead would have been enough to secure a second, but he's just continuing to bleed after every single fight, considering the strength of the other 2 players in this lobby.
Oh, like, what is going on? I've missed your competitive TFT. I really have. I don't want to though, right? Like, there is something to be said about like putting these Tactician's crowns on the board. We don't have Cybernetic Orphan, we don't have something like Playing Doubt, but we are running parting gifts. I don't know if I actually do not know if they can get shed around by parting gifts, but you are kind of leaving a spot open, no? That probably shouldn't be done. I don't know. I'm confused.
I would assume not. I think it's only craftable items. Or else things could get real wonky.
That's been the case with similar versions.
Well, that's true, actually. Yeah.
All right, so I think the question I want to open up here as we move towards the end game here is, Gon, while it was a big risk to go for the, for the raise of stakes, he only really needed to do it once, and every other time the cash out has been based on just having a lot of Heartsteel. I mean, do you want to see more players trying to play that way for future games?
Yes, I mean, it really comes down. It's not recognition.
Counterfeit. Do you want to see 7 Heartsteel cash outs? Yes, we do. Counterfeit. Next question.
All day, every day, forever.
Do we also want to see the grand prize as potentially come through in just a second here, right? There we go. Look at the machine go. Look at the machine go. Diggerspada, who is like 80 HP ahead of the entire lobby at one point, has to make do with a third here. Just kind of speaks to the absurdness that is Gon on and Skaram.
Shun the doubters in chat who did not believe the cash out would arrive. We knew it from the very beginning. Skarambez, very early in stage 2, he had only one goal in mind. Get the grand prize and show these viewers what's up with 8-Bit, because it's just so fun to play. And especially when you just continue to see these rewards pop out one after another. You start to think, is it ever going to end?
Well, this is the thing. This is the only thing in the entire world that could beat what Ghana's got going on, which is unlimited units, unlimited money, unlimited duplicators. If anything, if I was Ghana, I'd be feeling pretty raw about this.
All right, wrap up the GSC. This is the last game of the tournament. We don't need to see more than this final battle between Hardsteel that we thought had guaranteed the win, and this 8-Bit. Skaram is on 17 HP, has to kill off a few more units to survive, and he does. It's a big win here against Gon, who's now dropped down to what could be just one life. We are in stage 7 after all.
Oh my lord. All right, Waiter, is this going to be the game of the day?
I mean, it's a game of the year, Peter. I don't
question is that again.
What is going to beat this, man? Like, it's just a pure APM check for a 3-star 5 cost, man.
Go,
Look at the gates coming
rolling.
through. No, this is unbelievable, man. Like,
two more. Oh, there we go. The duplicators are there.
Oh, my days. Keep going, keep going. Just keep sending it. Oh no, the fight has started.
He does not have enough practice on the 8-Bit Grand Prize. I think every player should start practicing this a little bit more often in normal games, potentially.
This is why we have the community making simulators for moments like this as a player. You say, you know what, maybe I'll end up with all the money in the world. Skarambez gets it with a contested 8-bit composition. The cash out to beat the absolutely most ridiculous board in the world. Apparently all you needed was every single last bonus and money and gold that you could ever ask for.
Connor, you say contested, but I don't think at any point in the game Skarambez even noticed that Tampa was holding any units, because he hit Ribbon 3 so early. He hit the double 8-bit spat as well. Everything went his way considering how early he committed. Forced the comp, essentially knowing how strong it could be if he managed to reach a point of this one. And like you mentioned, Counterfeit, I think we're not going to see a game of this caliber again today.
All right, we need to take a break. I think our players need a little time to recover as well. We'll be headed to break, and then we'll be going into our analyst desk, and then to the second half of day number 1 of Golden Spatula Cup number 1. So stay tuned. We'll be back to have our analyst desk tell us exactly what in the world we were looking at in our previous game.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, you know, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just you know, playing your game without, you know, thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day 1. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, you know, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, allow me to open this one up repeating Peter's question. What in the world are we looking at in this game? It was such a goated game mix, and this is not TFT anymore. It kind of feels like this is Disneyland. 6-bit cash outs, spatulas for everyone. There was just so much crazy stuff going on in this game.
I mean, at this point, we might as well just throw the entire analyst desk out of the window because we were thinking about, you know, what to do with structure and who we want to talk about. But really, there was so much in this game, all enabled by that first start. We got one guide by a player. We got one guy led into this spatula portal, and that just created chaos all aboard the Convergence, Morgan. At the very start, Scarumbus running away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, spatula portals really give you kind of an idea, or let's say, and I love the term when Peter said it, marking their territory with these early emblem slabs. But no one decided to go near Scarumbus. No one decided to go and even contest the Raven re-rolls on this one. Not just that, but he was also able to get a whooping amount of 3 8-bit emblems, giving him so many units to replace. And that grand prize, this is the first time that I've seen it in my entire life in a game, by the way. I've only seen that stuff in YouTube videos. Does this happen in esports games? Yep. It does.
Yep.
If it's Scarumbus.
Yeah, I mean, if you were watching, really, the only comment you needed to put in chat is hello YouTube, because I'm sure it's going to show up there. At the losing end of this contest, of the early flagging down your direction, of course, Tiaan Pup here also on that 8-bit line, just not finding anything. It all went to Scarumbus. We had Giga Sparta pressuring down onto the entire lobby from the very get-go. 130 HP and straight for what felt like eternities. So really, the tempo in this lobby was ramping.
Yeah, and we would have loved to see Heartsteel being used to its maximum potential in all of these past lobbies, and this happened all thanks to Gone this time. We started off with a gold augment. It was metabolic for him. He decided to raise the stakes. It kept him tanking so many losses, and all thanks to the spatula lobby as well, he was able to get the 7 Heartsteel in very, very early. The second augment was also gray, so he wasn't losing so many because the lobbies weren't getting extremely strong, and it only started getting inflated after the third augment. He got that Ezreal 3 way too early into the game, all thanks to the raise the stakes cash outs with 7 Heartsteel, giving him a whooping cash out of about 500, 600 Rs. I kind of lost count in the middle of the game, but he got that Ezreal 3 way too early, thinking he won the lobby until he messed Scarumbus. But he was not the only one messing with spatulas.
I mean, in fairness, if you see an Ezreal 3 on your board, usually you have won the lobby. Let's not pretend like that isn't the norm. It's just that nothing about this game was normal. Unfortunately, also for Lelouch here with his country board, he made it into the top 4, but just barely due to being completely uncontested. A line that normally would be so good. We were talking about it the entire day. Finding that country emblem, it is craftable, allows you to go straight into the countries. And it just didn't work well enough against some of these crazy, crazy boards.
Yeah, everything in this lobby was so inflated that I think... Okay, let's imagine all the scenarios again. 1, there was not a single Ezreal being played in this lobby. 2, there was not a single person that was able to grieve Gone lost streaking so far into his Heartsteel composition. And 3, the only person that was able to finally detonate the attempt to go with the Carthage 3 was also Gone himself. So let us take a look at the standings, because after all of this crazy stuff happened in this lobby, you would definitely be thinking, where is everyone? Who are you? Who are these guys? What was this lobby? Where are we?
Who am I?
Who am I? Am I alive? Is this TFT anymore? Have I gone to Disney? What's happening? So let's take a quick look at the standings.
Well, here they are. Of course, once again, we are looking at the top 64 here after 3 games. And Morgan, this also marks the halftime of the day. So wherever you are now, you still have the power to turn it around for better or for worse. But it is going to be extremely hard for those players that are at the lower end. Anybody that is lower than 64 will need to step it up just a little bit more to make that cutoff. But as we are moving through this, a lot of Turkey here.
Yeah, you can see that Turkish flag rising above in all these standings. So many Turkish players have been performing really well in these final lobbies. And hey, look at it, Mix. You take a look at this one, and there are a lot of German flags as well. I guess you'll be very happy about this because Germany is also performing really well so far. And hey, if you just jumped into the stream, we still are only done with half the day through. We still have a lot more going in. And if you're French, you should be very happy because
You're
France,
also happy.
You're also extremely happy. 5 spots taken by France alone. Wow.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up in this tournament once again. I, for one, we talked about it already at the top of the show when we were talking to Kevin. I'm so happy to see Aaliyah again. He retired from TFT not too long ago and somehow got lured back into it. And I am so happy. He's a great player, and I'm really excited to see what he has in store. Of course, also Salvi from DACH making it through. But yeah, lots of France. France showing up strong as always. I'm sure that's going to be one beast to defeat.
Yeah, I wish I knew a little bit more French, except that I actually studied German in school, which I kind of also like forgot almost all what I studied there. But one thing I didn't forget is that I mentioned Bricks at the start of today. And speaking about Bricks, he's going to be in this next lobby. C'est la vie if you're French, and I hope that you are enjoying the stream because we're about to go into game 4 right now with another amazing lobby. I know you cannot wait after this game, neither can our casters, so let us head into them immediately with game number 4 beginning on the line.
Thank you, Makes Morgan Double M, doing a fantastic job there. We're heading into the back half of day number 1. Gentlemen, as has been already established, we are cutting half of our players today. But I want to raise the subject which was raised on that desk there about, we are seeing so many of our players long-term coming back in, especially ones who've been on the break. How do you feel like TFT is as a game, to come back and pick up again and still compete at a high level?
I mean, this set, I think it's the most complex that we've ever seen TFT with the amount of just layers and layers and layers of system changes across the last few sets. You add headliners in the mix, you add hidden headliner rules as well to, make sure the players have a lot to think about. It's very hard, but I think players that were once in the elite level can pick up that level very quickly. We saw Alan ZQ, for example, doing really well on ladder after dropping out a lot of sets to play Legends of Runeterra instead. Tampop similarly qualifying to GSC after not playing for a ton of sets.
Yeah, I think fundamentals will always be fundamentals, right? And unironically, if you are a player, for example, that didn't play last set, you're probably, for some players, it's probably better for them to have not experienced Legends to a certain extent because they kind of just made it very easy for you to fall into specific play patterns, right? Which aren't necessarily more, again, which kind of did hinder some players' mechanics and some other stuff, right? Again, I'm not saying the players got worse or anything like that, but that set had a very specific play pattern depending on which patch you were on that necessarily didn't always translate to what you kind of build up over the course of previous sets, whereas this set is much more in line with something like, let's say, set 4, right? Very heavy fundamentals, very heavy understanding of lobby pressure, lobby tempo. How can I incrementally increase my board and power over the course of the set?
All right, we've got our lobby coming up, lobby 15. So remember, we've got a huge range of players playing every single round. We're really giving you a taste of what's to come. So we'll see them in a second. There's some of the names I want to pick up before we get there. Or from you guys' side of things, in fact, just before we see the lobby as they're coming up, are there any players from this coming lobby that you're particularly excited to see?
Well, I'll mention a brief story about Gunmei. I might have or might have not just mentioned to the Spanish players the hidden tech of playing Seraphine Reroll. Up to them to play it or not. Gunmei played it in one of his first games, did not go so well, and of course, I was immediately blamed. So I want to apologize to Gunmei right away and say, use my tips with your own caution. Playing Punk, maybe correct, maybe not.
I think that for a lot of play groups kind of had that Seraphine reroll as a high priority, right? And then we just had the SEA tournament yesterday completely blow that sec all wide into the open, right? I think that's a big thing we gotta keep in mind here. 2 players I want to highlight very quickly here. Yobi Dash, just talking about top of the show, had that incredible run in OQ day 3, and then Bricks. We get to see him in another GSC here. Has had a pretty rough going for a couple of sets now, but again, still had that amazing performance back when he made his name for himself back in set 7.
It's worth noting that with Lobby 15, we are working with players who are towards the very bottom of the standings right now. So these are the points that they have accumulated across the 3 games so far. Much less than they would need to be able to get out and make the cuts to the top half to even make it into day 2, let alone at day number 3. So for you guys here, do you think we're going to be seeing any different styles of play here in Lobby 15?
I mean, this is where the clutch factor has to come out. You had 3 bad games. Your mental is not at its best. You're doubting your meta read. You're doubting your game plan for the tournament. You have to adjust. Maybe compare what other players are doing in these first 3 games. What's working out. Try and as quickly as possible look at other players' game plans and see if you can bring some of that into your own game plan and clutch up. It's 3 games left. You mentioned Widow with Yobidashi doing that same thing in Open Qualifier, making it to GSC. He can do it again. Can other players have that same mental? That's the question for me in this game 4.
Yeah, especially because like now you start thinking about like math, right? You start thinking about, okay, I need to average a 2.5 to make it because I need to get 19 points or whatever, how much we'll need to hit that 27, 28 point break off, which is the traditional cutoff for these top 50% cuts. And if you only watch Vegas, for example, that wasn't really a case. But if you're new to this style of competitive TFT, very often 27, 28 is the points cutoff for these early days. And that's what they're trying to, in their mind, figure out, how am I going to get to that the most stable way possible. Sure, like 1 first here really does put them back into the mix, but it's all about that.
And of course, we've got the added pressure of knowing that you've only got 2 chances this season to get that guaranteed spot, to even just accumulate the GSC points. If you don't do that, then you're leaving things much more up in the wind as there are chances of going through the Global Championship. We know we've got a lot of players, of course, Kevin Parker, we mentioned right back at the beginning of the show, there's a ton of players who wants to go and take those spots at the Global Championship. There's very few of them available.
It's, as you mentioned, I think the biggest thing is the 2. It's a stressful time with having, only 2 chances to make it. If you don't do well on a 2-day patch as well, you have to really cram and study session these last 2 days with your screen group, with your friends that you play with, to try and make it as cleanly as possible into this tournament. So again, it's hard this set especially.
All right, let's get things started. We are down at Lobby 15. Our players really just have this one more chance to come back into the competition as of this game. We're really looking for some big performances from some fairly established names who are in trouble already.
And a hat trick of new carousels, new polls here coming from. We are going to be going with the loot subscription, David. Like, what really comes into like higher power in this poll, for example, compared to some of the other ones?
I think the biggest thing is just being able to correctly analyze your board strength, where it should be in a normal lobby and where it should be in this lobby with this portal specifically, especially in stage 3 and 4.
So if you're familiar with the previous setup, this will be the Hall of the Nine renamed elsewhere. If my memory serves on the loot table, I believe that one of the big things we'll see potentially dropping here for our players, though not guaranteed, are some spatulas to potentially put us back into the same situation as the previous lobby.
Counterfeit, did you just Casper bless us into playing for 8-bit again? I'm down. I'll jump on.
I mean, I'm just saying, we need to top the previous game. It's a big ask, but I think we should try.
And these 8 players need a first, so they're down as well, I think.
So actually, David, right? Look at the spot here, right? We're seeing this fact. He already has the cannon. He has the Yasuo already. He has that edgelord Yasuo in the shop as well. Again, you need to be very familiar with the Yasuo reroll line to kind of start going for it, but it actually isn't the most horrible spot to start looking for it.
I think True Damage is a much better version. I think it just caps out much higher and just is much more stable in the mid game, especially. So I think that might be why he didn't attempt to go for it. The sword dropping, it was also could steer him in that direction. You did need a lot of swords to make Yasuo work, but being edgelord, I think I would also skip it.
Well, we do know, with this being, of course, the loot subscription, we will be seeing generalized power being injected into the game. There is always a possibility we'll see the boot drop, which means no power, but whatever ends up dropping, every single player in the lobby will get exactly the same thing, so they'll need to find the best way to navigate from their particular spot.
A few interesting options being held open here for breaks on the bench here. Gets that old Razzle Dazzle. Would be a Nami too, actually. If it gets a front line to work with, there could be an interesting thing to work about. Again, not the strongest augment here. I think Patient Study is, generally speaking, something a lot of players start prioritizing. And here we have our first round. What is it going to be? Tome of Trades. We're back, and it's a Oh my days! Ridley Pig as well. King of the litter. What do you want?
Bricks, I think he went out last night. He got in tune with the disco genre as a whole, because right away he gets all the units. He gets the disco emblem as well. And I think we know exactly what direction this player is going in.
I like this though, because our players don't have any real commits into any lines, being that we've literally just started the game. So the ability to just crack the Tome of Traits immediately and find that direction, we've got it now for Yobidashi. We know that there will be at least one country player in the lobby.
Oh, David, that's an interesting thing here as well with that Jazz Baby being picked up here from She, right? Because there are some kind of murmurs about how you play this That's Jazz Baby line right now. Some people are saying, you know what, don't lean into Misfortune, but I know that I was spectating Snoot a little bit. He's been trying to play some That's Jazz Baby. Do you have any other insight you want to share to this line?
I think it's still pretty similar to what it was back then. If you get an early Bard, great. I mean, he can really scale into the late game. If you don't, I think MF is, again, a viable 3-cost reroll from the right position. But that's just if you want to get as many traits in as possible as early as possible. And it's always tricky to balance econ to have enough to roll for those 3 stars and trying to level up in time to get the value from that Jazz Baby. So it really comes down to finding an early Jazz headliner, in my opinion.
Yeah, make a huge amount of difference. We've got some other players who are putting their bits and pieces together here. So, Jedusor would be potentially moving towards the country line. Don't know if they've noticed yet that Yobidashi has already claimed that space. The emblems, of course, are going to be the real difference makers here. We know how powerful Disco can be at the moment, but we know it's contested, so it's going to be Crowd Diver instead. What do you guys think about this very rare to see emblem coming in?
It makes a lot of sense when you start thinking about what the Augment choice here is. It is going to be that Stars Are Born. So the first Katarina that will be showing up here for Jedusor, I believe, will be 2-star, right? So that could be something that you want to lean down towards that. You already have the early Riven that can also kind of work in towards that Yone reroll line if you want to go down that with the Crowd Diver emblem. One of the biggest things to know was that when Set finally made his appearance into the set and really became super powerful, it was with that 6 Crowd Diver really being like a big facilitator for that damage.
There was a massive nerf, though, to 6 Cry Diver after that first or second patch in Remix Rumble. I do think it is, of course, still a very strong option, especially as almost a guarantee now with Yone. Even if you don't get Yone headliner with the Crowd Diver, you are able to reach 6 Crowd Diver anyway. So we'll see if he can make it to that board in time. He does have Heartsteel in already, which will definitely help with economy. You can sack most of this stage 2 and 3, and then really just try and spike on that 4-1 roll down.
We know our players are looking for that top 1 finish, so they will need some pretty impressive boards to make that happen. Just trying to keep an eye out here for our players who haven't cracked their Toma traits as of yet. So if they get more of their traits in, especially ones that don't have emblems, they can have a little bit more control over what they're playing. But it does feel like some of these routes are being closed off by the players who are a little bit more adventurous with their choices.
Gunmei did say in the chat before this game started he's going to double down and play Seraphine reroll again. We'll see if that's the case, waiting to pop the tome to either have a better tailor if he doesn't want to have a full random option, or just to continue waiting to see everyone else pop their tome first, kind of flex or posture their direction, and then go for an uncontested line.
It also feels like he wasn't necessarily, he's not necessarily trying to build any sort of like win streak, loss streak. Like he's not even picked up a headliner right now either, right? So he's just playing a very patient game, as you're pointing out here. Quite like that patience coming through from Gunmei.
All right, check in on the HP totals. Uzi lets us down on the doldrums, whereas Brix and Petic have managed to keep their win streak going from the beginning of the game. You didn't note before that Brix finding the very powerful Disco emblem and having the patient study as well. Notable that it will still be giving Brix HP even if he's not taking losses.
Yeah, and down towards the bottom of the screen now, we are seeing RNG Uzi fan, a player that really kind of started making their way into competitive at like the Golden Spatula Cup 2 of the Runeterra Reforged season, so like towards the back end of 2023, and then had an amazing run in GSC 3, finishing 5th, but did not make it to the Runeterra Reforged Finals off the back of that, then won the rest of the EMEA qualifier for the first GSC here. So a player that, despite his early failings so far on this day 1, is a player we need to keep an eye out for.
Especially with this start. I mean, 4 Disco, 2 Dazzler in already, almost a 5 win streak, be able to get these next 2 rounds, which I think will be the case considering. I guess the Augment is not fantastic for board strength for Brix right now with Patient Study, but if you can get a win streak and get that extra HP and get that kind of economy lead, that'd be so fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of that strength coming from just the ability to put stuff on the board with those extra levels, as the newly buffed Tarek is holding on for a bit longer than we might have otherwise expected. It looks like the streak is going to be held onto. All right, apparently the YOLO Disco buffs paying dividends.
Yeah, as you're pointing out, right, those like buffs, Tsunami and Tarek really kind of helping off these early games with this TF, allowing you to hit those level 8s a lot more, with a lot more HP, a little bit more money in the bank for some more consistent streaks here. And as we see right now, Uzi on that Gambler's Blade Heartsteel line, a very common combination, because again, you have the rapid fire from the affiliates to just build up that gold with the Lucky Streak. As long as you're above that 30 gold, you're going to get the maximum amount of attack speed from that, and just trying to build from that.
and 1 set off of that 5 hard steel game plan. Still another player that hasn't popped their tome yet, waiting to either tailor it with 8 traits online or just waiting again for other players to commit, and then like Gunmei to find an uncontested line to commit to in stage 3.
Lost streak is going to be threatened here by Liptus, who's in a very similar position. So looks like Liptus will be the one moving forward with that. It's interesting to see Liptus doesn't necessarily have anything to help push his economy strength, going for Stars Are Born instead for some early power, but pivoting instead to a lost streak rather than trying to push early board strength instead.
Look at his bench though, Peter.
Yeah.
We see 4 Katarinas already.
5 with the one on the board. Right, again, I was pointing out earlier on, that Katarina reroll line being the one that he's most likely going to be looking for. And meanwhile, talking about pushing their economy, pushing the tempo, Patik here, a player that we kind of first got to know when he made it to one of the Super Bowls last year. A great play, like one coming out of the Czechs, and like going for that escort quest around this 4 Bruiser Disco setup with the country mix as well.
And it pays off. 5 win streak coming through. Bricks not able to secure that 5 win streak himself with that disco board at the very end of this stage 2.
I'm personally a huge fan of Escort Quest. You know, just because it rewards you for playing really, really aggressively. And again, we know we're in the context where gold is at a premium. 3 gold per round, just at the expense of having to play really aggressively, feels like an extremely good deal.
We'll see now. This could be an early level to 6 from Liptus, or he could just be waiting it out. One more round and a 5 loss right now. And he has the double toe on the bench. Going to the library, reading his books, making sure he has the necessary knowledge to do well in a do or die game 4.
Patik sending it here though, the Tailor Emblem being the Guardian one. Is this going to be a little bit of an awkward one, right? Because like you are... I guess it does have a lot of overlap with the Tarek, right? So you do get a lot of tempo from it, at least, I suppose. But for Jidusaur, oh, that's a mess selection.
Oh boy.
Quinter, Augment, trust.
Well, players are being put into these difficult positions. This is such a high-stakes game for every single player to be playing outside of their comfort zone because of we're playing in the loot subscription with all these extra emblems, extra tome of traits knocking around. I have to wonder, you know, who's going to be able to survive and keep their focus when there's such unusual boards being played.
You're completely right, Counterfeit. I think this is, you know, set 10's already very, very complex, but this is adding another layer, I think, similar to the players that started first moving into Earth at the end of set 9. They had to know so many different lines and so many different boards that you could build off of select emblems coming your way. This game, very, very similar, and we'll see which player comes out on top because I have very little knowledge on some of the lines that are being picked here.
Yes, it's worth noting as well with the revamp to the headline routes here, he can still see Katarina come into the mix here because there's no unit limitation for free costs and below. Meanwhile, Bricks popping his second tome here gets up Jazz, and we saw a lot of this Jazz being kind of flashed in towards these disco lines at the start of the set with the Bard having the natural overlap with the TF and the Dazzler. Just a little bit more power coming through here with the double defunk.
Yeah, I certainly don't hate that at all. We can see the double funk giving the much larger AoE to the disco ball. I mean, we've certainly been hearing people talking about how, as far as an item carrier goes, this Bard will do a great job of standing in place of the Twist of Fate until he turns up. Picks up against Uzi. Gambler's Blade from the other side, getting a little bit more gold into the inventory. You can see that across most of the field we've seen so far. I believe we are seeing a lot of players trying to save up that money, again, looking for that late game board, which will get them the first to get them back in the tournament.
Gunmei securing a win this last round. Very curious to see if he's finally popped his tome and what direction he finally decided to go down. Hinted at Seraphine reroll, won the game, started off. And Seraphine Headliner is indeed on his board, a man that keeps his word. I like this. I respect this, Gunmei. You stick to your words. And again, if don't try and contest Gunmei, he will not pivot.
Oh, gets the Hyperpop here at least, right? I think that's a very enticing option because then you just get the extra buster. You're going to play Lulu naturally as well. Had this been like a double KDA emblem coming through, he goes with a spell. He goes with a Sentinel instead, trying to build that 4 Sentinel front line. I think it pans out a lot, really nicely as well with that secondary option coming through here. But had he gotten like double KDA, 10 KDA all of a sudden becomes quite achievable as well.
Instead, we've just got a very good front line for the time being. At least Gunmei, good amount of gold in the bank, no streak to speak of, but this board's power has been pushed up against Jinping, who making good use of a Superfan and Big Shot emblem in the mix there. So again, a composition we wouldn't necessarily see being built this way, being allowed because of this particular portal.
The Sentinel Emblem, more than anything, also maybe trying to double dip onto that Mogul's Mill to guarantee the goals up to stage 3. That's the case. They're just barely able to get that cash out from the 40 stacks as the fight came to an end. As you mentioned, still no Spellweaver on this board, no Superfan onto this Seraphine, giving her the Rabadons, but I assume it will be a tier that Gunman is looking for to close off that Shojin, especially if you can get an Ahri along the way in that process.
Yeah, the issue, right, is the fact that there's like 2 4-cost tiers on this carousel, both on pretty high priority units, one on Akali, one on the Ahri. I think that's definitely something, but he does get it even though he's third pick here. Gonna be very nice, and meanwhile there's still some pretty decent components up for grabs here for Bricks and Patek. Patek still at 100 streak, making use of that escort quest to keep himself topped off in gold as well.
That's absolutely wild. Again, for anyone who hasn't been messing around with escort quests too much, so Patek not just getting the value from the win streak, but also 3 extra gold per round is a massive difference. It's just going to keep on growing exponentially as the battle continues. Patek, though, can't find a headliner. Are we sure about those headliner rules, Weta?
I mean, the headline is on the board. It's right out to the left.
Oh my mistake.
He's looking for that last copy right here of the Katarina. With that Superfan emblem into the mix now as well, he means he can kind of just get away from one of the other units that he might not want to run here. So just a super solid way for him to look into it now.
Armus' second augment going to be great for Katarina as well, but still has rolled to 0, level 6. We're at 3-5, hasn't hit his upgrade yet. It's going to be hard to recover from this spot if you're not able to stay healthy, and he's already down to 50 HP because of how much gold and econ he was working towards in that stage 3 and 3 with a loss streak. So it's looking pretty dicey here for Liptis.
Yeah, he also does have that edge dot emblem as well, right? So he has that long-term game plan set up off this Katarina plus Yone dual carry using the overlap with the crowd diver trade there. As Katarina 3 finally makes an appearance right now, so can't get that set into the mix here.
All right, maybe it's a stay of execution. I do worry though. I mean, you know, it's not certainly as much as we're seeing unusual comps in this kind of setup. It's not one which we would be expecting to see at all. We know the Katarina hasn't really been taking center stage for a while since she got nerfed. Do you guys believe that this could be a turnaround for Liptis, or is it still too slow of a find on the Katarina 3?
If he was the player that had gotten that Crowd Diver emblem, I would be more of a believer, but with the 2 emblems he got, I'm not sure how much extra synergy they're going to have with the Katarina outside of the other Crowd Diver / Ezreal units getting benefits. And again, it's the gold that I'm worried about, the complete lack of econ. You might stabilize for a few rounds here because you do have Harmesses. Katarina is very good at 1v9ing in stage 3 still, but stage 4 and 5, once CC comes in and just beefier units that don't just die to one cast come through, I think he might be in big trouble.
One of the big things here is what we got to keep in mind, right, is that if he's able to find that Nico, as we do see RNG Uzafan picking one up here, is actually the fact that he will be able to she'll get that extra HP and she'll get that extra Omnivamp. So the Katarina, yes, there'll be a lot of CC in the mix, but she will also have healing from Superfan as well as the healing coming through from the Hands of Justice, as well as the fact he'll get that KDA AP/AD boost as well, so he gets a little bit more power to the punch.
We'll keep an eye out for how Liptis does longer term, but it's looking pretty dicey. Slightly further up in the HP zones, but not by much, as we've got a big cluster of players around 40 and 50 from 4th place down.
And Petit could be rolling for his headliner, for his disco board now before anyone else can make it here, because he's on a 10 win streak. He has the win streak gold to work with. 5 streaks for nerf, but 10 streaks are still golden when it comes to generating a ton of economy, and still has not been able to find either a headliner Blitzcrank or a headliner who's afraid despite that gold that he had to work with.
Yeah, honestly, could just pick up this Ahri pair and just kind of like play for an Ahri 2 for tempo, but lacking that headline into the mix now. But a level 8 advantage should potentially be enough. He does queue into Jet, you saw here.
At least we've got the one Twisted Fate on the backside. We're going to have to pop for the artifact as well. Deathfire Grasp will be in play from next round. It looks like Petek should be able to just about hold onto that streak. Of course, the crowd control actually will be ignored there. And that means there's a lot of money taken away from Petek as Yunmei moves up with a win streak of their own off screen.
Yeruzor becoming maybe a scary player, has last stand at his second augment pickup, is angling potentially towards this Yone 3. We've seen Yone do so well in the games before that, and I think last stand is one of those augments that really elevates Yone reroll and Ribbon reroll into the next really category, the S tier.
It really does. Like, add all that additional comment power. Again, he had a very clear line in mind with that, the stars are born plus the crowd there, right? Again, as I was talking about before, the Katarina one, but with the fact that we have another player in the lobby running down that line, it means that now, again, it's a sign of a good player understanding when to pivot out. And as you're talking about, David, right there, the Disco TF even, has been picked up.
A lot of upfront damage with Contagion, with the Deathfire Grasp as well. Some scaling damage with the Ascension, so really trying to check off all the boxes coming to this stage 4, making sure that once he finds a Blitzcrank, it's going to be very, very stable.
Yeah, that's the only thing really missing right now. Of course, we know that Petic will be trying to grab as many individual wins, even if it can't be turned to a streak. That escort quest is still in place, and that's still a lot of money. But speaking of Blitzcranks, Blitz is online for Bricks with a very similar looking board, though no Twisted Fate in his back line.
Every time I see this Double the Funk, it just reminds me of Risk, the board game where you're just trying to take over the map. Looks like what's happening here on the board for Bricks, but bit of a tongue twister. I agree with you, Counterfeit. The Blitz for Bricks, and in this case, facing off against Gunmei, has the Itemized Seraphine, has the Alawi, or the Echo rather, with the Mogul's Mill rather, sorry. Not able to win there. Gunmei finally taking down a notch and loses that win streak.
Yeah, losing a win streak here actually is a little bit detrimental, but again, he's still on level 6 trying to find his units, right, as you're pointing out. So it's not a surprising factor to lose that, but would have liked to keep it on, maybe finding someone else who was a little bit less stable. But I like the fact here that Briggs was starting just angling around that Lux, trying to just like say, okay, I didn't find a TF. I'm just going to play Lux for a while and then kind of just like make use of what I have and then figure out further down the road what I can do.
Checking back in with Gunmei. For a second, we can see the Sentinels and the ball were mostly coming together. Yobidashi with the country emblem is up to country 7, so we have the full version of the steed, and we're still looking to try and level up our units to get the most out of it. Of course, the Infernal Steed will be incredibly tanky and hard to put down up on the 7. It takes a little while to come out and won't stop the backline from being deleted by Bricks. It's a great tank, but it won't win you the round necessarily by itself. Does survive to the tail end, though, and still not good enough to get Yobidashi in with a win.
What a great mental image, seeing the Hecarim yoinked up into the air by the Nami 2 times in this fight. And last stand for Yobidashi as well. So 2 players that could potentially become Exodia players in Stage 5 once they proc this last stand. Anyone who lost too much HP in Stage 3, I'm looking at you, Yi Xingping, you might be in trouble, because once you face these last time players, if you don't have that good matchmaking to fight them before they proc it, you could potentially be looking at a game-losing loss, I guess, is what I was trying to say.
That's the worst kind.
It is. Not my preferred one, to be honest.
All right, onto the carousel again. We got, yeah, as I said, with the last stand in play, we've got an incredibly close lobby towards our bottom 4 in particular. Genusaur starting to create a little bit of space. Gunmei as well. Petic still up at the top and keeping things nice and toasty as the upgrade comes in. Gunmei still believing in you, still believing in the Seraphine. David,
I'm winning back his
trust. It's going well so far. Is this the lobby
to make sure he's top 4s? I'm curious if he makes it
doesn't need a top 4, David. He doesn't need a top 4. He needs a top 1 or a top 2. Remember, we are still very close to the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I kind of like, again, you want the attachment onto the R, right? Just to get that same result of damage coming through, I assume. Right, again, the thing that I'm the most interested about is, like, when he gets to that level 8 here, just going to get that 6 Sentinel in. So we're basically playing the board from last patch, just centered around Seraphine instead of Ahri, right? So that's a bit of an interesting one to kind of keep in mind.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very strong front line. And, I mean, even at this stage of the game where it's not up at full power, it's doing pretty decently well. Not quite enough grunt there to be able to punch through and start pushing forwards for the next eliminations as RNG goes down low. We are starting to move towards those early elimination stages, even if we've got the last stand to bear in mind.
Not too much bad news just yet for Gunmei. I think he's still waiting for that level 8 spike after this next Stage 4 PvE round, and they're going to try and spike and stabilize into that. Ideally top 4, ideally more than that if he's able to hit some kind of crazy 8 Sentinel board going way into the late game.
Yeah, another thing that's also kind of worth noting about what for him as well is the fact that he needs frontline items, right? Like, sure, he does have that Echo with like somewhat frontline items, but again, he has Sentinel emblems. But like any sort of like true tank items on like a Nico and a Blitzcrank will just like keep them alive for long enough to just the Seraphine healing from their abilities to kind of top them off and make those fights go incredibly long.
Alright, Uzi does not have last stand unlike others to be able to prop up loss. Coming on the lowest HP in the lobby. Right. The laser takes care of one carry, but there is another. Yakali dancing through the field of death. She's almost up to full stacks on the Titans, but gets... No, she doesn't get to lead. She dances again, takes out the Lux, which means Uzi is still barely alive. No! Takes the L, but is not dead.
Yeah, and again, right, we're seeing the power of this Lux to just the amount of damage with that EDM as well as like the double tag on towards that Carthus, meaning you only gets that singular cast off in these fights. Not able to utilize the Archangel Staff, that infinite scaling into the fights as well. And as you're talking about, David, he's the only one of our single-digit HP players without the last stand augment being chosen as well. Now, we're going to get our final round of items, and then on 5-1, yet another bit of loot will come down from the sky.
And hopefully some upgrade for Yobidashi as well to pair with his trait spike, or his augment spike rather, with the last stand in this case. We'll see 2 off of Samira, has 50 gold to work with, knows he was in no rush considering he knows he has that failsafe, that plan B once the last stand procs, that extra life. The roll down now finally coming through. Samira has been found. Can Urgot be found as well? Little 2 away, Trickster's Glass, don't get baited. I tend to as a caster, but still not an Urgot 3 on the board.
Or a Mumu maybe?
Alright. I mean, we're feeling pretty good for Yobidashi here. We're very, very close. Running out of money towards the 10. At least we've got the potential as well to perhaps pick up our second thresh. Make it happen, Yobidashi. Last stand. Quite possibly about to proc.
Potentially for both players, both last stand players, well, not for both players in this case, but for one of the players for sure. In this case, Yobidashi facing off against the Edgelord board. Both players have last stand. On the left, Yi trying to fight for his life with a Jazz reroll, but he's facing off against the boogeyman of the lobby. Patik still manages to survive for at least one more fight.
And that's something very interesting to note about this setup here coming through, right? It's the fact, okay, so it does go out now, but Xi Jinping here, right, is in a very good spot when it comes to the setups here, in terms of the fact that he has that MF3, but he has to fall super fan due to the extra emblem, meaning that he's been able to go full-on damage on that Misfortune, and then she's going to get that boost from that false super fan, just continues topping her off in the fights, because she has to continue scaling from that Jazz baby, meaning she's going to continue to scale all throughout the game, and then just stay top off with the help of that as well.
I think with Uzi being dropped out, though, in short order, we're starting to see time running out for several of our players. Yi in a tough spot up against Yobidashi. Of course, Yobidashi gets the second chance here. Yi does not. We may not get any more Jazz scaling in this lobby at all.
Yobidashi is down an augment in this fight. Could that turn the tables for Yi to win this, to stay alive, to continue fighting and scaling, as we mentioned, into the late game? Looks like it will be the case. Misfortune is still very healthy. The cast does not come through in time for Samira. And Yobidashi, the first of the last stand players to commit to make their last stand and try and fight and climb these HP totals back into the top 4.
And he even also has the vampirism as well, right? There's so much HP on these units as well. Like it is with the heavy hitters combination as well. Like there's a lot of hidden power on this board. So much extra damage coming through. And then with the fact you're gonna be able to go level 8 here, add in that dash to get even more power from the Jazz.
So
all right, it's looking pretty scary. Yeah, one off of the Urgot, one off of the Amumu. This board is really, really good, but Yobidashi only has this one additional chance. It's quite possible he could still die before he gets the board completely online.
And Gunmei, the first unfortunate player to face Yobidashi right after he's hit that last stand proc. Could that be the decisive factor in him potentially winning this fight and knocking down Gunmei a tiny bit more in the HP totals?
I believe it's a ghost, David. I can't even say you're seeing ghosts. Right, because you're not seeing the ghost here, so you're kind of living. You're not like, you know, it's kind of a
I get where you're going with it. We are.
I think this will be going out here despite that early rough start for him here as well. 7th here, probably as much as you could expect from that early situation here, even with that Katarina free online. Meanwhile, Jejusaur down to just 2 HP as well. Another super fam emblem and a disco emblem. There's so many good emblems on this carousel.
Very fortunate for Jejusaur to be on 2 HP. Hasn't proc last stand yet despite having it, so has that whole extra life to work with, thankfully, off of just that 1 HP difference.
We've got a lot of ground to be covered between those bottom 3 remaining players. What single life separating them, with of course the exception of the last stand. Patek is still up at the top with Bricks. They've both got above 60 HP. So still a long way to climb, even with what should be a crazy board. I have to wonder at some point if you're going to start selling those on Mumus just to get the Elgot 3 online.
What lobby are we in where Pentakill Emblem just goes untouched in this stage 5 carousel? Usually is that next massive trade spike in most of the lobbies we've seen today. Not the case in this very wacky and very different due to the loot subscription portal.
Yeah, right. Uzi was the Pentakill player in this lobby, but well, he's already out of the mix here. And with that blue buff, red buff combination we were seeing so much about here, such a powerful combination. And now it is the two last stand players up against each other, but Enzosx does not have his proc just yet.
He's on 2 HP, which is pretty outrageous. But he'd be even more outrageous if he can somehow pull off a win here without even using one of his augments. Yone is very low, but does eventually get eliminated. I think Enzosx will have to join the ranks of those with literally 1 life remaining in every sense of the word.
We do see Yobidashi did sell an Amumu to actually get that Urgot in time, so I had to sacrifice a tiny bit. Gunmei now wins around, 5 win streak, the board, 6 Sentinel, 5 KDA. Seraphine reroll is working out for now, but when you start facing these last 10 players, you might be in trouble. You're thinking, who's going to actually go bot 4 with the 6 players that are now remaining?
Yeah, it's worth noting as well, right, that Enzosx does find that kill for a little bit of extra power to his board here, but G's here right now is on that 5 super fan as well, right? So much extra power in that misfortune, but he does not have the board-wide buffs that Enzosx and Yobidashi have.
We'll see if Gunmei can keep up this win streak, given that so many of our players are fighting tooth and nail to try and stay alive. Very similar compositions. As we go check in on how Yi does. Again, this isn't a player with last stand, it's just relying on the raw power. As we mentioned before, the super fan brought up the full power, which means it's a Radiant Death Blade. This misfortune is going to hit very, very hard, but the Sentinels are shrugging off a lot of that damage. We do get the misfortune moving up to full power, but she doesn't get rid of all the frontline before it happens. She goes face to face with 2 backliners, takes rid of the Ari, and keeps Yi alive. Gunmei's streak is broken.
And the Omnivamp actually so relevant there for the MF. A little bit of healing at the end, able to stay alive despite the frontline melting so quickly.
It's almost as well, I play this comp a lot, right? And when you get to that Luminous Death Blade, whether that's through getting it from a Heartsteel cash out, getting it through just picking it the Prismatic Augment that gives you it, right? It is such a powerful item on Misfortune. That's just so much extra damage. And you can just kind of see that it takes a little bit of time, but once you start working up with that Rage Blade, with that Last Whisper, there are very few frontliners that you cannot take down.
As you noticed before, That's Jazz Baby in effect for the entire game will continue to make her just a tiny bit stronger every single round she survives through. I'm liking what we're seeing here. We've got some extra itemization to bring this front line up to par as well. I think if this Misfortune gets the time to work with, she can take Yi very far for this game.
Victor's Glass for some extra frontline going to be massive to help Yi continue to win these next few fights, continue the win streak and mounting that massive comeback. As you mentioned, Weeda, at the very start of stage 4, the more you survive, the more That's Jazz Baby skills, the higher chance you have of actually making that top 4 and maybe even winning the lobby outright. It would be great to see Jazz once again on top after not seeing it for most of last patch.
Yi up against Petik. Petik has been able to put all of that money from the Escort quest to good use, getting up to level 9 and having the Ziggs there. But it's looking like it is going to be good enough. That's Jazz rips through the board. Petik, despite everything, cannot get the win. Looking to see if we're going to get another elimination, but it does not look like it's going to happen. Enzosx, Yobidashi, both staying alive.
Yeah, Petik kind of just like sinking without trace right now. He was putting so much over the aggression, but now finds Kiana 2 and Allow 2 on the same turn. Huge upgrades. Gunmei find that Blitzcrank 2 as well, right? So massive upgrades coming onto the board here. Breaks another player that's kind of just sinking without trace at this position of time. He does not have something like a Rage Blade on this. Sona has that Mana Sane, but Sona casts so late into the fight, so it's very hard to get value from that. And meanwhile, you have someone like Enzosx, Yobidashi with these last stands procced with super burst heavy composition as well in the mix.
Oh my gosh, it's Last Stand versus Last Stand. Only one of them can stand, while the others gotta fall down and make way. The top 4 at stake here. Whoever can survive just a little bit longer. The Samira is getting through without being CC. She's pouring out the damage. A single target is good enough. Enzosx will go face to face with Oblivion and get knocked down. Yobidashi on the streak moves towards that top 4. Not quite there yet, though.
And the Vex showcasing why she's just a relevant part of some of the reroll comps that are currently in the meta. Twin Terror, Country, the stun is so clutch against these opposing melee reroll comps like the Riven, like the Yone. We saw it there. Yone right in front of Vex, stunned, CC'd for just enough time to be bursted down where he could not Omnivamp back up to full HP.
And meanwhile, with that 7 country in there, with the big hacker in there as well, I believe it's 7 country, right? Which is it's just so difficult for the unit to get through. There's just so much HP on that hacker. Now we have 2 win streakers in Yobidashi and Yi going against each other here. This could be a huge fight for whoever's going to secure one of those spots in the top 4.
Welcome to the elimination station. 4 players on a single life in a single round. Surely we see a huge cut through here. Yomidashi's single target damage is off the charts. Misfortune is willing and able to provide much the same, but she's left without any support.
Really not.
He does scale up, and there's the Vex. She call it, David, but no, not quite enough. The Omnivamp kicked in. She's surviving. Yomidashi drops. We have ourselves a top 3.
Griggs taken down as well. Gunmate survives in 3rd place. It's one of the scariest lobbies to be in when you start scouting in stage 5. You see there's 2 last stand players slowly creeping up in HP, not losing at all. Everyone starts plummeting, losing fights back to back, but Gunmate ends up being that sole survivor alongside Petic, and all the last 10 players are now out.
And it's so crazy because we spent so much time talking about these last stands just for them to go 6th and 5th, which they pretty much would have done without last stand as well, right? So sometimes you just live and die by the last stand. Meanwhile, we see a level 9 here, just that little bit of extra power coming through. 6 is the perfect addition as well with that 4. With the 4 Jazz in the mix, right? Get that Hyper Pop, get that Dazzler active as well. This is such a powerful board right now, and it is about as capped as you can be playing this composition.
It absolutely feels like Yi has crossed that threshold into what may well be an unbeatable comp. Petic has got the HP, but Gunmate is going to be the one going face to face. This Seraphine board has gone pretty well for Gunmate, but I do not think it was spec to face a threat of this level.
Echo already taken down. The front line lasting for much longer than it did last time we saw this pair fighting it off in stage 5. The front line has finally broken, but Misfortune, her damage is just going to be too high. The single target damage from Ari not killing units fast enough, and Gunmate in the end taken down in 3rd. But still, that's a top 4 playing Seraphine reroll, so I hope I receive an apology now from the Spanish player.
Just send the apology form through, you know, like just like I was wrong for trusting David on this, you know, and this, yeah.
Great to see that Jazz Baby working out again. We missed it all of last patch. It was rightfully so, super dominant the patch before it, but I think this is, again, careful trying this at home because this is almost perfect situation with all the different augments and how the entirety of this game worked out with a double super fan emblem.
Yeah, well, we knew our players will be looking for the road less traveled. We'll see if it's good enough. Petic has still got enough left in the bank to survive a loss here. But the board is looking very good. The only thing which seems to be missing for Petic at the moment is the itemization for the Sona.
TF on the same side as Misfortune, but does not matter. The Omnivamp is so big. The fight is so one-sided, it looks like, here for Yi. And like, as you mentioned, we does so much earlier into the game in stage 4. If he's able to make it far, he's going to have a more and more dominant lead. And we're seeing it perfectly reflected with his win streak. 10 win streak now for Yi.
Yeah, and there's also so many things to keep in mind here with the fact that you have so much HP coming through from the vampirism, and you're talking about here, even with the TF on the same side as the MF, there's no red buff, for example, on the TF here, right? The DFG has been doing a lot of work in that first burst kill, but with the fact there's just so much extra HP on this board, like, you gotta work even harder to get that DFG burst initially.
Yeah, it does really feel like that's kind of dropped off as time has gone forward. We've got at least the one extra item come in. Maybe this will be something here to bring the Sona into a greater sense of prominence. Mana Zane, not too shabby. There's Stefan's one chosen instead.
Yeah, I like that pickup here. So like trying to just like make this Kiana even more durable, like put it into the mix, get that disruption going. Maybe you can kind of CC the MF to death here, but Lucian too, David coming through as well.
Red buff though as well. I'm going to see what itemization you want to go for if you're Yi. There's not really an open spot for Infinity Force outside of that Lucian. Could just be red buff onto the Ziggs instead. I think that might be the case. Or no, Warmogs here, just more frontline. I think it's, well, you have enough damage, just try and survive for longer on the front line side.
This lobby being played for a chance to get to day 2. This is currently one of our bottom lobbies of players trying to get back into the competition. Yi from both corners firing out massive, absolutely massive damage. And Petit, the money is not quite good enough. The escort quest will fail. Yi takes first place for Germany.
What can I say? That's jazz, baby. I hope that's what Yi is at least thinking in his mind, with the coolest face he can possibly muster after a game like that. A comeback like that. He was so low in the HP totals coming into stage 4 and finally able to win the game.
Oh boy, what an incredibly volatile lobby. I mean, before we go to break and get our analysts in on the action, do you have any final thoughts since today has been so incredibly wild?
I mean, we're just seeing like the excitement and these new additional polls have been brought into the mix can provide for a game of TFT, right? We saw the Spatula one, now we saw a loot subscription. Kind of just like spice up the meta game even more.
All right, guys, our break is ready, so we will go back. We'll be hearing from Makes Morgan before we move into the tail end of day number 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
My name is Tiaan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Jaws mechanic because with the Jaws mechanic the champion pool decreased and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast meta right now. It's really hard if you have like 0 economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
You know, Peter, Panda, and Rita, I'm looking at you guys all with envy. Because why doesn't this happen when I'm the one casting, okay? Whenever one of these guys is there, I think Panda called it, was it Peter? of the camera, the trio Chaos Desk. Whenever they're on casting, they're goated at these games, have a lot of stuff crazy happening. Makes, take us through. From the portal.
Well, I mean, it started us off with the portal once again, right? In the previous game, we had the spatula. In this one, it's the loot subscription. Not only did we get 1 tome, we got 2 tomes. And then after that, also an artifact. So really, there was a lot of extra power spikes coming from these emblems. Now, there's a little bit of a different tech and how players use them. We did see from Elliptus and Yobadashi both holding on to them very, very long, trying to get ideal trades, trying to get as many as possible to secure some. It didn't really work out for the both of them. I think the angle of slamming it, getting your direction and following it down the line has paid off just a smidge better, but there were a lot of crazy comps in this one.
Yeah, not your typical game of TFT at all. All of these emblems and artifacts really made for a lot of crazy stuff. Like, for example, speaking about that MF board, we have not seen that Jazz Baby come into action for quite some time, but this specific board makes it had so much that made it viable in this specific game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were both talking about it, right? The vampirism coming in as well as the heavy hitters, but then at the same time, you're getting those 2 Superfan emblems, allowing you to go into the vertical Superfan. Superfan 5 gives you that radiant item on your headliner, which gave us the, I think, luminescent Deathblade onto the Misfortune. So really, she was just jacked up, she was beefy, she was heavy, and she was taking down anything in her path. At the same time, also getting that extra big shot, and then at the end, that final Lucian too, it's just chef's kiss. What else do you want?
Yeah, open up TFT stats at any point when you look at these augments. You're gonna find that Jazz Baby, at the start of this set, MF was like extremely dominant. And ever since the recent nerfs that's been happening, you can no longer craft the Jazz emblem. But now, he got the good MF, the Jazz one, the one that has rate that's uncraftable. You don't need Big Shot, okay? 4 Jazz already gives a lot of HP. Combos with the heavy hitters, and you should really ignore the stats in these type of games because at the site it says it's like 4.6 right now, but in this specific game it was definitely a 1.0 average. I'm looking at you guys, it was a 1.0 average, and it's not the only composition that actually came into action thanks to the portal. We've seen the country coming in from Yobidashi. He was not the only one that got bailed off by the last stand that this lobby makes.
No, I mean, Gunmei, right? Running down at Seraphine. I think Panda was talking about it at the beginning of the game, saying, oh, the first game with the Seraphine reroll didn't really work out for Gunmei. But he was willing and brave enough to run it one more time, despite chatters doubting and saying, oh, this guy is playing Seraphine. He got a 3rd place. You can play Seraphine. It's legitimate tech. We've seen it from other regions as well, and we've been seeing it in all of our games every now and then. So if you have the spot for it, definitely something you can look at.
Well, Seraphine has been doing so nicely, but let's see who from our players is about speaking out. Who's doing nicely and who's doing not so nicely. So let's look at the standings to see if the Seraphine tech is walking out alone or these players have also been having such a good day. You look at it now, we're done at almost 60% of the day, 4 rounds gone. And I'm not so happy with Mena. Talil currently at the last spot, 64, with only 18 points.
If the trend continues and he stays above that 64, should be good. But of course, we are going up in the standings here. And at the very top of the standings, you are going to see some players that are most likely already safe, of course. We never know exactly where that cutoff is going to land, but it's roughly around 27, 28 most of the days. So any player that has reached that or is guaranteed with the next 2 rounds to reach that should probably already be in a secure position.
Yeah, you only have to do half the effort. You don't have to beat the entire list full of all the 128. But you know who I'm worried about? You know whose name I didn't really see in that list? I didn't see Egyptian Summoner, I didn't see Scientistic, I didn't see Mujiwara. So, Egypt is not doing so good either, but look at that page! That French flag.
I mean, I'm seeing Kubixen. I don't know if you're seeing Kubixen, but 29 points after round 4. This is a reigning Golden Spatula Cup winner, and if he can continue this form, he might just do it again.
Yeah, Kubixen really took my attention, but I'm not sure if that was the visual bug because it actually wasn't. The amount of French flags going in this page 1, if you're French, you should be very glad because France is absolutely dominating game 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup, and every single one of them is performing really well. They're not just winning, they're not just making it to day 2, but they're sending a message that is very strong to all regions that we're coming strong. And also, we're going to be coming extremely strong right after this break, so don't go anywhere unless you're bringing snacks for Game 5 and Game 6 because we still have more to go on. Very short break and we're coming back.
Welcome back to the caster desk for game number 5. 2 more games to go before we cut away half of the player list for tomorrow. And we were just treated to a bunch of very crazy games. Now, I'm on the desk, so that's probably not going to continue. Sorry.
No, Mix. Welcome to the Chaos Crew. We accept you. We make you one of us. We introduce you. I'm now completely changed my opinion. We will have Wandering Trainer as the next portal. The script has already been decided, so don't even have to wait for it. I'm just letting you guys know right away.
Well, here's our lobby, Wita, and there's a bunch of names in there that, of course, we're very familiar with. I know Morgan is smiling right now because Egypt Summoner is here, but also some other players that we've seen for quite a while in Rising Legends now.
Yeah, a lot of these players really have their own stars. Like Captain Anchor was like playing in some of the first GSCs that we had all the way back in set 6. You have someone like Sagranda, who's pretty much a complete newcomer, has had some interesting domestic results in the French scene, right? Then you have, I mean, we saw Saf earlier on, David, a player you're very familiar with, but another Spanish name here in Aline, I believe, coming through from that TRC at Gamergy.
Yep, newcomer to the competitive scene, at least to this elite tier of competitive with the GSC. His first time playing one. Hopefully he can do well in this game and the next one and make it to that day to continue his journey. But Safo especially a very interesting player. For anyone that plays a lot of open qualifiers, don't do their homework when it comes to snapshots or TRCs, you'll recognize Safo's name as a player that I'm not sure right now with the actual stats, but I think he's probably the player in the EMEA that has made it to GSCs the most times from open qualifiers. I think like 7 or 8 different times that he's qualified through it. So he has a special ability to somehow make it through these very, very grueling open tournaments.
We are gonna hop on in here with Safo. As we were just talking about, we already have an eco and a set. Not a bad start in terms of 3 costs.
Yeah, and this really starts opening up the Heartsteel lines we've seen so much of today already, right? They're like, you're only as a Cassandra and a Aphelios to win. They tend to be a little bit more achievable than a Yone or the set.
Could also open up to that Yasuo reroll. Has 2 copies already naturally. Ideally, want to try and find that true damage Yasuo. A few swords, potentially BF swords in these few loot drops to really get things going.
Going to be seeing what we can get here, of course. Keep your options open. The Jinx not going to be picked up. Sorry to say, Panda. Punk reroll, definitely not the angle that Safo wants to go for. I heard some rumors about a Bruiser Olaf board, but I'm pretty confident that it's also not going to come together here for Safo.
So funny thing about Olaf reroll, we actually have a bit of a running like theme whenever like we just see an Olaf. It's like because like Scapeus played that Olaf reroll line a lot at the start of the sets. Now we just call it the Scapeus comp. I actually don't know if Scapeus have played it in any game since like the start of the set. Or it's just like now it's just a line. It's just a comp that we just like refer to as a Scapeus composition because like it's so flexible. It has a lot of things in there, but it's not a comp that you see a lot. But sometimes you go like the famous Nudie quote, right? Like sometimes just look at Scapeus and think, I'll play the same things with him. I just cannot pull them off, right?
No, you don't. You just don't. You go dead last. It doesn't work like that. But what works is golden augments and vampirism. We've seen it a couple times throughout today. Has been super popular all throughout the set. It's just so good. Is Tuxedo going to get...
There are some interesting options here, Dave, because you look at the trade web, right?
No,
there's 2 Heartsteel active,
only one option.
and there's Twin Terra. I mean, there's only one
Has
option,
to be
right?
Twin Terra.
He's scouting. He's making sure no one else has already picked the augments, and then he will commit to what is considered to be one of the augments that opens up to one of the strongest comps in the game right now. That is Twitch/Vex reroll, playing 2 copies of each alongside a Pantheon and a Mumu. And once you hit, it's just almost a guaranteed top 4 in most cases. Great items involved.
And the thing is, the way I have the IE Last Whisper options already open, right? And the big thing is here actually that it's not necessarily a Twitch comp. Like as dumb as it sounds, this comp relies so much on Vex, actually more so than like on the Twitch. The Twitch sure is obviously going to be the only reason why you kind of center around Twitch is because it's a lot easier to hit the Twitch free because it's a 2 cost instead of like the free cost of the Vex. But it's just such a powerful competition. So that's just such a scary competition to run into.
Something that's kind of important to mention with the champion delivery portal is that because everybody got early on high-cost champions, everybody is going to dish out a little bit more extra damage with the units that they have here, and that means you cannot really afford to loss streak, specifically with the additional streaking changes now. It is going to be pretty painful, so I'm curious when Tuxedo is actually going to get that together. But looking across our augments here, I would say overall pretty generic.
2 Wizarding World enjoyers, magic wands for Sasisa and Zagranda, looking to probably angle into TF, maybe having the backup plan of playing something like the Seraphine reroll we saw earlier on, maybe some other AP reroll options that are currently available in this current patch. Lulu, I think, not the most stable of options to go for, though.
How about Taric reroll, David, with an early Ionic Spark here from Zagranda, right? Really keeping himself open towards all of these AP lines that can kind of come around here, trying to play for TF maybe. Has some options definitely to go on the bench here. But something I actually want to highlight here is Safo picking up that Gargantuan Resolve. I expect this to be just a regular line towards the Yone or the Riven, but there are some other like more niche lines that I'll talk about if they show up, because I've kind of promised to not unveil them.
Okay, you keep your secrets.
All right,
I'm going to leak some because our reigning world champion title, of course, has played some Taric reroll. Now, I've heard a lot of players say that this is absolute bait and you should not play it, but surely there must be some tech with it. I'm looking at 2 2-star Tarics. Is this maybe the chance where we get in on the secrets? Panda, you're shaking your head.
I am not going to be part of this. I don't want Gummit to come hound me down because you went 8th with Taric 3. I am not, approving of this game plan at all. I think it'll just be a temporary game plan here. You have your Taric replacement for when you sell this headliner for a better one. I'd maybe just straight up the Disco TF or Disco Blitz in that stage 4. We'll see as we move along. But I think the game plan is very clear here. I think it's important for players to posture what kind of comps and game plans are going for. And in this case, Agranda is making it very clear with Magic Wand he wants to play Disco.
Yeah, and him having the replacement here is actually super relevant for a whole host of reasons, right? Because we look at his setup right now, if he starts just finding other frontline upgrades, like Cannon 2, whatever you want to start holding on to those, they can then exchange that for like a backline with like a Bard show and just like play that instead, right? There are so many things to kind of keep in mind here when you make those on-the-fly headline decisions when you're transitioning your board, that you need frontline, you need backline, such an important thing to keep in mind.
And Tuxedo had the chance to pick up a Vex or an Amumu with a bow, goes for the glove instead. So interesting, he's really valuing this glove option for what is going to be an Executioner's comp.
Yeah, and the thing is,
you need the crit, right? So it does make sense that would be the one component you're trying to get as early as possible. Basically, every single item you want to slam somehow uses some crit. So I feel like it does make sense. At the same time, though, Tuxedo is at the bottom of the standings with 80 HP. And last time we saw his board, it didn't look like there was a lot of Twin Terror going on already in the way that you want it to be. So we'll have to see if he can get that online.
Yeah, so another comp that I kind of like, some people might be shying away from on this patch actually is Jack's reroll. And I just think, yeah, sure, Jack's got rebalanced to a certain extent, etc., yada yada. But a lot of the matches that weren't necessarily like super good for him.
Oh no!
Oh my days, this is a rough one.
The Amumus do this. Twin Terror, does the extra health provide enough? I mean, the Titan Slam is going to be a little bit iffy, but maybe the Amumu's going to actually win the 2v3. This might be the most exciting fights of the entire game. Can Safo actually enter? Amumu, go or don't go. Depends who you're rooting for here.
It's actually so important to go.
Ult!
Oh, the 2v3. Perfect calculation from Safo. Cool call and collected. He knew he could do it.
That's just the power of scouting, man. Understand like just how much you exactly need here, and he's gonna raise the stakes. His board is like, I'm about to say weak enough to do that, right? So I really rate the fact he's gonna see like, I have the weakest board in the lobby out of the way here now. I can go for another set here, just getting even like another set of hard stills here, right? And then just take the catch up next time around. But it's kind of the back to the point about the gloves mix, because I think you raised a really good point here. The Executioner comp, generally speaking, just wants as many gloves as possible. Like you want Last Whisper, even something like JG on a Vax. You can just use so many gloves, regardless of like how many you end up getting. Even TG is so powerful in the composition as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that loot rules are the way that they are, and then sometimes you get carousels that are only defensive items. I think whenever you see that crit love on the Executioner line, you're probably going to take it, even though other units might be better value in terms of unit and component. I just think you want so many crit gloves, it does make sense. But Safo is going to continue that loss streak here as we are moving to Krugs. We see our Liden streaking all the way to Krugs with 100 HP.
The Spanish sandwich in this stage 2. One player streaking healthy, dominating the lobby. The other player purposely trying to lose to get this cash out to be as big as possible to, as you mentioned, Weeda, get into this Yone reroll line. We talked about posturing in stage 2. I think Safo with this Ogden pickup with the item slam on the Titan Resolve, he knows that he is going to go for Yone, and everyone else in the lobby should also know this.
Going to be seeing what the Krugs give us here. Safo is going to get a lot of money, which surely you're happy about when you're already loss streaking. Has all of the components on the bench. Still options open. We see a set 2 pop up at the very top there. So small little upgrades already coming.
So many great tank components, or rather AD melee bruiser components for this comp. That's really a lot to choose from here with the healing on both the Hodge and the BT, the Titans components as well.
Yone has now made his way onto the board here, right? So can't really go for the 5 hearts still just yet. We'll still need either a headliner or another, need the headliner or just get that Ezreal through, right? But left over to a player we really haven't spoken too much about, but it's a really interesting player, right? In terms of the fact that very involved in the French, in the Polish scene.
Not going to be the good Seraphine, though. It is going to be Spellweaver Seraphine, so going to probably opt to just play for a fast 8 playstyle instead.
On the other side, we are seeing a little bit of a callback to a previous game, the Katarina headliner coming through. Item slammed currently. I will argue that this is probably only an item holder for now, but Katarina reroll was something that was pretty strong early on in the last patch, then fell off, and now she is somewhat back, but not considered one of the stronger comps right now.
Yeah, Captain Anchor still level 5 here. Just trying to say, but I value my economy so much. I'm just going to hold off going level 6 just a little short while more, because I don't believe he's playing like any one-cost reroll composition with the mix. He has the Chosen or the headliner Opale, the Kaiser right now, right, with the blue buff into the mix here. So going for level 6 now. Gets those values from that Caretakers.
I personally love Caretakers. I just think it's such a good augment for direction and for kind of playing tournaments specifically that sometimes players even undervalue just a little bit. Looking across Captain Anchor's board, I'm not really sure where the long-term goal for this one is. We do have the blue buff. We could be going into something like the Ahri. Notably, we did see the, I believe it's called Ahri Warriors comp out of the SEA and CN server. And that's not something I feel like EU West players have been looking forward to. It's basically, I believe, Superfan Ahri, and then you play a headliner like Viego, like Poppy, something like that, that actually profits off of their Superfan item. And it's arguably pretty strong, but we're yet to see it.
And no level to 6 here from Island is very interesting. Despite the win streak does not go 6, thinks he's maybe strong enough or doesn't care about continuing the win streak. And in the end, going to take the loss here. Looks like just right to the face. Standing strong in the middle of the board, and looks like he might be playing Jack's reroll considering his headliner right now.
Yeah, as I was talking about, right, again, when I was like doing my research, I'm like, what's the meta gonna look like here? I had some players telling me like, Jack's reroll is actually still pretty good. A lot of the bad matchups here, kind of got removed, and you got nerfed a little bit, but like still very powerful. You can hit earlier on here, and I'm super excited to see whether or not we are gonna be going down that line, because right now Alden does have the better of the two headliners as well.
Going to be seeing what the long-term goal is for this one. As you said, could be a chance, has the GG. On the other side, we're seeing Sappho now has found the Yone headliner. Notably also a comp that players really, really are looking for. Kevin said it this morning. If you see me, I'll be playing Yone or Riven, but of course he needs those upgrades to really make the Yone dream come alive.
The loss is going to be so important here. 176 hearts on the cash out here for Sappho. I imagine he's not going to continue raising the stakes. He needs to cash out now at 37 HP and start trying to finally make a board that can sustain and kind of keep him alive coming to stage 4.
Forecast spat on the carousel here as well will provide some options for some of the players here that are kind of slowly but surely like getting their direction for the composition, right? If there's any players angling towards like any KDA comp, any line that really makes use of a Pentacle Emblem, right? There are so many options here and there's on the forecast as well.
Notably, Tuxedo taking that crit glove once again. He's just racking up these items. We can see it on the right-hand side now, as the Last Whisper has the IE and will be trying to slam yet another crit item. But as you said, here could be a cash out, and it is coming our way. Sappho, what are you gonna get?
It's a little bit dicey here with the thing when sometimes there's not enough bench spice, so you can't really pick up the anvil that's going to be coming through here, but just starting to roll down here for what I believe will be that Yone comp you've been talking so much about, David.
Already has a headliner as well with the Edgelord and not the Crowd Diver as the headliner +1 in this case, but has found a stable enough board. It looks like has found Zed, has found 4 Crowd Diver, has Titan Resolve, the second Titans as well onto this Yone. So double Titans with Gargantuan Resolve as the augment choice here, plus the BT for that Omnivamp healing.
Gonna go up against Tuxedo, and on the other side we are seeing that headliner Twitch. The Vex is also there. You can see a couple of copies, but it's not enough to hold himself up against Sappho, who has just hit that peak. We're also getting word from our admins that there is a player that has picked up Rolling for Days. Now that is not a very common augment, but Pana, you have already figured out where we're gonna head with this one.
I mean, he's very dead set on playing disco. I think there's not much to figure out. He needs to have as much economy as possible with the recent changes to how the streaks work to have enough gold to not guarantee, but have a much better chance at actually hitting that disco or disco TF or disco blitz as his headliner options.
And it's kind of the same thing as well as kind of one of the reasons why Shopping Spree has been such a powerful augment all throughout the set, right? The fact you're just going to be able to hold on to all those rolls and then hit those powerful key units for your composition, especially when you're holding on to find the correct headliners. The fact you're able to completely freely gloss over the ones that you don't want to see in your shop without having to pay any gold for it is so powerful.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of a Spider-Man meme in the make here between Egypt Summoner and Zagranda, both of them angling for that disco. We see one Twisted Fate already on the board, but of course this is not the headliner version, so still is going to be replaced eventually if the players can actually find it. You know that Zagranda is going to make it to 7 now, and on the other side we are already seeing the 7, but first we're going to go to Wolves. See if maybe that gives us yet another crit glove or some other upgrades. Finds the Blitzcrank.
Great start. I assume a sell on the on Tarek here to make sure he's able to find a natural headliner once this PB round is over, and then just the rolls will start coming through, trying to again angle ideally for the Twisted Fate headliner because he already has that one blitz in the shop.
Yeah, we see Egyptian Summer here already going level 8 on neutrals, right? Maybe he's trying to be ahead here, trying to just like roll whatever goal that he has to work with, right? There's so many things to keep in mind here as Texida now still trying to find that switch here. 3 copies away, so far away from anything. Meanwhile, Vex Free might be arriving on level 6 before the switch will. And while that's not necessarily something to complain about, it is still kind of funny when she's not itemized just yet.
Yeah, the question is how far do you go down to actually try and find those? Texida is rather low in HP standings already, so those upgrades need to come soon. We're slamming that JG now, slamming the tier as well to try and get some extra casts out. And on the front line, we are going to see that extra magic resist come through. Couldn't be at a more perfect time. Egypt Summoner on the other side has a lot of that magic, so hopefully is going to be just a little bit stronger against that disco board. There's a Sona as well.
Yeah, like, so I suppose like want to ask David about this because like I'm like thinking that do you slam Archangel and then you like to JG, like do your GG, like there are actually a lot of really interesting ways of kind of like putting your items together there. If you're a Texida, right, do you go for the adaptive helm to get like this Vex casting more often, right? So many interesting things here. I think that there is the better option you ended up going for, but just interesting things to kind of keep in mind.
Could have even been Spark onto the frontliners instead if he's going to value Vex 3 as the main source of his damage in this stage 4. Overall, he has to do something. Texida, I think, has waited a bit too long to spike, and now he's facing boards that are much stronger than they should be in this stage 4. We're seeing that TF board with a Sona already online. Finally, the Vex is found, rolling on level 6 here, and still relatively far away from Twitch, very far away from Pantheon.
2 copies is what he needs for that Twitch to come online, and it will. Finds it here on the right-hand side. Sappho, however, also finding that Yone. That's huge upgrades all across the board for the players that are currently at the bottom of the standings. And Zagranda is looking to follow closely. We were looking at this board. This was a disco board, David. Now it's suddenly country.
I love just the mind space to be able to be so dead set on a certain comp with Magic Wand especially and say, hey, I got dropped a Cloak for a country emblem. I have a ton of rolls on level 7. I'm contested on Disco from Egypt Summoner. I have already a red buff and a guard breaker built. I'm going to pivot to country instead, and we'll see if this works out for Zagranda.
Yeah, it's also not just the likes of you also see Leftover, which are also on that TF line already, right? So trying to say, you know what, it's going to be better for my game to kind of go into a less contested line than the one we're looking at here, right? And again, as you're talking about, just great awareness from Zagranda.
Also holding a 1 TF and 1 Blitz on the bench.
So this board, we just saw it. It's a little bit of a Superfan pentakill variant that has been coming across every now and then. It's not the straight vertical pentakill, but rather making use of the Superfans. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough against some of the rest of the lobby that we are seeing here already. We have the Yone 3, we have that Twin Terror that we know is super strong once Texida can actually get it fully online, and the country board that's vertical is also looking to be a huge threat.
For the Superfan version of Pinnacle, it's really just a stepping stone in Stage 4. It's a very cheap board because Superfans are, again, 1 and 2 and sometimes 3 cost units. So very cheap. They get a lot of immediate power. Once you go into late into the game, you have a lot more items to work with. You don't need that value from that extra item coming from Superfans. And you can move into a vertical Pinnacle board with just better units overall, like Yorick coming in.
Yeah, exactly right. Again, it's such an important thing about being able to play these like fast 8 competitions, the likes of the Ari last patch, this patch as well, the Akali, right? Just identifying like what is the quickest way for you to go to 9, just become more stable here. And I guess you're talking about like the Superfan line is just so powerful for that.
Daffo picking up the spatula. Yeah, I'm clocking that as well. Where are we headed with this one?
No, it's Forza Granda, so he might be going for another country emblem just to be able to take out the Tom Kench probably from the lineup and add in something like an Alawi or the Bruiser tag later on into the game. Doesn't have a cloak open right now though, so we'll have to wait until the Stage 4 PB round to find it. Needs to spike now to stay alive though.
He's skipping the Samira on his roll here. Obviously was rolling more aggressively for the Urgot, but in the long run, that skip on the Samira here could end up being quite catastrophic actually.
Going to be seeing whether or not it is 6 losses. Is definitely not the position you want to be in with 7 country. This could spell disaster with the wrong units upgraded. On the other side, we are seeing that Superfan Pentakali board coming through. Only positive thing I can report here is that this Karthus actually doesn't have a full mana item yet and isn't upgraded, but that doesn't matter. He's already doing so much damage. Only hope is that the Urgot and the huge pony will make their way through this line, break it through, and end that loss streak for him.
So while obviously you don't have the Spear of Shodian, for example, that film is still very good in the fact that it's just mana gen, right? You just need any sort of mana gen there. Blue buff doesn't really count, but the Adaptive Film of Shodian kind of does matter. Shodian obviously way better, but as long as you have something there for the Karthus, it's just such a important thing to keep in mind, right? And again, that's the thing as well about this competition. It's like you can play this from so many random spots. You can slam pretty much any item in the game, and you'll somehow still be able to land onto an Akali Karthus board.
Captain Anchor has ignored the patch notes and decided to play for Ari as his main carry here alongside an Akali that is only a 1-star right now, with Mordekaiser as the main tank. Not going to 6 Sentinel, instead going to 5 Spellweaver in this mid game, but on a 3 loss right now, 30 HP, not the best place to be for the Greek player.
Yeah, it seems like he is trying to go a little bit more into the KDA as well with playing the Akali and holding the second Akali as well. Could be looking for those 5 KDA to at least get a little bit more sustain on this board here. Only problem I see with that is we're on 20 gold, level 8. We're so far away from hitting that level 9 to actually fit it, but it might just be strong enough to hold on for now. The Akali is doing a lot of lifting here, taking out the Yoni, but on the other side, the Zed is ruthless.
Safo, despite hitting that Yone 3, he can still get CC'd, he can still get into trouble if he doesn't scale those stacks on the Titans resolve quickly enough. We saw that was the case with the Ari. The natural counter last patch still going to be the case here in this patch without a QSS or any way to stop that CC from happening.
Yeah, as we can see here as well now. Speaking of CC, Vex Free, as we were talking about earlier on, but now the Twitch Free has finally arrived as well. And we're going in towards the full executioner line with this. Where we're not even like playing the... We're not playing for the double Twin Terror stacks on the front line right now. Like we don't have an Amumu 2, for example. No Pantheon 2 to kind of put into the mix as well. And again, when you have someone like Sagranda right now, consistently Amumus as well, with his line of the play here, you're going to be a little bit less likely to find that Amumu free just now.
Big unit coming through here from the champion, the livery. All players getting that extra legendary. Should be very interesting. Might just be a 4 cost for some of them, is it? I thought it was a legendary for everyone, but maybe Captain Anchor just sold it.
Probably the case. He's looking for the RE3 as his win condition, but I think he's still so far away here with only 5 copies of Ari. It is going to be relatively uncontested compared to something like a TF, but it's without a duplicator here, it's going to be very unlikely he hits.
Captain Anchor trying to hold on against Leftoverture, has the Zona in the background, but without a mana item, she's pretty slow to actually dish out some extras. Will do it in the end, but with only 2 units standing, it's not going to be enough. And Captain Anchor finds a win here. Left now down to 19 HP, and all of these players are kind of scrambling there at the lower end with 20 HP. And around that, we're seeing a lot of rolling coming through. Is this a Samira 3 for Zagranda? Yes, it is.
It definitely isn't. Actually, the fact Tuxedo just lost his fight here, which is actually just huge for the overall make of the lobby, right? Because Tuxedo was on the words of building up a full win streak, would have been able to stay a little bit clear off the rest of this very murky lower end field from Island all the way down to Leftover, which was only 11 HP differential. That's so fine margins here. Every single fight will matter for the rest of the game.
Zagranda with that Samira 3 now going up against Captain Anchor. We just saw the win, but I don't think it is going to be enough against the 7 countries. Samira is just making her way through the board. Heckering coming in as well with one massive tank. It's just going to be an unbreakable wall and a huge hit for Anchor coming out. Left now also down to 3. These players are on their last life.
I love the positioning as well here for Country. I think early on into set 10, it was almost always positioned on the left side, so Hecarim could come out and protect as a frontliner. But I think for late game, it's just so much better having Hecarim come in and take up the empty space, take the aggro for something like an Ahri, for example, and buy time before that Ahri moves up into the Samira instead.
Yeah, totally agree. Right? Especially when you get into the late game where you have so many freestyle country units that it's such a difficult unit to kill, right? Just like the fact it just threatens these backliners a lot while Samira and Urgot are kind of just working on the opposite side of the board.
Captain Anchor, just a very mediocre board for what is going to be stage 5 already. 5 Spellweaver, Ahri carry. Last patch, even with just 4 Sentinel, I think it wouldn't be enough. In this case, even more so. This could be the last fight, especially if Viego is able to jump right into that space between the Yorick and the Ahri here as this fight unfolds.
Yeah, we're seeing potentially a double elimination side by side here. As you said, Captain Anchor on the right-hand side fighting for survival. On the left-hand side, we are seeing Left, but is going to be able to hang on. Both of these players still in there, still going for it. A little bit late on that finisher there, but it is going to be enough to make it through. And that just means that everybody is going to go into the carousel. We're going to see what big upgrades await here. Anchor already was holding that Yorick, now finds another one.
Exactly right. This could be a Kane for Safo as well, but no, wants the BT, wants the extra bit of Omnivamp for one of his secondary carries outside of just that Yone. And despite the Yone 3, despite the augment that really props this comp up into the S tier, Safo is now sitting on just one singular life. Adlilin potentially as well, the Spanish player, shrieking in the very early stages of the game, has now dropped down to 16 HP.
Yeah, and even though Zagranda is at the top of the lobby with just 30 HP, right? So even he is just a 2 to 3 loss away from death here. As in fact the Yorick 2, for Captain Anchor, David. Huge spike.
Love that Yorick coming through, but Arleden still looking for those upgrades, for anything to make the dream come together. There is upgrades, but not the ones he was looking for. And keeps rolling, trying to find something. Anything in the front line would have been nice, and Alawi, but she is not going to come. And who is going to come is Texida with the Twin Terror, has also found the Alawi as additional units on the board to just throw bodies into the way of the Karthus. Such a good solution to try and keep your units alive, and it is going to work out. The Twitch is just making his way through the board, and Arleden losing quite a lot of health here.
The deaths coming through now, finally near the end of stage 5. Zagranda takes out one of the players, considering he is still win streaking on a 6 win streak now. Leftoverture, the Polish player, is out, and Anchor, the Greek player as well, dropping out in 8th place. Great play from Zagranda, I have to say. I think when you play a game like this and you have a good result, it feels so good. You don't play kind of automatically. You shift off of that disco line into an entirely different comp altogether, and you're finding success in stage 5.
It's one of the reasons why I've kind of been praising Zagranda all throughout the set, right? Like, sure, did not have the greatest time in Vegas, just looking at like his results over there, but I watched like some of the non-arena stuff because it was some of the first taste of competitive on this set that we got. And while I didn't win the tournament, I was very impressed with his play here. And it's been a player that I've been watching out for the entirety of the set here. And we're kind of seeing why, right? He has this great awareness of how to navigate these difficult situations.
Well, between Arleden and Sisa, somebody is going to get eliminated here. Just keep in mind, this lobby is very, very close. Players need to find these high finishes to actually make it to day 2. So anybody that bottom 4s here has bad news coming for them, and Arleden is going to be one of those players. But Zagranda leading the lobby, like you just said, Wida, and everybody is just hoping that he's not the one player that's coming around in the next matchup with how low they are.
Yeah, keep in mind. Yeah, it's always interesting, right? But the matchmaking is one of the things that you just gotta live with and understand that you just gotta play to your matchup position correctly and just do what you can. But the big thing that we gotta keep in mind here as well now is the fact that, as I was talking about at the start of the game here, the players, generally speaking, want to be around 27, 28 points to end the day with. So as we talked about, it's not impossible for someone who gets 5th in this game to make it. They just need to have an absolutely mecha performance in the last game of the day. So that's just something they gotta keep in mind at home. They're not fully out of it just yet. They will have a shot of still making it.
Positioning will be so relevant for these last few fights, especially if you're facing someone like Safa with the Yone, for example. Ribbon 2 now found. I assume that's a Ribbon 3 potentially, or just the Ribbon 2 upgrade there in the end. So again, one single life for 4 of these players. Positioning could decide ending 2nd or 5th in this game 5. So we'll see how they're able to navigate this.
Egypt Summoner hoping to beat Texida and his twin terror board. Frontline is now empowered by the double Amumu, but like you called out earlier, we also have the Executioners in there. There is a Karthus just to add a little bit of extra damage to everything in their path. But the other side is doing so much more. And Egypt Summoner is going to knock out a twin terror board in 4th place. I did not think that this was going to end for this. What?
The real executioner was the Sona that we met along the way. What a burst of damage there. This is, for those who don't know, a very viable pick for Sona. It's not just attack speed now like it was in last patch. Attack damage Sona is actually, AP Sona rather, is actually a very viable option. And we saw why in that case right there.
Holy, she took out everything there. I'm still surprised to see the Twin Terror board go as low as it did. Now, top 4 usually isn't low, which is why it doesn't make sense to say that, but we expected so much of this board and just didn't seem to be able to perform. But we are maybe going to get another chance to see this Sona. She is ramping up. The mana bar is coming. Here comes the ult, and that is knocked out on the Samira in the background. Urgot is going to fall as well. This Sona is crazy.
She really does put a ton of work here, but again, David, you're talking about like how important positioning is in these fights, in these late game situations here, right? A big thing here is the fact this is a 2-star Illaoi, and this Illaoi is not taking primary focus from any units that can kind of kill her, right? So this means that once Samira's gone through the first tentacle, that will respawn again somewhere down into the fight as well, just completely denying her any access to the backline despite being on the correct side of things.
And the position on the Thresh as well for Egypt Summoner, he walks right into that left top corner, stunning both the all 3 of the Vex, Urgot, and Samira. So really just great positioning here from Egypt Summoner, and no huge changes. Finally, a shift to the opposite side for Zagranda, hoping that the outcome will be different on this last fight.
Yeah, and you can see that the positioning has shifted like you guys said, and we'll see whether or not the Sona can breach. First off, the Amumu is going to die in the front line. Hecarim joins the team, trying to put bodies between that Samira and the Sona. She is making her way towards that cast, but it's not going to be enough. She's cornered by the Urgot and the Hecarim. And with that, Egypt Summoner will take a 2nd place, and Zagranda on the back of this really great spot recognition that we saw with the Disco, that we saw with the Spatula, is taking a well-deserved 1st place.
Round of applause for this player. I think the key thing in TFT is not playing automatically. This is the #1 thing that dooms you in any elo, is just trying, not thinking about actually making decisions every single round. In this case, he did the exact opposite, was beelining for Disco, shifted after scouting, and again, gets a 1st place. So huge rewarding gameplay from him.
Yeah, I really loved it as well. As I said, I think it was fantastic. I also loved seeing the Sona too, but what I also love is hearing from our analyst desk. We're gonna head on over to them and see what they have to say in just a couple of minutes.
So I'm Tiaan. I frequently go by Tiaan TFT. I'm 24 years old and I'm a South African TFT player. I've been playing since set 1 and I consider myself quite a veteran in the scene, but I'm still here to make big things happen. So far it actually is my favorite set in a while, probably since like set 4. The headliner mechanic, I feel there's still some drawback to it, but it does bring some interesting things into the game. And I feel like set 10 as a whole, there's so many different mechanics brought together through the previous sets that it's extremely complicated. I feel like it's going to take thousands of games for a player to be like absolutely perfect at the set. So I feel like this set, there's always room to improve, and that's what's exciting me. I do feel like ladder is the most consistent way to bring the highest skill players into the tournament. So I do agree that they should be given more spots. Usually I keep myself calm before the tournament, and then I usually go on stream and I play one ranked game just to get the nerves off. Just no matter if I go first or 8th, it doesn't really matter to me as long as I warm up my hands. I don't think I have any like strange rituals before the tournament. Just, you know, trying my best to relax, keep my anxiety down and do my best. Yeah, I have a lot of shout-outs to give because I feel like throughout the past sets, there's been so many players that have helped me. I have to start with my family, who's actually watches my streams sometimes, which is crazy, and they've always supported me. My amazing fiance, who I don't know what I would do without. And then the many players I've met over the years, and a certain unnamed Discord study group. Really appreciate you guys, you know who you are. And yeah, thank you all for your support.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. It's going to be a wild ride as we promised the whole way through day number 1. Welcome. Let's get straight into it because we are getting very close to the end of the day. We started this one off with the champion portal, with having a lot of extra units and indirectly extra gold being dropped into lobby.
Yeah, that portal made it massive for everyone in this game. I mean, we only had one person going in with Heartsteel the Sod, and I think that this was Salvo, if I'm not mistaken, and he did cash out with the early stakes. But something that you mentioned, Peter, when we were in the cam room, is that maybe because of the portal and because they're getting more and more gold, it kind of pushed players away from the Heartsteel. So I could see that happening, and the fact that actually games got a little bit more inflated quicker due to that portal giving them more and more champions. It's like you have a mini Yordle portal, but this time it's giving you good units, or Noxakaya if it was called, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, it was called Noxakaya.
I was kind of looking for in this game to see if the doubling down on the Heartsteel was enough to turn things back around, because certainly when we were kind of initially having this revealed that you had this opportunity to get the double stacks, it was kind of presented as something that was generally too risky for competitive play. But we've seen already that it's worked out extremely well one time, and I was a little concerned that maybe we'd see it work out really well a second time as well, and then it just become the standard way to play.
Yeah, and something that I want to mention as well is the Twin Terror. This game, Tuxedo kind of made it look balanced, as whoever ever picked that augment in any of your games, you would be like, oh my god, we're going back to that reroll composition, it's boring, you just need 5 units to make it look good, you get the 2-star unit anyway, your entire board consists of 4 units being thrown on, and you know what? It's a reroll composition that gives you 1 gold reroll per turn. This is why Twin Terror is really annoying, but he went against Egypt Summoner, baby! And then that AP Sona did all the work.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good start with a lucky streak that, we've been talking about trying to really sort of lay out your lane in the game. Knowing that you've got the Gamblers play from the very beginning of the game and also finding the early Sona, you really couldn't have asked for too much more. I'm honestly astonished it didn't win the game in the end, but all credit, to be able to pull off that kind of positioning for Zagranda to be able to find a way to make that matchup work better. As we were talking about in the cast, just trying to find a way to slot the Hecarim into the sort of defensive line in a way that makes sure your carries actually do stay alive.
Yeah, positioning is a huge part of the game, specifically when it comes to this level of play. I remember in the first game, we actually had a Shroud win the game as well when it was against the Ezreal and the Lucian. I don't remember the player's name, obviously, but positioning really does make all the difference. And this is something that, just as you said, Zagranda has been able to pull off really nicely. And it's not just that, but the disco boards as well, alongside TF and AP Soda, have some sort of good backline access. The amount of healing they have with disco, they're able to counter boards that immediately one-shot your backline, like for instance, Karthos, the Country Samira, when Urgo just goes massively running over the backline, and when the Dread Steel jumps immediately, aka the 7-star Hecarim, with all of his pawnies and all into the board. So the Vampirism also made a pretty nice job keeping Twisted Fate and Sona alive.
Oh, sorry, I was just taking a moment to enjoy the nay there, because that was very well done.
Seriously? Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm here for us to do our own special sound effects set up here. I don't want to touch back on what Zagranda was doing in this game. Of course, coming through with a really, really good setup there. One thing which I'm really excited to see our players starting to do more is going in and really sort of changing what they are doing, because particularly when Egypt Summoner, the player ultimately we were able to beat out, took the line and got sort of hit ahead of Zagranda to say, you know what, I can make country work. Even if I don't necessarily have the completely ideal circumstances, I can still bring it to a first.
Yeah, it only worked for 2 reasons, by the way. He had very good itemization, all thanks to the big grab bag, and also the rolling for days that he got, enabling him, and the fact that it actually carries on between rounds. Because, by the way, rolling for days is an augment that let me check if it's correct or not. But because I think before this patch you could not get rolling for days at stage 2 or stage 3. But in this patch, it is now possible. This is something that got changed. I'm not sure if it only got added to stage 2 and 3 or just stage 3. But he was able to make a lot of econ, stay above 70 gold, and still roll for his country units. So despite the fact that it was a great augment, it gave him so much economic boost alongside the portal, which allowed him to get Orget and Samira safely as soon as he got that country emblem. So his augment choice really, really played a huge role in this lobby, alongside him being the only country player.
Well, we knew kind of as a larger idea going into today that just being able to find gold through your augments is very important. And while Rolling for Days doesn't directly give you gold, it gives you a lot of what you would otherwise be using gold for with those rerolls. So functionally speaking, I really like it as a choice, especially when you're in a position here where you say, I need to not only transition, but transition fairly abruptly, because there's not a huge amount of crossover between the comp I was playing and the comp that I am now playing. So you need to, if you spend too much time moving from one to the other, you're just going to bleed out an absolute ton of HP.
Yeah, this is something that Egypt Summoner did suffer from. Again, he was only saved because of the Vampirism. He had a massive win streak at the start of the game, almost 8 or 9 if I'm not mistaken, perhaps even more beyond that. And the Gambler's Blade has been making him more and more money as he went through. But you mentioned a very strong point, is that he started bleeding out as the lobbies finally started reaching their final stages and immediately reaching the final form of their lobbies. But what happened was that Sona 2 was the saving grace, and also the idea that he went for the AP Sona, because of course after the recent attack speed nerfs on the attack speed Sona, it was a very smart idea. Him having backline access with 2 units it allowed him to be able to destroy comps like the country that relied on Samira and everything. But by the fact that Sigranda was able to position nicely against it, keep the Hecarim alive, and the Drestiel did a pretty nice job deleting that Sona before her second cast.
All right, gentle friends, we are going to break before we move into our final round of play. Stick with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time as we will find out which half of our players are going through to day 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the Golden Spatula Cup #1. We were just delaying a little bit of time while we put those final results together before we come to the final round. So we've come back for just a moment to let you folks know how everything is standing, because of course it's tremendously important. Morgan, with only one more round to go, tell us a little bit about how everybody is standing right now.
Yeah, you need to know that you only need to be in the top 64 players in order to be able to qualify for day 2. So it doesn't matter if you're first, it doesn't matter if you're second, if you're third, if you're 64th, as long as you make it to day 2. Now, if you want to send a message like France, for example, or Germany, which have been dominating the standings so far in page 1 and page 2, you're going to be seeing so many German and French flags. Yes, I can see your face, Mix. I can see you're so happy. Egyptian Summoner did dominate last game as well. He was second, not first. But hey, Egypt is doing it, Peter.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed. This must be the tournament where we had so many existing players come in with a big history. I do spy. I'm going to do a bit of bass myself that our King Fuzz has managed to come back in 38th place with 2 first places in a row. What an absolute beast, along with Stormy. So I'm really looking forward to this next couple of pages because, as you said, there's a lot of French flags absolutely everywhere towards the top.
Yo, Mujiwara also came back. In these last 2 games, he was able to get 3rd and 1st. So now we got both Egypt Samurai and Mujiwara. 2 Egyptians making it today too, baby. Actually, make it 3 because I'm there as well. I don't know about Scientistic, but I haven't seen him in that list. And Opale now has done it, eliminating Cubic Sam from the throne of the first place by just 1 point. 1 point, but he's up there at the top. France is back to take it there.
Yeah, I mean, still all credit to Kubikson. That's been a hell of a run from him so far. Of course, for our players, it's all about being in that top half. They won't gain any particular advantage from being top of the day. But, you know, you always get the chance to be like Coco and try and dominate multiple days, just to try and flex on your opponents as much as possible and make it very clear in day 3 that you are the favorite.
Yeah, getting yourself in the correct mental state that you have been extremely consistent for day 1 and day 2 and 3 as well is very good. So you don't just put your mind on focusing that I just want to be on the top 64 to qualify. No, you got to tell yourself that you have to perform extremely well in every single game. So when you're down to day 2 and day 3, you're doing really well. So it's not about just sending a message. Jokes aside, you have to perform every game as if this is the final to get yourself in the correct mental spot for it. Now, when you ask me, is Egypt going to make it? Is MENA going to make it? I wish that Egypt Summoner and Mujiwara can keep their spot. Mujiwara, I think, was on the top of the spectrum at 28th, I think. So I'm vouching for them.
All right, Morgan, I've got one more question before we send it off to our casters. I think you know what it is. It's, are you ready?
Let us jump now to our casters. Makes, Panda, and Wida, you take it.
Thank you guys. I hope my co-casters are ready though, because we are live and we're ready to bring you game number 6, final game of the day. Patches, Panda, Wida, and myself, Makes, are here for you. We're gonna look at our lobby in just a second, but this is the final time, guys, where you can wish for a comp for day 1. So any takers, Wida, you had a comp earlier. I cut you off because I'm a big old meanie. Anything you got?
I mean, honestly, I just want to see creative gameplay. Like, there are so many reroll lines that are open, right? Like, that we haven't really like touched on, and we can touch on if they do arise. But I think that for you as well, they're right. Like, I want to see someone take the plunge on the Yasuo reroll. Like, really just get that into the front. Again, it's very open dependent, but Yasuo reroll for me is a comp that I really want to see kind of excel today.
I'm going to go with too big to fail as an augment selection into Jhin finding his spot in the meta, blue buff, i.e. Gunblade or Edge of Night, and just bopping people while the bruisers explode. It's just a chaotic comp, but a very fun one if you make it to that late game. You can play it every game. It's a unique comp, and I hope to see it in this last game.
All right, I'm down with the Yasuo. I really love playing Yasuo reroll. When you have the spot for it, it's super, super fun. It's like Yone, but like his smaller brother doing the same damage somehow. Anyhow, if you have a comp in chat that you would wish for, now is your chance. We're gonna hop in with our lobby in just a second. And this lobby, players need to finish high to make it into those top 64. Hit me with the math. What placement do these players roughly need, Panda?
What are their points right now? Sorry, I missed. Can you tell me the points they have right now? Okay, then how am I supposed to know what placement they need, Maze? This is a trick question, thankfully. I'm very observant. I have to see the points they have, and then I can tell you what they need to make it. In this case, probably they're around 20 points, so they need to get a first or second. That's what we tend to do for these broadcasts to make it as exciting as possible. You're going to need 28 points to be pretty much guaranteed to make it through. 27 if you're able to win tiebreakers, which for this day 1 will be the amount of wins. So if you have 2 wins already, plus an 8th place and a 7th, and you're somehow at 20 points, you're going to be golden as long as you get to 27 points.
There are going to be some players on 21, some players on 20, right? And then you have some of the players that might be on 19, and then even if they win, they're probably still out because of this. That's the way the cookie crumbles, right? But again, when we get the lobby on screen here, we have some very interesting players to kind of talk about.
Yeah,
we can talk about them already. I think we don't need the asset.
Spoil the surprise, okay? You know, there's something genuine about seeing all the faces on the screen, you know?
The beast is in this lobby. 3 Greek players fighting for a spot in day 2. Going to be an absolute massacre here for our Greek fans that are watching at home, hoping all of them can make it. It's going to be very, very dire. but especially for Og, one of the most consistent players in GSCs, in Rising Legends, for set 8 and 9 specifically. 5th place in EMEA Finals last set, and is now on the brink of elimination.
Well, I can already tell you who wins this. It's Elusive Set, because he's the only buddy that has a camera on. I actually talked to Tarchman because we got the treat of seeing him play at the main stage lobby in Vegas Open, and he was so fun to watch because of how expressive he is. And I went up to him and I was like, Tarchman, you now have a camera rule. I'm putting it in place. Every time I see you in Golden Spatula Cup, I want your camera on. And he gave me an excuse. So yeah, unfortunately will be a low roll here.
Yeah, right, so we also are getting admin notes that cutoff at day 2 should be 27. We're going to underline that should, because we never quite know. I think Dorito here is actually a very interesting player to kind of talk about as well, because first of all, he's Luxembourgish, right? We don't get a lot of Luxembourgish players in our tournaments, right? That's definitely something to keep in mind. But also just the fact that he had a very strong start to the day, comes out of this new Dark TRC, right? Has played some of this prismatic stuff previously as well, prior to this set, I believe, right? So play all that. We need to keep an eye out for, because the dark scene tends to produce pretty good players makes.
Yeah, they do. We're going to be seeing what he has to say now. Notably, Luxembourg doesn't speak German, but they speak so many languages over there. Anybody that's coming from Luxembourg probably is a giga genius anyhow. They learned like 5 languages growing up. These guys are insane. So I have high hopes for him. Has been doing really well on our entire tournament. We'll be seeing what they can actually do as soon as we start the games. Now, I personally am hoping for that wandering trainer that you spoke into existence, Panda.
I take it back.
I don't know about no, you can't. No
takesies,
factsies. It's not not allowed.
We are not the Chaos Crew any longer. We chilled out game 5. I'm ready to go back into my high level mindset. No random chaotic stuff happening, please.
Also, game 6, we don't want the chaos in game 6, right? Because like this is like, yeah.
Unless Og high rolls a great wandering trainer, then I accept, because Og is a beast from the east, and I think he needs that little bit of luck in this game 6.
I'll trade you for Tiaan, right? Tiaan is a player that I've spoken to very regularly all throughout like my entire stint as like a commentator, all the way back from 2020 when we had those Galaxies. He was ever so close to making that final lobby back in Galaxies. Had a pretty solid performance as well in Fates, if I recall correctly. And now he has said that he really wants to make the finals this set. And again, being eliminated on day 1 of the first out of 2 GSCs will be a very big hit to that kind of mindset, those accomplishments he wants to kind of achieve, right? So gotta keep that one in mind here. Overall, I think also like, someone we haven't spoken too much about, right, David, is the Martian Raptor is actually a pretty interesting player in terms of like the kind of the niche that he fills out in terms of the people he speaks to. It's like that are very active in the NA space. Has a lot of overlap with Frodan, for example, right? Also very adamant about the fact that EU Nordic and East is a pretty strong region in general as well, if I recall correctly.
An esteemed moderator of many Twitch chats, soaking in knowledge from some of the best players in the world and translating that knowledge into a rank 2 on the UNE server during the last snapshot, the 3rd snapshot of the season, and a qualification directly into that GSC, trying to prove he deserves to be here. Will fight for that chance in this final game. And we have not the craziest portal, but still a fun one, no? Makes to accept.
It's definitely a fun one. Scuttle Puddle, of course, the big kicker has to be that you can get a lot of economy, because 1 unit is enough to defeat all of those crabs. If you are ever in the Scuttle Puddle lobby and you're trying to make it up the ranked list, just scout around whoever just has 1 unit on the field. Those are the people you need to watch. Everyone else is probably inting anyhow. Finds a Riven here at the get-go, has a Corky in shop. This could be a great 8-bit start for that Riven reroll potentially.
Disco Guardian also in the shop though, and Disco is a very strong combo in the early game, in the mid game, and in the late game in this current patch. So I think it's a pretty good option here for Raptor.
It's a pretty clear lit of intent as well, right? Just saying, you know what, I had all these reroll lines open, I could have gone down those routes instead. So you know what, I have the Disco, Taric, I find 1 Nami, and all of a sudden the whole world kind of opens up in terms of compositions available, right? There's so many things to kind of look in for now when you get that Taric into the mix as early on.
Going to be seeing what he can do with that, but of course everybody else is also getting options here, and like I said, lots of economy coming around in these Scuttle Puddle rounds. Somebody else that is maybe thinking about the 8-bit, has to be Dorito. We were just talking about this player, 20 points right now, as we were saying, needs at least a second to be safe, a first to make it through here. We'll be seeing whether or not that is in the cards right now. As an eco, which is arguably a pretty good 3 cost to have early.
Ooh, pre-levels for the Heartsteel, trying to find that Aphelios in the shop here to pair with this Cassante Heartsteel headliner. Can he do it? He needs a big win out in this game to try and qualify for game 2. I think this is a great strategy.
Yeah, I think that if him and the Martian Raptor could kind of handshake, trading the Nico for the Aphelios there, they would take that instantly. Both of them just keep being helped along here, right? Kind of conflicting message here. Escort quest and trying to play Heartsteel doesn't really rhyme in a way you kind of expect it to, but does have the combat caster as well. Pretty solid combat option if he wants to go down that road.
Going to be seeing what it is. 2 rerolls already happened. You still have 1 more open. Was thinking about the escort quest, but like you said, not really ideal for the options that we're running here. In the end, it is going to be tons of stats.
Not the best options. Was hoping for, again, to find a Heartsteel unit and also to find something that could lean into that Heartsteel game plan of loose streaking early and scaling to the late game, either through some kind of economy augment or augments that just generally scale into late game like Vampirism. Not the case on either end, so unfortunate start to the game plan there for Dorito.
Okay, so I believe this is the most woke stuff going on ever with that Vi here, just Vi reroll with Gargantuan resolve. Or like, is this just gonna be that actually? Like you just like start pumping the pump up now?
No, this is just an item carrier. We're not going that crazy.
Let me dream though. Let me dream. Like, I can see this line being a thing, right? Sure, obviously it might not take a first place home, but I mean there is a slight bit of hope in me, David. I don't think that is something that I'm going to be expecting. But look at the opposite side of the screen. Let's talk about that augment instead.
Both augments, I think, are just clearly sending us a message to everyone else in the lobby. Hey, the Mouse and Raptor, I'm playing Tinsware, I'm playing Twitch and Vex. In the case of 666, he's going for that Yone. We saw it from Safo finishing in 3rd in that game 5. That won't be enough. He'll need to really high roll this game if he wants to make it work. I think Vi is a great item carrier, though, for these items and just overall as a headliner in Stage 2 right now.
We're going to be seeing if that Twin Terror actually gets to Terror this time around. Last time we saw it, it was a little bit underwhelming. Now we're getting treats back to back. Keepers from Tiaan is also an interesting one that I feel like we don't see a whole lot of.
Yeah. It's just because Disco was not really as prevalent last patches, but it's a very strong augment with Disco because the Disco Ball itself does enable the Keeper's value onto your unit. So it's just incredibly strong, and Saru seems to have a similar game plan here with that Disco start.
Yeah, and again, it's super interesting because like the last few patches, that augment has been nowhere to be seen. Now, like I've been looking at times, it's under a 4 average when you pick it 2-1, right? Such a powerful augment for these early game streaks as well, because it's such a powerful tool for you to try to kind of like guarantee those early streaks here, as he is going to be going up against kind of a mirror match here, but the Lux here should just absolutely annihilate any remaining backline.
Yeah, she will do that, and the Nami will help as well, of course, making his way through the boards here. Tiaan still 100 HP, so is 666 as well as Tartman, but they might meet soon, and we'll see how fate shakes out then. Several players now hitting level 2. Tiaan will find the ball to place with the Taric here as headliner.
The tempo level to 5 picks up the Guardian Taric, but still I think good enough as a headliner for this stage 2, especially with a 3 Disco power spike here, with already a lot of frontline with the Tom Kench and the Gragas and the very early Lux as well. So just a very strong start for Tiaan. He's probably gonna be able to snowball this with Keepers into a very big win streak going to stage 3.
You're right. Again, I was kind of wondering why he was struggling so much in the previous fight. Then I realized that he wasn't even playing with a headliner, right? So now there should be a surefire full-on streak here from Tiaan, unless something ridiculous happens on the opposite side of the carousel coming up in a second.
Ooh, interesting. So on Oxide, we are seeing the Annie headliner. Now, in the previous patch, if you had this setup with an extra Annie nonetheless in the bench, you probably would have been pretty happy about that together with the Shojin. Now Annie has fallen off just a little bit. If you want to play her, you really need to find her early, get that win streak, and then cap out with something like an Ahri to add her on to that. And even then, I'm not fully convinced that this is actually a good enough board to make a first place. So I'm really hoping that this is just temporary momentum for R.
We got a Seraphine pair, so I think we know where that's going. Gonna be, of course, Seraphine reroll into a first place for the piece from the East to qualify to day 2. Surely that timeline definitely works out in this game 6. It could still be TF. I think he's going to be probably scouting and seeing that there are already 2 players that seem to be dead set on playing Disco. You might have to pivot into Karthus instead as that Shojin user.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's a good thing about playing around Shojin as a flexible item. You have so many outs to go for, right? You can go for that Seraphine, you can go for Lulu. I've seen some people also toy around with. Then you have the Karthus and the TF as kind of the big 4-cost setups. And even then, sometimes that Shojin can end up on something like a Sona if you're just playing for a very high cap. So Shojin right now is a very flexible item with a ton of options.
50 gold already, 83
That's
HP, and already a Vex and a Mumu. This is a very good spot, it looks like, for Demacian Raptor, as long as he finds that Twitch headliner early on in stage 3.
How do you feel about Twitch versus Vex headliner?
It's just you really normally don't find Vex because you're rolling on 6. Either should be fine. It really depends on how far along you are with the Vexes and the Twitches. But I think Vex is completely doable as well. But if you have enough HP to work with, you can wait for the Twitch.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of it also comes down to which items you have, right? The thing is that like sometimes because there's not a lot of AD flex in the metagame right now, getting access to some of those more AD heavy items and you're going to be a little bit easier, right? Sometimes people will be a little bit more likely to contest you for the TF because they need it for the Shojins, for the TF boards, whereas like something like gloves, swords, and bows are a little bit more accessible, I feel like, right now, and on the patch. I could be wrong in that regard, but again, the primary reason is, as you're pointing out, David, is the accessibility of the Twitch chosen compared to the Vex headliner.
Yeah, it just happens to come around a little bit earlier. Usually we're seeing that level 6 there from Tartman saying, if Tiaan is in my match pool, I want to get at least that level ahead of him, try to secure that win streak, try to get it into Krugs for what it's worth. Hopefully it's going to work out. For Raptor, it's going to be an easy win against Og.
I would have loved seeing Raptor pick up this Gnar headliner and play 2 Gnars for the start of stage 3 and maybe go roll for the Twitch at 3-5 after the carousel. Buys him enough time to save some HP, stays healthy, and then just rolls with a lot more gold. But opts not to do so. Sells an Gnar, pivots the IE onto Samira, and we'll just hope to probably find out the Twitch a little bit earlier in stage 3.
Yeah, I think that the big reason for him there, right, was the fact that he was actually on the full loss streak. I think that if he attacks anyone but Sharu right there, he will just pretty much
Yeah, you buy it after the fight starts.
Oh, you want to do it like that. Would he break econ though? Then I think that's
no, he would have stayed 50.
All right, good. I thought, yeah, I can see the reasoning. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Now they put out like that.
And it was
Burrito, well. We're seeing the cash out of the heart steals that he was running at the beginning, came a little bit late, but for now it's just going to be a nice little upgrade for the bank, and is playing around that rapid fire with the Senna in the background. Now, speaking of Senna, there is a Senna reroll comp. I feel like I've seen more of it in the last match than in this one, but it is possible. I don't think that's where we're going though.
That'd be unlikely. I think Senna overall, the cap is just not high enough. Stats don't like it. And I think overall, the very first patch of Remix Rumble was very, very strong. But after the nerfs to Goldmancer staff interactions, I think it is no longer as sought after.
Yeah, another thing I also want to highlight here, right? We see pretty much the entire lobby go 6 on 3-1 just due to the additional resource, the extra gold coming through from the Scuttle Puddle. Meaning some of the players that might want to be like really greedy with their gold have to kind of just push that. I think we've seen pretty much 6 or 7 players now push to level 6 already.
Yeah, Tartman, the first one to do that, actually is still streaking here. And you can see there's loads of components on the side there as he goes up against Og. And seems like Og has been studying the Panda guidebook. There's a Seraphine headliner, fully itemized, and 2 more copies in the back. This is a Seraphine reroll in the making.
I mean, they're perfect Seraphine items. There's 5 already. It might be what Og's committing to. I'm not sure what the cap is on this comp for a game like this where you need to get a first or a second, really. I'm not sure if it's exactly the right play. I don't have an experience with the comp, but we'll see if he commits to this or just tries to go for something like a TF or an RE later on.
I mean, there are people that believe this comp is better than CF, right? So that's nothing. Again, the thing is, like, it's at the end of the day, it is just It's just a spell we come, right? Like it's pretty much just the Auri board you played last patch in terms of like you add in the Sona. We've seen how much damage Sona can do quite literally in the previous game that we just watched, right? So there are so many things to keep in mind. The board has so many different avenues to kind of increase in power that it's something that is super interesting to follow. And also like having Morello is so much better than having a Nash's Tooth, just spreading out that extra damage all throughout the fights.
Ooh, this is an interesting shop considering the augment that hasn't picked up here from Tournament.
Yeah, could have gone for that pentakill line with the Viego. Maybe has. We're going to be seeing whether or not that is the case. Tiaan notably still at 100 HP as we are seeing those prismatics come on through there. Zaru and Tartman both on the Freaky Friday. And what did Og get? Ooh, Ascension.
Yeah,
maybe with Ascension, the Seraphine reroll can actually go pretty far, you know?
Yeah,
I feel like that's a good offer.
In long drawn out fights, it's all about like how much backline access will be. Like if there's a lot of ribbons, for example, right, the ribbon really very often gets in towards that, but then you have the Lulu for the CC, the Ari for the CC further down the road as well. Something I really want to point out here, one of the reasons why Lucky Gloves Plus is so much better than just Lucky Gloves is the fact that very often you pick this augment, you have a floating glove on your item bench, which was the case right here, as we saw that being picked up from the likes of Elusive Set as well. So just a super strong augment in that regard.
Love it.
Yeah, Og is rolling, so I think he's committed here. It's going to be Seraphine reroll for Og, and then hopefully he can hit fast enough to go level 9 and start adding in legendaries, because one very scary thing about Scuttle Puddle, you have to think about the lobby tempo and how much higher boards will cap because of all the extra resources. So you need to hit your reroll fast and then start leveling as quickly as possible.
And also we see Sharo here going for a reroll. Again, think back to when he won his GSC back in Monsters Attack. It was off the back of that LeBlanc reroll. He's so comfortable, so focused on playing these free cost reroll lines. Does not really hit any headliner that he really wants to be like putting onto his board right now, which is a little bit of an issue considering he's rolled all the way down below 20 gold.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the board, the big issue is as well that you kind of don't have a remover. You have those items slammed, you need the headliner, and then you also need to find that Yone 3 to actually make use of the items that you have slammed right now. Is maybe going to stop the bleeding, find a win here, which is at least going to be a good point as he's pretty far off the rest of the lobby. We are going to be heading into the carousel though. There's another spatula.
Early Karthus as well could be big for some of these players. One thing to mention for the board there from Saru, there's another player that's angling towards Yone and just the Enzosx in general that is going to be 666 that had that Gargantuan resolve very early in stage 2. So could be, again, that friendly fire between players holding hands into the same reroll line that we saw from Skarambez and Tanpop in that game 3.
Yeah, you were talking about the early Karthus, right? There was also an early Blitzcrank, which did not end up being picked up by any of the Disco players, but that would also have been a huge upgrade for some of these. And speaking of one of those, that is going to be Tiaan here. Ended up having to go for the Talent Surge. There are a lot of other prismatic options you probably would prefer in this composition, just a bit of a downer, but he went level 7, tried to keep a streak going, then lost on the round after he went 7, right? So a bit of a downfall, but still above 40 gold and has a board that does really need a lot of tinkering with until like 4-2, 4-5 even.
I believe that was his first loss that we just saw there now, so has a lot of money that he worked with making it to 7 pretty early, but other players found that same luck. Turtman notably on a Heartsteel emblem here with this Freaky Friday and is trying to build out that cash out. He's probably going to get it after this round. The backline, we are seeing big shots. It's also a comp that I feel like before this patch we saw a whole lot of the Ezreal carry of the big shots. Now, not anymore so.
It'll probably just be a transitioning phase right now, especially with a Heartsteel. You're just trying to cash out, stay relatively healthy while losing fights as narrowly as possible in stage 3 especially. I'm not sure if you will be playing into 4 big shot later into the game or transitioning off of it, simply because Freaky Friday is not going to be the best augment choice for a comp like this.
Yeah, normally you would... Ooh, Og, finding Nico 3. Did I see that correctly? Yeah.
Yep, he just did, right? And another very important thing, because you were talking about the cap of this composition. Well, if you can start adding in KDA emblems, especially when you have that KDA chosen on the Seraphine, you start being able to mix in something along like Kafis Akali, for example, into the mix, right? So you get the set on level 8, you get 7 KDA, you get the 2 Executioner, and you get all of the KDA stats onto that Kafis with those huge ultimates raining down. You have so many different options to kind of just extending the sport once you get it going.
Oh, it's very good on
the
Echo,
other side-
actually. The KDA emblem. It's very, very strong on Echo, and it really helps your frontline, especially because you have enough damage with Ascension and the Seraphine, I think, in this case. But you're still off. One off Seraphine here, and has rolled to 0 for Og.
He bought a lot of the shop to try and maybe up the odds of finding that 2 cost. On the other side, we did see the Mashin Raptor though, and he's also on those 3 and 2 cost rerolls of the Twitch and the Vex. So the Nico 3 coming together for Og is actually really good for him as well, because it just takes out the extra units out of the pool. So maybe going to be easier to find that twin terror board, make it come online. We know that there's 2 players on the Yone as well, so lots and lots of 3 costs being bought.
Yeah, and someone that really wants to go down that Yone or Riven line as well is Elusive Sad here. Use the Buried Treasures alongside the Lucky Gloves to really grind, really get his way here in towards this board with the Olaf. He's just been pushing his streak up, pushing his levels. And he's not really going to go down that route just yet, David, but it does find that Yorick. And now the big question is, do you transition out that Olaf now, put those items on Yorick and try to play around that instead?
I have to assume so. Olaf is a 1 cost for moving to stage 4. You want to potentially move off of that. The roll down coming in for Raptor needs to try and find a few of these upgrades to stabilize, to stay above 50 HP.
There it is.
Finally finds a headliner. It will be the Punk Twitch instead of the Executioner version of the headliner, but can still play 4 Punk on level 7.
That was pretty late. I feel like we're in 4-1. We're seeing a Nico 3. We're seeing these Yones pop up. And only now the headliner coming together for Raptor is making me a little bit worried. It's probably going to be enough to beat Zaru here, but there will be one more augment that will come around to tell us what this game is going to be like in the end. In just a couple of seconds, Tiaan and Zed are fighting it out there still, trying to see who actually has the higher power. It's going to be Tiaan, and here are our augments.
Yeah, again, you're talking about like, this is going to be the 4 Punk version. It really limits the abilities you have to kind of put your board together, and also you would much rather have this blue buff onto Vex, but you didn't really have a choice, right? You won't have like a Giant Slayer or Last Whisper or anything of that like here right now, right? He needs to start prioritizing a build on the next carousel, get that Even Shroud going, just to really start amplifying the Twitch damage, but it's still not a horrible spot for him. He hit a little bit later, as you alluded to, Vex, I was to call you Makes and Vex. I mean, there's an exit at the end of both, right? It kind of works, I guess.
Okay, Guido, if that is how you want to be, sure, okay. Do I look like a small crying emo to you?
All right, I'm going to save this cast and mention the fact that Demacian Raptor did pick up Jewel Lotus 3 as his second augment choice, which surprises me. I wonder what other options he had, because it's actually not ideal on Executioners. The IE and JG items that are built are, because you have a side benefit if you are already creating with your ability. For Jewel Lotus, that is not the case. So it's really just not ideal. If you look at the stats, it's not the go-to option for Executioners. So a lot of this game seems like it just was not ideal with Executioners. You hit very late. You don't have the best prismatic augment, which is a big part of your power in this game. So I wonder how he's going to do in the stage 4.
Yeah, as you were kind of talking about right there, the fact that this Olaf we also saw go up against the Martian Raptors board right there is just a 1 cost, right? But you just saw how much durability the combination of double Titans plus BT gives it. You know, I see Totman here going for that headliner Ezreal alongside another Ezreal, right? Could we be on for our second Ezreal free of the day?
I mean, it's possible. What doesn't seem to be possible is the Riven 3 coming around, though. We were talking about this a little bit earlier when it came to the Jonas. We know that Zaru and 666 are on similar lines. Elusive Set also looking for that Jonas, so there is a couple copies out of the pool already, and doesn't find the Riven. tries to sell to make it come together. 11 HP. You need to make these moves to really assure that you have anything going here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. On the other side is a fully itemized Twisted Fate 2 from Tiaan, and this one is just going to make a short process with the rest of the board. The Riven has to go 1 versus 9,000, and I just don't think she can do that.
No, QSS is alluded to as well. Gonna get stuck onto this board. Finally can break through, but again, the Riven's still alive, but not for long. The set last TF Cash comes through, and 666 taken down in 8th place, unfortunately.
Yeah, and another big thing about that fight, and while I actually went a little bit closer, there's no anti-heal on the TF. Now you have Morello, you have Red Buff in there, but Tian's items have not lined up in that way so far this game, right? So just playing a pure damage build in that regard instead.
Very unfortunate there for 666 to hand-holding 3.5 ways throughout the lobby. Still intrigued by Tartman's board. We were checking in with it just a second ago with the headliner Zedwida. You were talking about it as well. I'm not sure if maybe this isn't a big shot board or if we're just going to go all the way, try to find those legendaries, cap out that way. I'd love to see a finisher like that. Oh! Big upgrade.
One off a Pantheon as well. Finds it a Mumu. Gonna have a few more rolls here. Is level 7. Has a chance to slot in 2 Pantheons onto the board, but this next power spike could be big. The Shojin is gonna be massive for the Vex to cast more often to get the CCs, especially on those melee bruiser comps that you might be facing in the stage 4.
The Riven. That's taunting. That's so mean.
So like Charo is in a great spot regardless, right? Like you're looking at this and you're thinking, okay, we're on a 4 Crowd Diver board here. We have Crowd Diver, we have Crowd Diver Viego. We don't have a headliner in play at this current moment in time.
He's waiting to buy the Yone, but just can't find it, which is so unfortunate. 2 players that seem to be going 7th and 8th simply because they cannot find their headliner in time. With all the extra gold they've had off of the Scuttle Puddle, it is truly tragic on a game like this, a game 6 of day 1.
Hawk is also still stuck level 6 looking for this Seraphine. Still hasn't found that. He's been on like infinite copies of this unit since like 3-2. This is absolutely horrible for him.
How? And she's here.
Oh, there it is.
Finds her as well. Tartman, though, that was just okay. That's the second Ezreal 2. Are people clocking this? Are we seeing what's going on?
Don't let anyone know. We're gonna run it back.
This might be an Ezreal 3.
It actually is like a big thing here to know, right? This is the big shot headliner, right? It's not the Heartsteel one, right? So if this was the Heartsteel Ezreal, you'd be able to kind of take out this Kai'Sa, play a different Heartsteel, have 5 Heartsteel, and really accelerate yourself towards those duplicates. It would really help you get those that Ezreal 3 online.
Well, it's all about whether or not other players are actually doing something about that. If they're just like, okay, surely he doesn't hit it, then maybe we'll see a repeat of that Ezreal 3. Now, I'm just gonna say it, the last time we saw the Ezreal 3, it didn't even get a first place because there was a Zona 3. So I'm still in need to be convinced that this is actually crazy good.
Considering we have players rolling to 0, end of stage 4, trying to hit their 2 and 3 cost rerolls, I think we won't be seeing a Son of 3 this game. I think no one's quite at that cap just yet. Maybe just Tartman himself, considering he has a Heartsteel cash out still flowing.
It kind of speaks to the way that Tartman has played this game, right? He's kind of risen above the madness to a certain extent. Just play a traditional tempo plan of TFT. Meanwhile, all these players have been trying to hit their reroll comps and not really falling into place correctly.
Dorito, no headliner has a chance.
Ezreal 3 as reroll?
Oh, it's a big spike. It's not going to be Disco Blitz, but still going to be good enough here. Had the chance to maybe look for a Blitz 3 angle, but all of a sudden,
it as well.
Blinds everything.
Yeah, and like, again, has that your Shojin here, right? It could even go for like a bow or a rod here off the back of this anvil, and there it is. There's going to be Rage Blade for the Sona as well when you sell that cannon. Well, that is such a huge turn here for the Reader. There could be a turnaround as well for the Luxembourgish players. It goes up against Tartman's aforementioned double Ezreal setup.
Gonna be seeing if he has enough power now. That Blitzcrank definitely is one big tank. Only problem is, Ezreal just shoots through it. So the backline needs to survive, and they're not doing a very good job at that. The Sona has fallen, and with that, it will be harder for the Twisted Fate to take anything down here. Ezreal and MF remain alive, and it will be a loss here. Zaru, on the other end, is going to take a big hit as well and get knocked out in 7th.
Yeah, there was a locked chop here from, or no, not the case. Just gonna roll past that. I was thinking he was gonna consider trying to pivot off of the Blitz headliner, sell the TF as well, just to get the 6 disco online, but not gonna be the case here. Gonna opt to continue staying on this 4 Sentinel board.
Yeah, I feel like you're, again, the thing is like, yeah, 6 disco would be nice, but having that 2-star like headliner Sentinel in the front line just really brings this board together, and 2-star Sona will bring it over the edge. This is a board that can now start contesting for the first place in the lobby.
Gonna be seeing what that Sona can do. Disco against Disco. If you needed any other news that this comp is really good, then this is for you. In comes the attack speed, that Twisted Fate getting powered up, getting all of these extra cards out there, and will take down the opposite board. Tiaan taking a big hit down to 13 HP. Dorito hanging on. The rest of the lobby is coming closer together as well.
And the Sona carrying so much of that fight there for Dorito, despite not having yet an Alawi or a Ziggs, having a TG onto just a singular Mordekaiser who's still 1-star. So still a lot of upgrades to come through for Dorito if he wants to stay alive and try and fight for that second or first place positions in this lobby. Demacian Raptor has stayed very healthy, still 3rd place in the standings with this singular Amumu holding down the fort.
Yeah, interesting thing to note there as well, right? Sold off the 2nd copies here of the Pantheon, has gone to put that Lulu onto the body to get even more attack speed onto the Vex and the Switch.
Question is that enough against the other boards? We're gonna get a little bit of a slice of everything here in this double matchup. Left hand side, you're looking at the Pentakali against the Zona boards from the Rito that we just saw. Attack speed does come in, but it might be too little too late. The Rito taking a huge hit here from that board, is going to get knocked out, and Tiaan able to hang on the right hand side.
I think there was still consideration to make that switch from the Blitz headliner to the Disco headliner on TF as well, but just still missing too many of the 5 costs that really allow this Disco comp to be elevated to that next level to try and win this lobby out. So unfortunate for Dorito, but I think understandable considering his board at 5-4.
Also, it's also worth noting, right, that it's a 1 HP, I guess a 1 unit difference, but also that the Akali Karthus matchup is just so good because it's, regardless if you have 5 or 6 Disco, this TF just tends to get one-shot by that huge Karthus in the backline. We see Elusive Set finds an upgrade on the Mordekaiser. And we can see here now, Topman just chilling, just taking his time, getting his gold. And meanwhile, Tiaan picking up that huge upgrade with that Alawi 2 for the front line.
And this is the difference that we were talking about. Alawi 2, you have fully itemized Blitz and TF. You have the Ziggs and Sona online as well. All of the 5 costs that really make this comp as strong as it is right now in the meta are already here for Tiaan.
They're here, but they're not fully upgraded just yet. That Sona could be Jonah 2. We could have a little bit more HP on that Echo and that Ziggs to try and get some more upgrades out. But with the gold, it's not going to be possible. Now it does go up against Tartman with the double. Ezreal has just found that blue buff and slammed it onto Misfortune to try and get some extra damage out there. Tarek will make a short process of that, comes over, bonks her over the head, and now it is the Ezreals that will need to clutch it out, and that they will. Tiaan's board not strong enough to keep up the pace here, will get knocked down to 2 HP.
And it's not just the Akali Karthus ball that's kind of a natural predator on this TF composition. This double setup with the 2 Ezreals just ulting into the same clump over and over again. We saw it take out Dorito. We've seen it take out Tiaan almost here as well. Yeah, if it's just like a regular Ezreal, just one copy here, you'd just be able to kind of heal that with the gunblade, but that second wave just leaves absolutely no time for the TF to even have a chance of healing all the damage back again.
Going to be looking at one more round here for Tiaan. He does go up against a copy, so that is good news. But is it good news enough to actually keep him in this round here, to keep him in the tournament? All players in this lobby need those high finishes to really make it to day 2. The Karthus ult is going to come around, but it might just be that it is too late. The Twisted Fate knocks him out before that, and Tiaan able to hang on, goes into Drake with 5 players still in the running.
The Viego opposite side there means that it's just so much harder to win that matchup versus Disco. If Viego is able to ult right into that Disco clump on the right side, it is devastating in most cases with the right items, especially. A lot of burst damage can be game or fight ending in the case of Sona and TF just dying way too soon and not having any damage to follow up.
Yeah, now again, keep in mind, we're on Scuttlepole, not Crab Rave, so this is not as scary as you'd think it is. It should be very easy to get taken out here. No one is gonna die, even though it is kind of funny watching those Crab Rave clips come out every now and again.
Artemin will see where his Ezreal project is going. He's gonna have a lot of gold to roll with off of, but he's trying to go 9 instead, so not opting to go for the Ezreal 3.
Oh my days!
Mind. Okay, my caster blessings are still looking good for set 10. This man just hit 2 Ezreals in the next shop. Can he hit the last one to try and run it back from
Yes!
He can. You're welcome, Artemin.
Items though. Items are very important. Items are very important here, right? You figure out which set of items you want to get. Yes.
Is you want Rich okay.
I mean, it's a freestyle answer. Why are we talking about that? It's just good fundamental TFT gameplay, right? Like, that's why it's so exciting for me. Like, even with this high roll coming for the mid, just thinking about this is such a good sign about, like, keeping a calm and collected mind.
We saw 3-star Ezreal
already. Speaking of calm and collective, Tiaan is fighting for survival against his Seraphine reroll board on the other side. I think it should be enough here, taking down that set, and then also the Seraphine Og is and falling furthermore, and Zed is also getting knocked out here in 4th place. We have our top 4 locked in, but who's really going to come out on top? Is there anybody that can take down this Ezreal?
And Og, one of the most consistent players in Rising Legends history, especially in the last 2 sets alongside Wetjungler. I would say 2 of the most consistent players we've seen across every GSC. In the case of Og, almost making Worlds, 1 spot off at EMEA Finals, finishing 5th. He might be getting knocked out in day 1 of what could be one of the most important GSCs of his career, considering there are only 2 in this set trying to make finals.
Yeah, what one thing that's worth quickly noting about Og is the fact that he is a dominant force on the EU Nordic and East ladder, so we'll always have that as a backup for making to qualify for finals.
Tiaan going up against the Twin Terror. In the background is the fully itemized Sona. She's ulting, taking out that extra attack speed, but it's not enough. It is enough. Demacian knocked out. Tiaan hanging on. Og out. And we do have our top 3. Akali 2 coming alive for Raptor as well. And lots of upgrades in this shop.
And look at the matchup pool here. Demacia and Raptor has top, and we do not know who Tiaan just faced, right? Tiaan probably just faced a Ghost, right? If I recall correctly. Or, no, for people like there's no Ghost here. Whoever ends up getting a Ghost here, if Tiaan gets a Ghost of Demacia and Raptor, that could be absolutely huge in terms of deciding who the fight is. Kataman is going to get Tiaan then. Okay,
Hartman is fighting both. This, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a double knockout, but we will be watching and seeing what is actually happening. The Ezreal 3 now into action. You can see him on both sides from all angles. Cameras are on him, and he's going to fire away and try to take out these backlines. The Twisted Fate on the right-hand side has fallen. Everything on the left-hand side has fallen. And Tartman finishing out the last game of the day, solidifying his placement here for day number 2 with a win that couldn't have been any better with this Ezreal 3.
And Demacia and Raptor with the HP lead going into that last fight, I believe he's going to finish 2nd in the end there, having barely lost to the Ezreal 3 from Tartaman, and that could be enough to secure him a spot in the day 2 for his first time appearance on a GSC. We'll see once the points are tallied, once we see the final standings after this game 6.
It puts Raptor at 27 points. I believe he has one game win at least to kind of help him out with those tiebreakers. It is going to be coming all the way down to the wire. Tiaan also ending on 27 points after that game, right? If it's a little bit of a different matchup rotation right there, Tiaan is guaranteed day 2. Rough one for sure, but what an exciting game at least.
It was fantastic. fantastic. I'm so happy we got another treat at the end of the day, and there will be more tomorrow, but the tournament is not over just yet. We do have one more break, and then we're going to hear from our analyst desk in just a second and tell us who actually made it and who didn't. And when we have to tune in again, we're going to see you in a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Stormy. I'm 27 from England. This is actually like my first sort of set playing competitive TFT properly. I started playing some open qualifiers last set, and yeah, now I'm here. My first time challenger was last set, and then I went to Vegas, and that was kind of crazy. So yeah, it's kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward to see what this year holds. So for set 10, I think I'm actually really enjoying it so far. It's probably, I think it'll go down as probably one of my favorite sets of all time. I definitely like that Legends were removed going from set 9 to 10, and the set is designed is like really flexible, really fun to play. There's so many opportunities that you have when you're in a game that just opens everything up, and it feels really nice to play. Headliner mechanic I think is pretty fun. I didn't really play much set 4, so I don't really have too much like nostalgia or I guess hatred for it already. And I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a cool mechanic that lets you be a bit more flexible on your roll downs as well. So I'm really enjoying this set. Yeah. Okay, I want to shout out all my friends that I've prepped with since PBE. There's been a big group of us, mostly from Northern Legends, and I think we've all really improved as players from prepping together and talking together. I want to shout out my friends who don't even play the game as well, and they still watch me and cheer me on. It's really nice to have that support, and also just the TFT community in general. Like everyone in TFT is so awesome, so friendly. So yeah.
What a game 6 that was, and what an ending. And you know what they say, save the best for the last. We got another Ezreal 3, another 4-star, 3-star, 5 cost 3-star. Everything is getting 3-star today. I think the only thing I'm expecting is myself getting 3-starred on this desk. But Peter, what a game that was, except that it was Ezreal again.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was such an interesting setup we had there. As I saw people were saying this in the chat as well, the two Ezreals worked incredibly well as a duo, just because normally, as I was saying on the cast, you get a chance for the Twisted Fate to heal back up between casts, but just be able to punch through approximately at the same time with a couple of barrages worked incredibly well. I mean, sure, Ezreal 3 isn't so bad, but I think ultimately I'd like to see more of our players trying to move towards that kind of route where you can certainly run 2 of your 4 costs in parallel if you've got the itemization for it, and then just leave the door open for potentially a 3-star without actually having to get that to win.
Yeah, one of the most and one of the best units that you can do this with is definitely Ezreal. Following up on your point when you said that the double barrage always made sure that the third cast gets to lead the back line, you can do this with Karthus, you can do this with Akali if the KDA won, because she always goes to the back line and is able, when they both target the same unit, delete them before anything applies, whether it is Omnivamp, whether it is Vampirism, you can one-shot them essentially. So that double Ezreal from Tartaman was extremely smart, because it isn't just an Ezreal 3 that was the game saver. No, essentially having two fully itemized Ezreals on your board did the same purpose as an Ezreal 3, a true shot barrage that just deletes the entire backline.
Yeah, I mean, it worked extremely well. It was worth noting, of course, we came into this lobby with some high expectations of our Greek players. Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite as well as it could have. I was honestly a little bit disappointed to see the Seraphim Real not end out a little bit higher, but I think that's been a characteristic of the entire day going through the, I think we've had a lot of the portals which have been injecting a lot of power into the game, so I think it can be quite hard to judge where to go and just exactly how much more extensive the boards are going to be than a regular game of TFT.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be irregular at all, because all of these portals coming up today, specifically with the Scuttle Puddle given into the last game, it wasn't Crab Rave, so I was quite as sad when Panda said that there is not going to be any of these clips lingering again on Twitter and stuff of Crabs deleting people. This is not going to be that social clip where he just got ended by a Scuttle that he thought would do nothing, and then more dog went on saying, you know what, it's intended. This is why the Crab Rave quotation I caught is supposed to be that dangerous. It was just a Scuttle Bottle. She was just being
It's what the people wanted. They wanted it, but Dog unfortunately wasn't willing to provide it this time.
Be careful what you ask. Be careful what you ask. Also, one thing that people wanted is Twisted Fate to be back, and he was back today, Peter. We seen a lot of Disco today, didn't we?
Oh, for sure. I think this has been kind of one of the overall things about the day is I think we've most commonly, I thought maybe we were going to be seeing people getting more contested and caught up in the Karthus lines, but Disco I think really sort of made it stand out that if you haven't got the component parts together because other people are getting them ahead of you, then the difference in power level is astronomical. It's such a stat check to see if you've got the good front line, if you've got the good back line, and did you get them quick enough to not get overtaken by your opponents?
Yeah, and if you just entered the stream right now and if you missed all that good action, I promise you that Game 4, Game 3, and Game 5 were even more crazy than the last game. Because, again, all the changes to these portals made everyone just get their loot immediately inflated, and we've seen some crazy stuff today. We've got the chance to see a Sona 3 slammed in. We've got the chance to see 2 Ezreal 3-stars coming in. Ignore all these twin Terrapunk units. Who cares? 3-star board? Country? No one cares. That happens a lot. But we've seen 2 Ezreal 3-star, we've seen a Sona 3-star, all thanks to these new portals, which you said is such a very good thing, Peter, by the way. They all just give a lot of resources. This was what Riot was doing. They were like, you know what? We might have missed the chance on Christmas, on the Thanksgiving Day, so we're giving everyone free resources. Loot subscription, everyone gets artifacts. Spatula, everyone gets their units immediately reaching their final points, because everyone just gets so many rewards from all of these portals. It doesn't matter.
I think what it does do is provide a lot of opportunities for players to show just how well they can navigate the extreme bleeding edge of what a TFT competition can be, and trying to find a way to make the maximum use of all of the extra resources they are getting. I think because you're not always getting the same kind of stuff each game. Sometimes it's a lot of extra gold. Sometimes it's going to be spatulas by the ton. It's been talked about during the whole day of the cast that there's a lot being asked of our players in terms of saying, you're going to come into a somewhat novel situation here, and you need to know how to make the most of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can never really expect what's going to happen, because this is the beauty of TFT. The factor, or let's say, the main point of the game kind of relies on RNG in everything. You can never really go forcing a composition every single game and expect to do the same results. Sometimes you're going to get portals that help reroll compositions. Sometimes someone is going to be able to craft the new craftable country emblem, which we've also seen so many times today become more dominant and proactive ever since the change happened from being able to craft Jazz into instead being able to craft 7 country. So every change that has happened recently made it quite hard to players to adapt. Again, they've only had 2 or 3 days, so not everyone had a good day today, Peter.
No, and I mean, it must be very painful for all our players who will be, of course, we come up in a minute talking about, who didn't make it through day number 1 because they weren't quite there in terms of adaptation. Of course, there will be the second GSC for this set, but that will be it. So it definitely is much more, in terms of overall what we're kind of testing for in this particular set is more based on when our players can adapt and overcome under less than ideal circumstances.
Okay, after we have been on the desk and we've been casting for 6 games right now, something must have caught your eye. I bet that everyone that has watched this stream has had their favorite moment of the day. Personally, I commentated the first 2 games and I've been chilling for the next 4 games, which had so much crazy stuff happening in the was in game, but my point is, a lot of crazy stuff happened today. What caught your eye the most and what was your highlight of the day for day 1?
Oh gosh, I think it's pretty hard to turn aside that Sona 3 game. I mean, just absolutely bonkers. I don't think we'll see anything like that, maybe again ever. Just to have an absolute god board be overcome by an even more cracked 8-bit board. I mean, you just couldn't have asked for more in that game. That's the kind of thing that you can put on the mantelpiece and say, you know what? I scared the hell out of everyone on stream when I was playing there in a tournament, and that's not something many players can say.
Yeah, you need to say, okay, the way it goes is when you do something like this and you want to be salty to someone in competitive or in lobbies, in solo queue, people just be like, okay, now do it in officials. Now, whoever has done something crazy today gets to brag about it. I've done it in officials. I've done it in esports, baby. So, again, just a very quick recap. We got to see 6-8-bit, and it's not just 6-8-bit. Hold up, let him cook. The grand prize coming in, and that resulted in both Ezreal 3 and Sona 3 on a... No, wait. Ribbon 3 and Sona 3 on the same exact board. And then we had someone able to raise the stakes twice and be able to cash both out with 7 heart steal in stage 3. That resulted in Ezreal 3, and you would have been like, oh, Ezreal 3 won. No, that was in the same game as Sona. Yes, game 3 was that crazy. And I've also had another one being able to hit Ezreal 3, and people get their full twin terror board very capped out. So if this happened in day 1, you know what? I think my standards got a little bit way too high. Day 2, looking at you, should be as crazy.
It's certainly set an extremely high bar, but as I said, I think this is going to be a lot more achievable than it would have been perhaps if we sort of consider this to be something of a mid-set and that we've at least got substantial changes coming to the game. There was kind of a question, coming in today, we thought one of the big things was we're not going to see, these crazy boards because money has been taken out of the game in terms of the win streaks and loss streaks. So we're going to settle down a little bit. We're going to retire to a farm upstate. We're going to have ourselves some nice standard TFT. Turns out that absolutely wasn't the case. In fact, it was just clearing the ground to say, win streaks, loss streaks, you don't need them anymore. You've got more than enough money with the portals.
Yeah, I mean, you did take a lot from the players by denying that bonus 6 gold going into the Krugs at the first PvE round, but you gave that away again with all these new portals. Yes, it's true that you've lost 2 gold, but who cares? You got portals that make everyone extremely rich. Yes, I remember there was a game as well that someone had 70 gold at stage 2-5. That was because of rich get richer, item payout, so people being able to slam items and get gold for it. You get gold for doing, and you just get gold for existing, You get rewards for just doing nothing. Oh, a round passes by, you get a high tier champion. Oh, everybody has a spatula and you're win streaking or loss streaking. It doesn't even matter. You don't need the spatula from the carousel because everyone gets a spatula. Oh, you're out of money. Don't worry, you have a free loot subscription because you're still going to be getting rewards even every single round. So these portals really did compensate for the loss in win streak. And now players really have to strict on one thing mainly, Peter. That's going to be scouting. You have to be a rat to deny people their 3-cost 4 stars. Because
I think that was being brought up a little bit during some of these sponsors that I think for our players, one of the things we're also testing for in these games is just the kind of capacity our players have, because it's one thing to be able to play a perfect game of TFT just in terms of what you are doing, but to have that kind of capacity and also be able to meaningfully scout and take into account what other people are doing when you're playing on a patch you don't know very well at all, just asks you to be better than very good. It asks you to be incredibly excellent. I mean, the quality of players we got playing here today is incredibly, incredibly high, but I think what we're going to be seeing a little bit later on once we get the standings in is that I suspect that even some of our really, really good players will still have struggled today.
Yeah, because again, you're competing against 127 of the best players. I mean, if you're competing yourself, because the total amount is 128. Yes, I do have good maths. Thank you. Day 2 is going to be even harder because we're down to half the amount of people who adapted well. And then day 3 is even going to be worse because you're going to be comparing that these are the top 32 players. You cut only to the biggest quarter of everyone who was able to make it to Golden Spatula Cup 1. So in the terms of having your standards raised in day 1, don't worry, I was kidding, because I promise you, day 2 and day 3 is going to be even crazier, and it's going to get even more nutty when players are able to adapt to this set and players are able to adapt more and more to the patch. And yes, I said this set because the major changes that happened 2 days ago made it a new game. This is refreshing. It feels like this is a new TFT since Wednesday. Wednesday, wasn't it?
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm hoping that as we work our way through the set, Mort's definitely been teasing us with the possibility there's still more to come in that kind of regard. I don't know if that means we're going to get even crazier portals. Like, it's kind of hard to imagine that could be the case, but whether there's any new content or sort of new approaches, it certainly seems to be a brave new world which we're existing in.
Wait. You're smart, Peter. You just said that there were new portals. Remember in the last set when they started making a mix between 2 portals? Imagine that we get something like a mix between loose subscription and spatulas, or crab rave and scuttle bottle. So you have 10 crabs and all of them are attacking you.
A crab
what if that comes into competitive? A crab subscription.
Okay.
You know what? Hire this guy at Riot. He has the best ideas. Crab subscription. What if that actually came to competitive? Because in the last set, they were introduced, but that wouldn't happen in ranked games. It would only happen in Hyper Roll, Fortune's Favor, and these many time moods for TFT. What if in competitive games, you had this combination between 2 portals go into 1 portal, like Wandering Trainer, but also loot subscription. So you can have, going into the game, immediately 4 emblems on your board.
I mean, to be fair, we did see players willing to go into the Wandering Trainer portal in our first game of the day, so I wouldn't put it past these, some of these DGen players to say, you know what, even if it was like how it was done previously in the normal queues, where you do have, say, 1 combined portal, I feel there's always going to be one player who says, you know what, I don't think I'm as good as these players, but I think if the game it just becomes a complete dumpster fire, maybe I'll just come out of it on top because everyone else got confused.
Yeah, you don't really have to stick to the meta anymore, because anything that you do with whatever augments and whatever itemization you're given really did work out today. We saw so many players being able to invent new metas like 5 Pentacle, 5 KDA. Everything today was up to your standards, and if you weren't, I hope that you were satisfied by today. Again, we are going to be seeing the standings extremely close, and so we can say hard luck to the players who couldn't make it to day 2, and we could say immediately good luck to everyone participating in day 2, and good luck in day 2 and day 3. But until then, please let it be their scientific Egyptian summoner, Bricks, Talil, did I forget anyone? Mujiwara, yes, the 5 meta representatives. I hope I didn't forget anyone, because I think that Mujiwara and Scientistic were doing really good alongside Egyptian Summoner. I think Talil and Bricks didn't have the best start, but I hope they came back. The standings are already ready, and Peter, are you ready for the standings?
I think so. Let's go and find out the harsh truths one way or the other. I think we're going to have some very happy people. We're going to have some very disappointed people, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Cutting down from 128 to 64. Anyone, I believe, will be coming in from the end of the top half. So anyone you don't see on this coming list is not going to be part of day 2. And it's always a heartbreaker, isn't it? When you're looking for lists, and you're like, surely on the next page? No. Next page? No. Or did they win a tournament? No. Okay.
No. And then you're just sad because each and every moment you're just waiting, and then on the next page, and you're like, oh, maybe they actually made it to top 32. They don't make it. You're like, oh, maybe they made it to top 16, but then your favorite summoner is not there. But if you're French or German, don't worry, you should be happy, because France was already dominating. They've almost secured their top spots in the lobby. And yes, look at Mick, she's happy. As soon as I said German, she was like, yes, every German player has made and secured a spot. So let us see if we're speaking correctly or not, because I see Mujiwara, baby, and that is at least 1 Egyptian in day 2. Yes, keeping up the
we got some of the big names making it through. Lusher, of course, from Germany, who of course has been talking about how he's been putting a lot of practice in. Our King Kafuzzle, of course, making it through. It said there's going to be a lot of French flags coming through here, but honestly, we're actually seeing a pretty good mix of players, including several of the Greek players. We're a little bit worried that things have gone a bit south for them as the day went on, but it looks like they recovered their standings towards the tail end.
Oh wait, Marwan made it as well. So we have 2 mini representatives now. Looking at it, we can also see Ding and Arzu and your favorite, Travis Wet Wet, making it at top 33,
meow, meow.
doesn't he? Yeah, Travis Meow Meow. Yeah, wait, I ruined it.
Don't worry, we'll get there. If he finishes out well if he finishes 1 spot above this tomorrow, it'll give us an extra chance to learn it towards the top. We have got Dark Hydra and Kevin Parker against some of the German big hitters coming in. But of course, we would be very surprised to see players like Vermandeath and Cambits double 61 not making it through to day 2.
Yeah, but if you were a fan of Kevin Parker and if you're a fan of the interview buff that we always love to give when we interview someone, they actually do make it and they actually do perform really well. Kevin Parker has made it to day 2 and also top 32. But look at it, Opale, again, France staying on top of the leaderboard. Kubikson down by just 3 points, Peter.
Yeah, Kubikson did really well, but yeah, the French squad coming in, they weren't quite as overwhelming in numbers as they've been in other GSCs, but the performance speaks for itself. That is absolutely astonishing stuff. Do want to give a shout out to one of everyone's favorite chatters, Shining Star, making it onto the front page as well. Absolutely delightful fella, representing Italy there on the front page. It warms my heart, it really does, Morgan.
Yeah, Opal really performed really well today, and that is why we're going to be having a small interview with him really soon enough as we prepare it. I think I spoiled it a little bit too earlier, but it doesn't matter, friends. You should be extremely happy with your players, and I'm quite sad because we only got Mujiwara and Marwan making it from the EMEA region, so allow me to give a huge shout out to Egyptian Summoner, Scientistic, Brix, and Talel. These were at least the 4 names that I noticed today. Mujiwara made it though, so we still have 1 Egyptian representative. It's Marwan, I think, from Morocco. So day 2 is going to be extremely sick with players making it from your favorite countries. I don't think that there's a single country or a single region that is out of day 2 as well. Yes, of course, MENA is making it, but France and Germany, they have a very strong contest going on with Poland as well.
One thing which I'm particularly pleased about as well, because right back at the opening of the show, talking about some of the teams, some of the orgs coming in today. Of course, Coming Corp and the High Rollers keep all of their members coming in from day 1 to day number 2, which is not too bad a start, particularly for the High Rollers, of course, newly formed, are looking to try and make an impression out of the gate. I really do hope that, if we see orgs and teams as a whole doing well as a group, sharing prep, sharing support for each other, that will be encouraging for other places, like the UK, like MENA, to, start getting more orgs themselves, just because they can see how effective that can be.
Yeah, now, judging by the games that we've had on day 1, Peter, day 2, I think that things are going to be extremely hard for everyone participating, but I have a very small question though. Which unit is going to get 3-star tomorrow from all the forecasts, do you think?
Oh boy, I don't think it's going to be Twisted because everyone's going to be playing it.
Yeah, Twisted Fate.
I think Ezreal's a fair shout from what we've been seeing. One thing I did actually think about in terms of 3-starring, a slightly different answer to the question you were asking, was I have generally been a little bit disappointed with some of the 3-star re-rolling coming in. That while we've seen a few moments of it working extremely well, the 3 costs, they do seem like they are outclassed by just how high some of these boards end up being capped out.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these forecast units being able to make it here, but none of them were being able to finally hit their point because there were a few, people, I'm not going to say rats holding these units, but that's exactly how you should play the game. Scout and deny them from it. Speaking of which, let us speak with one of our lovely players, not just anyone, but the one who was able to gather most points today for France. Opale, drum roll, and please welcome our day 1 winner, Opale from France. How's it going?
Hello. Oh, it's been a good day, yeah.
It's been a good day. It's been a good day. Definitely, you made it with 44 points to powerful. Before anything, congratulations on your amazing performance. And this is something that we wanted to ask you about out of everyone. And we did say that so many people weren't able to adapt to this patch. So how were you able to study the game so quickly in 2 days? What are your secrets?
Oh, I think my secret is just that I did not it so alone. We work with few other people and
study groups.
Yeah, study groups. We work a bit on the patch. We all have some opinions about it, and we share it. We play a game together, and finally came out with some strategies. And
okay. So study groups definitely include a lot of people. So who do you want to shout out from these guys? Because we always have people saying, "Oh, we have study groups," but it is definitely worth mentioning some of the few names.
Oh yeah, sure. There was Jedutor. You must know him. He's always on top of the ladder. Actually, he may be like rank 3 or 2. Something like this. There's also Tartman, who's
Jedutor.
Yeah, Tartman, Jedutor, and I'm So Fresh too. We work a lot with him.
Friend.
So, yeah.
All
Yeah.
friend.
Oh yeah, all French, yes. And friends.
No, I didn't mean French. I meant friend, the emoji. Study group, friend. That's which one? Not just French. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay.
So, Opale, you said you did your preparation with a group. From what you've seen in day one, was there anything that particularly surprised you?
There was a lot of slow reroll that do not work because I think they do not respect some condition around it. But maybe just me thinking about it. Otherwise, there was a lot of 3-cost reroll like Yone and Riven who did really well on lobby, and I'm not really surprised about that. Yeah, and then Disco and the Pentakill line works really well too. I think for the moment the meta looks around those comps.
So how confident are you heading into day 2 then? Do you think you can do something like the Coco and take 2 first places in a row?
Yesterday I was saying I'm getting day 1, it's over. So I'm getting day 2, it's over tomorrow. It was a nice run.
It was a nice run indeed. Whoever comes up on this broadcast, we always love to tell them to do a shout out. We did kind of go ahead of things when I asked you to shout out some people in the study groups. So is there any name you want to mention? Not really related to the study groups, not really related to the game. Anyone you want to speak about and thank in particular, your mom, your girlfriend, your friends, anything. You get the mic. All yours.
There will be too much people to mention. I will just say all my friends and people who follow and just support me on around what I'm doing on TFT. So thanks.
That's just wholesome. Thank you so much again, Opale. We were very proud to have you today, and we love the vibes. We love. I love how humble and how chill this guy is. Look at him. Can we get a clap for him? He's not just really insane at the game, but very good as well. Thank you, Opale.
Yeah. Good
what
night.
an amazing guy.
Maybe we'll see Opale again tomorrow. I honestly though, I think that's the TFT way, isn't it? It's always whenever we try and get our players to be a bit fighty, a bit competitive with each other, they always end up just being way too friendly. But I think to go back to the whole team conversation there, Opale was giving a lot of credit to his study group, to his preparation as a team, and I definitely would recommend that to even if you're not necessarily part of the group of the intensely high level players that he was talking about there. I think just having people to bounce stuff off of, I think for most people that's going to be an extremely helpful thing in your growth.
Yeah, I mean, if TFT teaches us one thing, is that when you put 2 units together, they have a trait, and these traits make them together. So you're not supposed to be playing alone at all. Study groups, they do teach us one thing: we are stronger together. So refuse evolution, return to monkey, it's together strong. And this is something we should all remember. So now let us go to the contest, because today we had a lovely contest going on, and we would love to know who was our second winner from the community, because today we had Opale win in the official competitive stuff. But now TFT and Shell was the contest, and wait, there's supposed to be a winner, no?
I think they're going to show us that in a second. Oh, it's Twiggy.
Here you go.
So the
Twiggy won
co-founder
it.
of High Rollers, just showing us a very casual way of watching the entire competition. All right, well, nice one, Twiggy. You're our winner.
Congrats, Twiggy. I mean, that is obviously not scuffed at all. I mean, congrats, Twiggy again. Meanwhile, Kevin Parker's home, of course. So they got to be on the main broadcast twice. Kevin with the interview, and Twiggy going in with the absolute high roll by not just high rolling into the game, but also high rolling and winning the competition. Shout out to Kevin, Twiggy, and Opale, and shout out to friends, because they were able to dominate the lobbies today. And shout out to everyone that was watching this stream. Thank you so much again, Peter, for being here tonight. And do not forget that you can always follow us on all social media. Don't forget to follow all of my lovely, lovely colleagues at Impetuous Panda, at Makes, and at CounterfeitCast, and also at Weta. Of course, wasn't with us today, but is going to be with us tomorrow at Nigeria. Matt is going to be making his comeback, so huge shout out before day 2 comes in. Peter, have any final words?
No, just to say that, of course, we've got all of our general social media as well. TFT Esports EMEA being the main one, play TFT everywhere else. Just that we're back tomorrow at 4 p.m. CET for day number 2, with a lot less players, but as you said, a new focus and determination to find out who can go through to day 3 and challenge for one of the only 2 crowns this season.
That was it for tonight, and we hope you guys had a lovely day, wherever you are, or a lovely night. good afternoon, good evening, good night. What time is it of the day? And we're gonna meet you tomorrow, just as Peter said, 4 p.m. CT is on real live for day 2 of action. That was Morgan and Counterfeit, and we're gonna see you tomorrow. Have a lovely night.